UK. And the reason why I say supposed to be is because, as you guys know, obviously I've been dealing with a lot of stuff, specifically around not being able to go to the UK. It's just been a sequence of it's been an interesting month so far. Lots going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. Just a bunch of annoying things that I'm on the receiving end of as liberalism crumbles and turns slowly but surely into unrestrained fascism. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We're going to get into all of that and more. Obviously, UK visa denied. Banned from the UK. Nazi parade in New York City. Attendees include Smotrich, attendees mad. No, never mind. Attendees mad. Zoran didn't show. U.S. Iran tit for tat. Epstein's Fury Day 94. No deal. Delaney ICE protests continue. Primaries tomorrow. Get in now. I thought you said you could. Can't you still go on a regular tourist visa? Guys, can I ask you a serious question? The ETA is the basic visa that Americans receive. If the government has made a big show of not giving me a fucking giving me a regular visa, an ETA, and then revoking it, what makes you think that they're going to be fine? They're going to be like, oh my God, you're the guy we deliberately revoked the visa on after giving it to you. I'm sure the Home Office, after the initial intervention, is going to turn around and be like, oh, step right in, sir. No, that's a long and convoluted legal process that I have to fucking get involved with. It's certainly not going to work in this, it's not going to work this time around. But if there is something I need to do in the future, I have to hire, I assume, a British lawyer and fight this. I heard Ash Sarkar, who was hosting that talk, is pulled out of South by Southwest. Yes. South by Southwest has been disgraceful in this entire process. I'll talk about that too. Banned from the UK. Nazi parade in New York City. Attendees Mazaron didn't show. U.S. Iran tit for tat. Epstein's Fury Day 94. No deal. Delaney ICE protests continue. Primaries tomorrow. Get in now. Lots to talk about. I was the one who said we should do Ash as the. I set that talk up. I set that talk up with Zara, who was from the Zoran campaign. It was supposed to be me, Zara, and Andrew Epstein, also from the Zoran campaign, now with Claire Valdez. And part of what we were going to talk about is an attack on the media, but also how young, vibrant candidates could potentially win elections and all this stuff, right? We had a really fun conversation that we set up, and Ash was supposed to be the moderator. However, because South by Southwest is a very popular brand in the UK, or this is a big deal for the UK. This is the second year they're doing it or something. I don't really know. And they had asked me, and I was doing it as a fucking favor to South by Southwest because some friends that I trust wanted me to do it. So I was like, sure, I'll attend. I'm already going to be in the UK. I'm already going to be doing Oxford Union. I already have some other stuff going on. And all of that combined, I was like, sure, I'll do South by Southwest. And it's not like they're paying me, right? I'm not getting paid by South by Southwest to do this, right? It's actually really insane. I'm doing this as a fucking favor, and they're literally farming donations off of my image, off of my likeness. And then it's crazy that they just once the Home Office intervened and revoked my visa. When the Home Office intervened and revoked my visa, South by Southwest's statement was disgusting. Like, it was literally nothing. To us, they were like, sorry, we have to abide by the government's demands. That was one. And then their public thing was they just deleted my background page. Like, they just deleted my speaker page. Like, as though, like, they hit me with the Trotsky cut. I couldn't believe it. It's like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Are you kidding me? I mean, seriously, I'm doing this shit as a favor. They get to literally farm tickets off of my likeness to be like, oh, you want to come listen to Hasan? I even set up the talk myself, right? And then they just turn around. They turn around and just chop it down. They didn't even try to be like, yeah, this is a little bit ridiculous, don't you think? British government. Anyway, it was very frustrating, especially because, like, this is not even something that I'm doing for any sort of like significant personal benefit, right? But yeah. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're live. We're alive. Obviously, I've blasted off. I'm going right into it because there's not much to talk about personal news wise. It's just straight up, this is what I've been dealing with nonstop. This and also, waiting on a subpoena from my federal government, right? But it was... it's very, very frustrating. So basically, the British government, after a bunch of Israel First advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups on the earlier this month, called on the UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks, saying far-left streamer with a record of anti-Semitism on October 7th denial is set to speak and record a live podcast in London in early June. Last week, Jewish organizations, the Community Security Trust, urged South by Southwest organizers to act responsibly and to not allow UK to be a platform for Piker. So yeah, they got their wishes across. Britain denies entry to two U.S. commentators who denounced Israel. The authorities did not say why they had barred Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker of popular social media channels, but said their presence may not be conducive to the public good. Yeah, and that's where we're at. Britain said on Monday that it blocked entry to two prominent American commentators, Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, because of their potential risk to British society, a decision that came amid debate about the limits of free speech in the country. Mr. Uygur and Mr. Piker, two progressive activists with popular social media channels, were set to speak at events in Britain this week. Both expressed outrage on social media and accused the British authorities of canceling their travel authorizations because of their vocal criticisms of Israel. And it's really interesting because, like, yeah, they say I'm a threat, I guess. Britain has blocked Cenk Uygur, a left-wing Turkish-American media personality, and his nephew Hasan Piker, a U.S. left-wing commentator and influencer, from entering the country to speak at events. Both say. The British Interior Ministry says Uygur and Piker are barred from entering the UK based solely on an assessment of the potential risk an individual may pose to UK society. That is completely absurd. Keir Starmer should reverse this idiotic decision and let them speak, says Tommy Vitor. Now, Zara Sultana wrote a public letter to Shabana Mahmood backing you and Cenk. Yeah, from your party, the UK government has barred Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur from entering the country over their criticism of Israel. Meanwhile, war criminal Isaac Herzog, whose statements were cited in the ICJ genocide case against Israel, was welcomed at Downing Street with open arms. Obviously, when this first came out, Cenk put it on the timeline, and that caused us to look back and see that my visa was also revoked because Cenk was supposed to be flying out. Cenk and his whole family were supposed to be flying out to the UK. We're doing two events. He's doing South by Southwest separately, or was supposed to do South by Southwest separately. I was supposed to do an event there as well. And then I also had another event with Yanis Varoufakis. And I also had another event at Oxford Union. I was also supposed to do a talk with Corbyn and a talk with Zach Polanski as well. Totally separate, right? So I had this entire thing lined up. And it's really interesting because, or at least it's really ironic, because with Oxford Union, I had spoken at Oxford Union prior, if you recall. I delivered this massive speech at Oxford Union a year and a half ago. And the speech was literally about the conflation between Israel and Judaism, and how this is an incredibly dangerous prospect. It's not going to work, and it's going to actually foment more anti-Semitism. That was a year and a half ago. Obviously, things have gotten far worse since then, clearly. And this is far from, I'm not doing this thing where I'm saying like, oh, the number one victims here are, British Jewish people or anything like that. That's not my take at all, before people fucking yell at me over it and say, oh, you're a Jewish exceptionalist or whatever. But it is a very clear secondary consequence of this sort of endeavor. Consistently claiming that all critics of Israel are rabid anti-Semites, and then quite literally violating the principles of free speech, which, like, obviously there's no First Amendment in the UK, but there is obviously an important liberal value. This is an important liberal value to ensure that there are real conversations taking place. England has quite literally offered refuge to some of the most important thinkers, some of the most controversial thinkers, if you want to call them controversial. Karl Marx. Like, think about that. From the president of the Oxford Union, Arwa El Reyes, the Oxford Union intended to host Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker on the 6th of June for a discussion and head-to-head event with our members. We are deeply concerned by the revocation of both speakers' electronic travel authorizations on the basis that their appearances would not be conducive to the public good. These events have been publicly announced for months. The 11th hour call signals much more than democratic decline. It is a direct threat to free expression. The Oxford Union was founded on one principle: the ideas are challenged through debate, not silenced by decree. We have never turned a speaker away because of their political beliefs, nor have we sought a permission slip from the state. We will not start now. This event will not be canceled. The union will ensure this discussion takes place. Free speech does not require a visa. We will update our members shortly. This is supposed to be the most redeemable aspect of the Western world in general, okay? Western liberalism in general. This is one of the fundamental values. It's this and due process. And we are eroding both. Free speech and due process are the two most important liberal concepts that throughout centuries at this point, liberals have tried to maintain and defend in spite of everything else. Okay? These are core principles. And they're not just core principles that are historically progressive principles. These are core principles that I believe myself. Okay? I don't say I'm not a liberal, but this core principle of liberal society, liberal democracy, is one that I believe and champion. Okay? It's unironically one of my criticisms of other more ideologically close versions of governance that I have criticized, whether it be within the USSR or whether it be in China, the People's Republic of China. These are my criticisms of the People's Republic of China or the USSR. Ironically enough, that they don't have these sorts of they don't abide by the same attitude when it comes to defending free speech or not due process necessarily, because I think China the due process is fine in China for the most part, right? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. What do you mean you're not a liberal? Isn't a philosophical liberal, not political? You, from what I can tell, are a liberal. No. I mean, I have certain liberal values. Yes, I have certain liberal values. I'm a social liberal, for sure. But ultimately, yes, due process and free speech are the two things that I believe must be preserved, no matter how we organize our economy. I think that's a good thing. But in any case, the UK has had a very long commitment, or at least tried to abide by some semblance of a commitment to these fundamental values, right? And the fact that they're dropping the ball in this spectacular manner at the behest of Israel, nonetheless, a fascist government, an apartheid government, a fascist apartheid government that's doing a genocide. The fact that they're doing all of this is a disaster. It's a disaster because any sincere person that looks at the situation that isn't totally lost, totally hysterical, will very quickly recognize, okay, that this is not this is simply being done because of my criticisms of Israel and Cenk's criticisms of Israel. It's not. This is not a sincere demand over anti-Semitism. Okay, this is not even a conversation on like whether anti-Semites deserve to be banned or anything like that, because this is not about anti-Semitism at all. So the fact that South by Southwest also, after this invitation, turned around and released the shittiest statement of all time, basically saying, "Yep, you're gone. We've deleted you from the page. You are a non-person. Sorry," was really messed up. My first statement on it that went viral on Twitter, as you probably saw, was here it is. I responded to Cenk's initial tweet. I've been banned from the UK. I said the UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon, we will all become Israel, right? And this obviously ruffled a lot of feathers. There were a lot of people who were like, no, you're actually anti-Semitic, so this is good. This is good that this happened. And you know, fuck you. You're a dangerous terrorist. A lot of these right-wingers, a lot of these reactionaries, and even liberals who claim to care about the First Amendment were running around doing victory laps where yet another country is basically violating the fundamentals here, violating the fundamentals of liberal democracy, protecting free speech, right? This isn't like a insincere joke or a meme, for the record. This isn't like, oh, Charlie Kirk, you're not carrying the flame. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm being serious. This is a real seismic shift that is taking place in Western democracies right now. We are killing the most redeemable aspects, the most redeemable fundamentals of Western liberal democracies at the behest of Israel. That is what's going on right now. We're doing it for Israel. Man, shut the fuck up about the tuck your collar in. Okay, calm down. It's not getting tucked in perfectly. Okay, there you go. Is that better? Piers defended you and or Cenk. Yeah, Piers Morgan had this to say. Criticize the current Israeli government when it houses ministers like Ben Gvir and Smotrich is not anti-Semitism. It's what any reasonable person should be doing. They're psychopaths causing enormous damage to Israel's global reputation. I mean, that's a shitty-ass response, but whatever. Banning Cenk Uyghur and Hasan Piker from entering the UK is an absurd and cowardly decision from an increasingly authoritarian government. Let's call this what it is, an attack on the freedom to criticize Israel as well as the UK government's own complicity in genocide. Zach Polanski also quote retweeted my post that I had retweeted already. Last year, Hasan Piker spoke at the Oxford Union, highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and the dangerous conflation between criticism of Israel and all Jewish people. He was invited to speak again, but pro-Israel groups successfully persuaded the UK government to ban him from entering the country. Zach Polanski quote retweeted said, "This is a really grim decision alongside Jank. People often talk about the dangerous road we'd go down under a reform government. This is another clear warning. We're down there already. A labor government doing everything possible to silence criticism of the Israeli government." And what's really crazy about this is the fact that I've been very critical of the British government as well, right? I've been very critical of the British government. I've been very critical of the American government. But it's one government that you cannot criticize. It's the Israeli government. It's fucking crazy. Shabana Mahmood, we're told, will get a senior position in an Andy Burnham government. She needs to explain the strange and worrying decision, and Andy Burnham needs to make his view clear. Pro-Palestinian U.S. streamer Hasan Piker says UK blocked his entry over criticism of Israel. Yeah. Yeah, what's crazier for Jank is that he was going before me with his family. He was going before me with his whole family, right? With my family. And they wouldn't let him get on the fucking plane. They were literally like, "Nope, you can't get on this flight because the government has revoked your visa." He was like, "What the fuck do you mean the government has revoked my visa?" Turns out, yep, the British government had decided you're not allowed to go to the country. Anyway, yeah. What an incredible discovery to have at the airport. What's really funny about this, by the way, is Times of Israel wrote, UK blocks visit by U.S. commentators Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, who claim it's over Israel. And they take this weird tone, right? Where they're like, "Oh, these guys are crazy. These guys are crazy. Oh, look at them. Oh, they're suspecting Israel of doing this. How stupid." Boom. A couple weeks ago, Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. It's not that. Here's what's really funny about this. It's the Israel First groups that demanded it. They got their demands across, and they celebrated on the timeline saying, "Thank you for making this decision happen." Okay? And then they also turn around and try to gaslight to be like, you're being anti-Semitic. How dare you? How dare you make this strange claim? What's going on? Where did you get this idea from, huh? Where did you get this idea? I don't know. Maybe I have eyes, an ear. I have eyes, ears, a brain. Perhaps that's part of where I got this suspicion from. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, if you're wondering why it feels like everyone got more insane, Israel just quintupled its PR budget to $730 million. Experts say it won't work. Yes. I genuinely think they've also hired wreckers on the left as well. I think they've decided a much more successful strategy would be to bring forth complete chaos and try to engage in sectarian infighting, infiltration, not dissimilar to COINTELPRO back in the day, like subversives and wreckers that they have placed in all of these groups, in all of these in all these advocacy organizations that track, that log everything, and they try to fuck all of the conversations up. They try to destroy any sort of like productive output. Genuinely believe this now. I think that's what's going on. It doesn't seem. It's very strange. Okay. It seems very strange the way that a lot of people are talking about this. Now, of course, Times of Israel wasn't the only article that did the, oh, where did you get the idea that it's Israel? There was a Fox News did the same thing, right? Fox News accuses Hasan Piker of anti-Semitism for saying pro-Israel groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK, while itself reporting that British Jewish groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK. Yeah. Hasan Piker gets denied entry to the UK over alleged anti-Semitism, then immediately blames Israel advocacy organizations for wielding unbelievable amounts of power over British policy. The streamer's response to the ban landed on a classic anti-Semitic trope about Jewish influence. Even as he insisted he harbors no anti-Semitism, British Jewish groups and a Labour MP had urged the government to block his visit, citing his comments about Hamas, Hezbollah, and his claim the U.S. deserved 9/11. The ban caps a brutal stretch for Piker, a Treasury Department subpoena over his Cuba trip, and hecklers confronting him at the Newark ICE process calling him a fucking fraud. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say wreckers, by the way. People that people that try to present themselves as like leftists, but are not really leftists at all. Like the Black Panther Party guy, like very clearly a Fed, right? But for every dumb fuck that watches, they go, oh, that guy seems to be a real leftist and he's calling it what it is, right? It's not organic. It's absolutely inorganic. But anyway, this was the actual article from Fox News. Hasan Piker says UK barred him, trashes unbelievable power of pro-Israel groups. Jewish groups have publicly urged the government to block the Twitch streamer. Yeah. All the while, Israel is slaughtering Palestinians en masse. Israel is trying to move further and further into Lebanese territory. It's ridiculous. Tribune Mag wrote, Hasan Piker's ban exposes the power of the Israel lobby. The decision to ban Hasan Piker and Jay Weaver from the UK marks further escalation of the clampdown of critics of Israel. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't know what these guys are thinking. Yeah, keep them out. British Jewish groups demand ban on far left American streamer Hasan Piker. I've spent my whole life combating the far right. My entire professional media career that spans over a decade at this point, fighting against the nefarious and dark forces of Nazism, fascism, the far right, okay? All matter of reactionaries. And I still do it to this day. And I will continue to do it. And part of that is a principled stance against all forms of hatred, which includes anti-Semitism. I've never shied away from that position. I've never shied away from doing that advocacy and fighting that fight. Israel groups, pro-Israel groups, or rather Jewish groups that masquerade as Jewish groups, but are actually Israel first, have done a tremendous number to ruin that advocacy. It is virtually impossible. I look like a fucking asshole every time. Every time I'm like, well, you know, Israel and Judaism are separate things. It's not, no one is monolithic. Everyone looks at me like I'm a fucking asshole, dude. I won't stop. And it's not because I want to pay the piper, right? It's because I genuinely do believe it, right? This is something that I do believe. But it's so difficult to get that point across when so many Jewish advocacy organizations do behave like this. It's just frustrating as hell, man. It's frustrating as hell to have to deal with this shit. I hate it. Jeremy Corbyn wrote an article. New quote about you. UK Labour lawmaker on Hasan Piker entry ban. There's no reason to open our doors to those who seek to spread hate and division, especially to those who supported a prescribed terror group. I've been to London so many times. I've spoken in England so many times. I genuinely never thought that it would be a labor government. Like the labor has actually gotten far, far worse. I mean, we knew it already, but I never thought that it would get to this degree. I truly thought that labor would not enable this level of like fascist repression. It's not like I had the best opinion of labor, right? As you guys know, I'm not shy about, revealing my position. But they're showing your tweets on NBC News. Wait, what do you mean?
In Southeast Asia, rescuers are in a race against time to save 2 men.
I just saw it. Hold on. It's after this news story.
Hasan Piker banned 2 left-wing political commentators from the U.S. from entering the U.K. to speak at public events. Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker said today that they had been blocked because of their views about Israel. They had been scheduled to speak at the London edition of the South by Southwest Festival and at the University of Oxford. In a statement, the British Interior Ministry said that travel authorization had been cancelled because, quote, their presence in the UK may not be conducive to public good, unquote. Joining us now, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, what more do we know about why these 2 men were blocked from traveling to the UK, and how are they responding?
Well, Kate, we know the UK didn't precisely specify the reason for the ban, but the controversy and the background noise surrounding all of this doesn't leave a lot to the imagination. There have been Jewish groups like the UK's Jewish Leadership Council calling for this ban, while free speech advocates condemn the idea. Both men, Uygur and Piker, for their part, emphatically deny the charges of anti-Semitism. They insist their criticisms are purely with the government of Israel and not with Jewish people. They argue it's insincere and wrong for their critics to conflate the two things. Have a look at how both men are responding. Here's Cenk Uygur on YouTube.
It was a bit of a gut punch. It's a little bit hard to shake me, but I was shaken there because if that feeling of having your freedom taken away was so visceral, guys, are we free anymore? This is insane.
Now, Cenk Uygur also told me that the UK didn't give him an exact reason for the ban. He said, quote, this has reached Kafkaesque levels of absurdity. He talked about how roughly 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Will we all be banned from the UK, he says, or just people in the media who report the news accurately? And how does that prove that our governments are not controlled by Israel? Piker on X saying, quote, the UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel, end quote. Now, Piker responded when I reached out to him by sending me this headline from the Times of Israel, quote, Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. So it's clear in their minds why they were banned. And lastly, Kate, this appears rare but not unheard of for the UK to ban individuals for this reason. Earlier this year, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West was barred under similar grounds.
That's
Sahil
ridiculous.
Kapoor for us. Thank you.
Like, that's a ridiculous
in a Today
comparison.
Exclusive, former First Lady.
That's a ridiculous comparison. I'm sorry. Like, Kanye West was like pro Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Right? Like, openly pro Adolf Hitler. Like, you can't bracket. You cannot bracket. They haven't uploaded the full segment, only the first 3 minutes. A caller said it's good you were banned because you're a socialist who has money. Yeah, this is the type of shit that actually kills me because, like, I not only have to combat liberalism, I have to combat reactionaries of all different sorts, but then on top of that, I have to combat stupidity in a society that refuses to be smart. And it's getting to be impossible, I think, especially with LLMs, especially with AI, especially with the crisis of illiteracy in the Western world. It's becoming virtually impossible to try to shake people out of this drunken stupor that they find themselves in, where people are just like, you know who my number one op is, dude? A guy who wants me to have fucking healthcare, a guy who wants me to have more autonomy in the workplace, a guy who says no more wars, a guy who I would probably agree with on virtually 99% of issues, but I've been geared into believing is a bad person, right? It's so strange that they're doing this while also simultaneously trying to present me as some dangerous force, some dangerous reactionary. It is this government that is behaving in a dangerous reactionary manner at the behest of another reactionary fascist government, the Israeli state. This is how the Western liberal capitalist democracies fall apart and make way for fascism. We are making way for fascism. Illiberalism or post-liberalism, whatever you want to call it, is here. Okay, it's happening in the United States of America, where we at least have more stringent rules and more significant protections as far as like free speech goes, constitutionally protected right. So obviously on that front, it's a little bit more difficult, but the American government is clearly trying to do everything in its power to silence dissidents, myself included, obviously. And it's happening in the UK. It's been happening in the UK already, right? Yeah. But I had a statement on South by Southwest. I said, South by Southwest was a minor part of my trip to the UK. They totally didn't defend me or Jake at all. They're actual fucking losers, and I will never work with them for the rest of my life. If you bought a ticket expecting to see me, you should demand a refund. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. I genuinely am shocked that South by Southwest didn't even say, like, this is a real clear-cut violation of the spirit of free speech. Ash, who was the moderator, who we chose as a moderator, pulled out as well. She said, having read the South by Southwest statement on Hasan and Cenk being denied entry to the UK, I'm afraid I have to withdraw my participation. If I were in their shoes, I would hope that any organization which invited me to speak and had their programming interfered with by the Home Office would have had the minimal expected integrity to offer some defense of lawful free expression and condemn government overreach. Thank you for your invitation. Like, it's insane, dude. Did they offer to still have you speak at a virtual appearance? No, they didn't even. Oxford Union wants to set it up still. But, I mean, it's obviously not the same. I feel like it's so cucked to do that. But fuck it. I might still end up doing it. But yeah, no, South by Southwest didn't even care about that. Israel's most loyal propagandists are, of course, denying that the UK banned Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur due to their Israel opposition. They provide no alternative theory to the banning. The ban happened after pro-Israel groups and MPs demanded their visas be denied. Glenn, you are defending people who would bless your being defenestrated from atop a minaret. Get serious. You think Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, the gayest non-gay man in existence who lives in West Hollywood, want to murder gay men? I don't like the way that he keeps saying I'm the gayest non-gay man in existence. I think they're recklessly oblivious to the on-site realities in Gaza. Oh God, these guys are such fucking idiots. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I am the gayest non-gay man in existence. This is true. Happy Pride Month, everybody, by the way. This is going to be disastrous for the British gays who were probably excited at my visit. But yeah. This was one of the groups. Board of Deputies of British Jews. Adrian Cohen, acting president of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, has welcomed the government's decision to withdraw electronic travel authorization from a number of extremist individuals whose presence in the UK was deemed not conducive to the public good. We are gravely concerned that our government's announced intentions to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN this month are seen by Hamas as a reward for its violence and rejectionism towards Israel. Today we celebrate the reestablishment of the Jewish state. Yeah, they're just like, they are a Israel first organization, of course. Zach Polanski also had another statement. The headline talks about anti-Semitism fears, yet both people were criticizing a genocidal Israeli government. The constant conflation of criticism of Jewish people with the criticism of Israel makes me as a Jewish person feel less safe. Such a dangerous decision by Labor. Yeah. And Zara Sultana had a take as well. We'll take a look at that. Zara Sultana wrote to Shabana Mahmood, I'm writing to demand that you reconsider and immediately reverse the decision to deny entry to Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur to the United Kingdom. Banning two prominent journalists and political commentators from entering this country is an indefensible decision. It raises serious questions about freedom of expression, the right to challenge government policy, and the extent to which immigration powers are being weaponized as instruments of political control. This is really fucked up too, because for two reasons this is fucked up. One, J.D. Vance quite literally said, we're going to fuck you guys up if you keep doing this like anti-free speech shit, which of course my government is not going to care about the British government doing this to me, because they meant like, you know, you can't ban fascists. You can't prosecute fascist right-wingers, right? That's what they meant. They didn't mean communist. They didn't mean socialist. They didn't mean certainly anti-Zionist. They love when that happens. It's all free speech only goes in one direction. However, there was some truth to what they were doing, and we've been fighting this. We here have been fighting the British government's ridiculous free expression violations for the last couple of years. Since October 7th, the British government has decided, instead of listening to the demands being made by the masses, the overwhelming majority, which find genocide to be morally repugnant, that wanted to be that wanted to end, right? That don't want their government to be involved in this in the way that the British government has been directly involved in this genocide. Thank you, thank you, Michael from Pennsylvania, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And of course, the British government, instead of listening to the demands being made, being made by the masses, have decided to increase the repression. That's what that's the way that they think they can deal with this problem. They think they can silence us. They think they can silence you. They think they can just jail and punish dissidents and hope that it goes away. If I were not British, I'd be banned from entering Britain. The only thing protecting my civil liberties now is my possession of a passport. We have destroyed every last vestige of liberal democracy to protect the impunity of a genocidal settler colony in the Middle East. Crazy. It's true. This is what the UK is defending, targeting suburbs. What? Okay, yes, Bangivir. Bangivir talking about how the suburbs must be flattened. Yes, that is what they're defending. They're defending war crimes galore. They're defending genocide. The British government is defending genocide. Jen Lim, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. The other thing that I find quite interesting, like I said, they have proven J.D. Vance to be correct. Okay, not that J.D. Vance was being sincere, but they've proven that he is correct, that J.D. Vance warns against the UK going down a dark path of losing free speech during meeting with David Lammy. Okay? They're doing it. They are doing it right now. They are violating these fundamental values that they have stood by and defended for centuries, mind you. For fucking centuries, dude. They're destroying it. And for what? A foreign nation, a foreign apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Unbelievable. I hate to be hyperbolic. I'm not one of those guys that's like, you know, I'm not one of those guys that says the West is fallen or anything like that, but it is true. It is true. Western governments have signed off on a dual suicide pact with Israel. The American government has signed off on a dual suicide pact with Israel, and so has the British government. That is clear to me. To violate your own autonomy in this significant manner is totally ridiculous. To do it at the behest of a fascist state that is doing a genocide that is constantly expanding. is unheard of. It's unexpected. Liberalism is dead. None of the people who call themselves liberals is actually liberal. They're simply supporters of the American Israel global hegemony. Everything else is expendable. Liberal values are nothing. Absolutely. Aaron Bastani said, Britain at the height of its power and prestige was home to Karl Marx and Giuseppe Mazzini. It was a refuge for Alexander Herzen and Victor Hugo. Now in 2026, it won't allow American YouTubers and streamers to enter because they criticized Israel. The establishment used to at least pretend to have read and agree with J.S. Mill and stuff. All gone now. Yeah. The American government and the British government are totally cucked to the Amer-Israeli fascist hegemony. A death spiral that these governments have signed on to. And nobody else voted for it. As a matter of fact, if you were to ask every single citizen, if there was a referendum tomorrow on issues such as this one, where you're like, do you think it's okay to, bar people entry into the country because they've criticized Israel? They'd be like, no, of course not. Same in America, and certainly the same in Israel. There'd be probably, 30% of the public that would be on board with it? 30% reactionaries, 30% fascists? This is a severe violation. And yes, Shabana Mahmoud, who banned Hassan the Hun and Cenk Uygur from entering the UK because they oppose Israel's occupation, pictured opposing Israel's occupation in 2014. And it's been really interesting because a lot of the Zionists, who are just unbelievably racist, right? They keep saying like, oh, Shabana Mahmoud, you mean the Pakistani woman, the Muslim who was pictured with a Free Palestine placard? That person is pro-Israel. Get over it. Get over yourself. And it's like, yes, these are not real values for these people. Yes. What is the question here? It's not like she's prosecuting every Israeli occupational force war criminal that went out to Gaza to do a genocide to come back and fucking roam freely in Israel. It's not like they're barring entry to Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, into the nation state. They're not. So yes, of course they're fucking pro-Israel. What kind of stupid shit is this? In UK, you keep saying... In UK, wait, what? Yeah. It's very clear that none of those stances they took were principled. They don't care. They don't care at all. But yeah, this is the CNN article. Piker, 34, Turkish-American broadcaster, and attorney Cenk Uygur were scheduled to speak this week at the South by Southwest Technology Business Festival in London and address the Oxford Union Debating Society at the prestigious British University. But on Sunday, Piker posted on X that the United Kingdom's government had revoked my visa, all at the behest of Israel. Uygur said he discovered he'd been barred when he tried to board a flight to the British capital. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is an oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. One of the craziest aspects of it is that you can criticize the British government, you can criticize the American government all day, every day, but you can't criticize the Israeli government. That's what's so fucking crazy, that these countries are literally saying, no, it's fine if you shit on me. I've called Keir Starmer a kid starver all day, every day. Okay, I've called him Keir Stalin at times, jokingly. All of that stuff is fine. But God forbid you fucking criticize the nation state of Israel. Then it's over. It's all, it's all over. You can't. You keep getting Israel and the UK mixed up. Am I? I can't tell if you guys are messing with me or not, or if this is a joke or not. Yeah. Non-Brits don't appreciate that the UK is fundamentally authoritarian. No written constitution. All judges are political appointees. Government censorship blocks public interest stories. D-notices. Rule of law is weak. For centuries, Oxbridge clique has run the whole country. And first past the post voting tends to one-party rule, which in effect means a one-party state able to project power in every arena without challenge or oversight. That's what happened in the case of Piker and Uyghur. No appeal system, no independent arbitration possible. Piker's long hours of live stream broadcasts in which he discussed breaking news and policy reached more than 30,000 people daily, according to his profile on the South by Southwest website. It describes him as an authoritative voice for millennials and Gen Z. He has about 6.4 million followers across the social media platforms, X, Instagram, and Twitch. Uyghur founded the independent online talk show, The Young Turks, which has grown into the largest online news network in the U.S., according to the website. Uyghur has also campaigned for the Democratic nomination in the 2024 U.S. presidential election. In a statement to CNN, he claimed he had been banned from entering the country for doing a news show. Are there any countries you're not allowed to criticize, or just Israel? If their point was to show that Israel does not get any special privileges in Western countries, they have found a deeply ironic way to deliver that message, he said. CNN has also reached out to Piker's representatives for comment. British media reported that Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood canceled Piker and Uyghur's electronic travel authorization, which permits non-UK citizens to visit the country without a visa for up to 6 months. The decision to bar Uyghur from traveling to Britain is understood to have been based on several grounds, including that his presence in the UK would risk exacerbating anti-Semitism, London Times newspaper reported on Monday. The UK Home Office told CNN that such decisions are based solely on an assessment of potential risk an individual may pose for UK society, and that the individuals may choose to apply for a visa if they still wish to travel to the UK. Yeah, so we can just tell you to fuck off after months and months of paperwork. Thank you. You just banned our fucking visa, dog. What the fuck do you mean? In April, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer warned of a recent spate of anti-Semitic attacks, left Jewish people scared to show who they are. Some Jewish groups say criticism of Israel has fueled intimidation and anti-Semitism, but others say accusations of anti-Semitism to be used to suppress legitimate criticism of Israel's government. Piker has repeatedly insisted that he's anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, and he's been called for greater accountability over Israeli actions in the Gaza Strip. Both Piker and Uyghur have described the Israeli offensive in Gaza as a genocide. In September, an independent UN inquiry concluded that Israel had committed a genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, a finding that the Israeli government rejected. A self-professed socialist, Piker has been one of the most potent advocates for the rights of Palestinians under Israeli bombing in Gaza following the Hamas-led October 7th attacks. He has also made comments that have drawn criticism. In an April episode of the podcast Pod Save America, he claimed, "I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time." Hamas has been designated as a terrorist organization by a number of countries and entities, including the United States, Britain, and the European Union. Several years earlier, the Twitch streamer apologized for inappropriate remarks he made in 2019 that America deserved 9/11. He said during an appearance on The Young Turks, "I should have used more precise and better use of language there." Speaking at the Oxford Union last May, Piker described anti-Semitism as one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. He denounced the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism as a cynical ploy to stop all manner of conversation. At least they put that in there. Yeah, 2019, always with the America deserved 9/11 quote. Shabana Mahmood is one of the worst members of labor. She's really hard right on Israel and immigration, especially like an absolute freak. I know. Yeah, there's 60 Minutes drama as well. They're sneaking in Hasan Piker. Can you confirm? Come on, man. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Yes, the organization that was demanding my, barring my entry was established in 1760, Board of Deputies for the British Jews. So it's been around for 266 years, which means that for the longest time in its existence, it was not a Zionist institution, as a matter of fact, because it simply couldn't be, because Zionism as a concept, as an ideology, had not existed at that fucking point, ironically enough. The board became more prominent in British society in the early 20th century due to its support of refugees, notably leading to the ultimately failed campaign against the Aliens Act 1905. However, by 1930s, the board's position has shifted to a more assimilationist position in order to improve the perception of Jews among the non-Jewish British population, including adopting a position on non-Zionism. In 1933, Neville Lasky was elected as the board's president and called for Jews to give overriding consideration of duty and loyalty to the United Kingdom. However, the stance of the board once again had shifted in 1939 with the election of President Selig Brodetsky, who was described by the Jewish Telegraphic Agency as the foremost Zionist in Great Britain. As of 2024, the board has continued to hold a Zionist position. So for hundreds of fucking years, this goddamn institution was doing, of course, like this now Zionist institution, was of course a non-Zionist institution, was an anti-Zionist institution. Because it sincerely cared about the interests of Jews. Every single Jewish institution, and even the entire religion pretty much, for at least the secular wing, has turned into a project to uphold Zionism. Okay? There are plenty of Jews who obviously do not subscribe to this mentality. There's plenty of Jews who say, this doesn't represent me. Those Jews are cast aside. All of the institutions that are supposed to be defending Jews do not end up defending Jews at all, but simply defend Israel and Israel's interests. And all of these free expression defenders on the right and the far right are celebrating, including Nick fucking Fuentes. It's so crazy to me that Nicholas Fuentes, a straight up avowed neo-Nazi, is constantly finding himself handshaking with the Israeli government and its actions of censorship. How strange, how interesting that Nick fucking Fuentes is always at the scene of the crime. He has no motion in this process, obviously. He has no power here. But it is very strange to see him with regular frequency defend Zionist instruments of censorship every single time. Every single fucking time, dude. Man, defend yourself once without justifying yourself? Wait, what? What are you... What? Okay. Please. Explain what you mean, chatter. How... What... Yeah, GB News is a far right outlet. Obviously, it's like the Fox News of the UK. Let's take a look.
Viewers and listeners aren't familiar with him. He's this isn't an insult or an exaggeration. He's a far left communist here in the United States. Massive following online, millions of followers. He talks about how landlords should be slaughtered in the street if they keep their properties empty. He praises Hamas. He said that America deserved 9/11. He was due to be speaking in the UK at a festival next week. I think it was Thursday. The Late Show Live was the first to report on that fact, and I was basically saying on my show a few weeks ago, this week, that look, if you're going to ban,
you deserve better, buddy. You make no sense. Okay, explain your position.
The UK government, all these right-wingers from coming to the UK for the Unite the Kingdom march, and indeed Kanye West from the Wireless Festival, then you need to ban this guy as well, Hasan Piker. I've got an update on that front. First of all, before I reveal the update, let me just give you a flavour of what this guy is about. This is Hasan Piker today confirming to his millions of audience, of fans, that he'd been banned from the UK. Take a look.
Dear Hasan Doan Piker, your UK ETA has been cancelled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision. Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled does not mean you will be refused a visa. I genuinely, listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham, and all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline, okay? This is why I constantly reiterate that fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty. And things are going to get even worse from here on out. Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks.
So that was Piker revealing today he has been banned from the UK. Good news, I think, in light of banning the Conservatives. Let me ask the audience and the viewers. I'm going to show you a selection of clips now of things Hasan Piker has said. Decide for yourself whether you think he should have been banned from the UK. This is Hasan Piker saying that the United States deserved 9/11.
Oh my God.
America deserved.
And then it's always the clip compies, dude. It's like, here we go. Here we go. Clip chimp time. It's like America deserved 9/11. God, it's just so annoying.
The United States deserved 9/11.
Okay,
America
okay. What else are they using?
And this is Hasan Piker.
Like, why would you care? You're in the UK. Why would you give a shit about what I've said as an American citizen in the United States of America? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Expressing sympathy for Hamas. Take a look.
Therefore, I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Houthi would do. My favorite flag, Hezbollah. Bangers. Bangers after bangers. I don't give a fuck. What is this? What, like, the one that annoys me, is the America Deserved 9/11 one, because like I've already described what it is, what I meant, right? And I did this back in fucking 2019. Okay? Back in goddamn 2019. All the other stuff, the recent things, like I don't have any issue with that. What do you mean? You're gonna, like, I can't even say that I think the Hezbollah flag looks cool. What is that? Like, why would that in any way, shape, or form be completely ridiculous? It's 100% protected free expression. 100%. And yeah, guess what? After I said all of those things, I freely traveled to the United Kingdom. I freely traveled to the United Kingdom after saying those things. Every single one of those clips, with the exception of the Pod Save America one, is a clip from before, so long ago that I had said those things and freely traveled during a fucking Tory government too.
And finally, this is Hasan Piker commenting on landlords who keep their properties empty.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those. Murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
So there we go.
They love using this shit as though this is a sincere advocacy and not me just fucking LARPing with a dude that I was friends with at the time. That one is from literally a 2018 clip. Okay. It's unbelievably insincere. Also, given the current state of affairs in the United Kingdom, I feel like you probably shouldn't be posting that. Yeah, this is just a Destiny clip compilation. We can move on. Yeah, it is. The alternative to everything you're saying in these clips is genocide and settler colonial pogroms. Yeah, none of these are the reasons why I'm not, being barred entry into the fucking country. These are just like additional things that they throw on the pile to justify it, because they recognize that it's they recognize that it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good that like a bunch of Israel advocacy organizations decided to fucking bar me entry into the goddamn country. What does this say, Hasan? Don't worry about that dude that was harassing you in New Jersey. That dude is a known bum and he used to sell dubs outside of Supreme. He's a straight loser. I mean, I assumed that he was, but I'm not worried about any of those fucking losers whatsoever. They're little creatures. Bottom feeders for the most part. Reddit is insanely toxic over all this too. Dude, I'm telling you, I think it's the Hasbro machine. I think the Hasbro machine has been cranked to 11. They know that they can't put the toothpaste back in the tube and everybody fucking despises Israel. So what they're trying to do is, instead of saying like Israel is great, actually, they're trying to attack every single prominent critic of Israel and punish them, right? Punish people like myself, punish people like Jank, punish even Tucker Carlson and numerous others. Basically, what they've decided is increase Islamophobia, foment Islamophobia to the best of your ability, and also attack critics of Israel. Actually, on Reddit GeoPolls, you had 71% support over this ban. What is this? I'm voting no on. Wait, dude, this has 46 upvotes, dude. This has 46 upvotes. Who gives a fuck about Reddit GeoPoll? Actually, on Reddit GeoPolls, you had 71% support over this ban. It doesn't mean anything. Do you not think it's wrong? I have an issue with Fuentes saying Nazis and Hitler were cool, though. Are you making a comparison between Hezbollah, a paramilitary group designed expressly with the express purpose of defending Lebanese territory from the unjustifiable colonial expansion of the Israeli state, to the motherfucking Nazis? Are you stupid? Is your brain not functioning? I know why you made that comparison. Nick Fuentes is a fucking neo-Nazi who doesn't just say Hitler was cool. He also denies the Holocaust and then at times says more of it should have happened. Okay? If you're making a comparison between the Holocaust and Hezbollah, or the Nazis and Hezbollah, you're a fucking moron. What is with this fucking blanket neutrality? Ironically enough, Nick Fuentes doesn't support Hezbollah or Hamas in any shape or form. Says they're terrorist groups and they're scary Muslims all the fucking time, as a matter of fact. He likes Nazis. I don't. Look, the last month's initiatives is for all the fucking crayon-eating morons to basically offer this kind of blanket neutrality. To go, oh, well, I guess he is the left's Nick Fuentes. And a lot of dumbasses eat that fucking bait. Be smarter. What the fuck is going on? Be a little bit more intelligent. Please take a deep breath and think, is a militant resistance front that is defending its own homeland against foreign occupiers the same as the fucking neo-Nazi scourge, or the same as the Nazi scourge? If anything, the closest association you could have to the Nazis in modern day is the Israeli force. Okay? Not the people fighting against Israel. It's Israel. Israel's the one doing a fucking genocide. Yeah, look at this fucking dickhead. Like, he says I support terrorism. Yeah, this y'all favorite fucking anti-Zionist hero? The guy who says the Palestinian resistance and the Lebanese resistance are terrorists. That's your guy. He is literally the same as Randy Fine, okay? The only difference is Randy Fine is a Jewish supremacist, and Nick Fuentes, despite being Mexican, is a white supremacist. That's it. They have the exact same fucking criticisms. Our job is to make sure that normies who question Israel become ideologically captured by the right. Yeah. Yeah, if you're wondering why it feels like everyone got more insane, Israel just quintupled its PR budget to $730 million. Experts say it won't work. Bro, if you show me another fucking Spencer Pratt clip, I'm gonna literally put you on a rocket ship into outer space. Do you understand me? I don't give a fuck about Spencer fucking Pratt, dude. Jesus Christ. Who cares about that fucking dumbass, dude? Are you fucking serious? Oh my God, Spencer Pratt is using you to attack Nithya Raman. What are you, fucking delusional? Yeah. He's shoving crystals in his ass. He's obviously not, he doesn't have any fucking mental clarity. Unfortunately, for all of us, we now live in a universe where there are a decent number of reactionary fucking baboons that live in the United States of America, even in places like California, Los Angeles, who look at a guy who shoves crystals up his fucking asshole and go, that's my guy. Oh, bet. Is he a crazy fucking Timu version of Donald Trump? Well, I'm going to vote for that guy. Fuck. Will you be mean to more British people now that you're not allowed? No, I won't, because they have to live with this government, dude. I feel fucking terrible. I see this struggle in the as the same, as one and the same. We are going through the same exact fucking problems here in the United States of America. They have it worse because they don't even have the First Amendment, so they can't even like entertain some kind of constitutional protection.
Very special guest this morning, founder of TYT, Cenk Uygur, who has a little personal story that he would like to share with our audience because it certainly has relevance to, I think, all of us. Cenk, great to see you as always.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, so tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, so I went to the airport yesterday. I'm going to London. I'm going to speak, or was going to speak at South by Southwest London, and then in Oxford a couple of times. One speech by myself, and then one speech with my nephew, Hasan Piker. Was going to be a kind of an interesting moment. My sister was coming. It's a good moment for her, right? And I get to the airport, and they tell me that I've been rejected by the British government, and they won't let me board the plane. And I honestly had no idea what they were talking about in the beginning. I'm like, what do you mean? No, I already have a visa. And they're like, sorry, the British government says you're not allowed in the country. And only 20 minutes later did I see the article from Times of London explaining why. Although we all knew, didn't we? I mean, at first I thought it was like a bureaucratic snafu. Right. Then when I realized it was an active decision, we all knew that Israel had made it. And then, of course, ironically, they said, well, you say that Western governments control Israel. Israel controls the Western governments too much. So since Israel controls us, you're now banned.
On behalf of Israel, we are going to ban you for saying that Israel has so much influence on our governments. And I mean, it's crazy because, well, do you know anything specific about what you said that they found to be so objectionable? You and, by the way, Hasan, also banned from the country, going to speak also at South by Southwest and with you at Oxford. Do you have any specifics about what it is that the two of you have said that's just so unconscionable that you can't even be allowed on British soil?
Yeah, I mean, that's, first of all, let's note that I think we're the only family that has been banned from Britain, had two family members banned from Britain. So I guess that makes us the most dangerous family in British history. I don't know. This is so hilarious and absurd. But at the same time, look, when I got that news at the airport, I felt like a little bit of my freedom had been taken away, my freedom of movement, and it didn't feel good. And we can't have our open societies not be open anymore. And so this is outrageous. So they said, Crystal, that according to the Times of London, because they've never talked to me directly, that I said that Israel controls the American Congress because they've given the most in this last election cycle, the Israeli lobby has. And they said that's incorrect. That's actually correct. That is a factual statement. So they literally banned me for saying something that is true. So theoretically, almost every news person should be banned. Although, to be fair, as most of them are mainstream media, and so they don't state that fact. They hide that fact. But yeah, and by the way, where do I get it from? From a British publication. The Guardian said that 94% of Congress has gotten campaign contributions from the Israeli lobby. That is a stunning number. They're also the #1 lifetime donor to Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Mike Johnson. So to say that the Israeli lobby does not have influence or massive influence or really control when they win every single vote in Congress would be to be counterfactual. So it doesn't get any more absurd than being banned for saying things that are empirically true.
Here's the other thing. Why do they care? If you say something about Israel controlling you of Congress, you didn't say, I mean, maybe you said Parliament, although it might be true too now. In this particular case, to ban, you're a United States citizen. I don't even check about visa when I go to the UK, okay? It's visa upon arrival. It's so-called special, last time I went, you didn't even need to talk to anybody. You just scan your passport and you can walk in to the city of London. And so you get there to the airport, you find out you're being banned, you have no communication, but let's take it a step further. I believe our vice president criticized European governments for heavily censoring their own citizens. I agree with that criticism. Has anybody from the State Department reached out on your behalf to make sure you're going to facilitate your entry into...
What a joke. The American State Department. See, that's the other side of this story. That's really interesting. That's the other side of the story that's interesting. This is a violation of American hegemony, right? We are supposed to have a special relationship with the UK where American citizens can easily and freely travel to the UK and not worry about any sort of impediment, right? So at the behest of Israel, the UK is even violating the power of the American passport. Any true America firster in this circumstance would be unbelievably frustrated at this prospect. And they don't give a shit because America first means being servile to the state of Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it.
To the UK?
No, not yet. So I'll tell you, the one guy who has done something is, you're not going to be shocked, Ro Khanna. He's already on it, and he's reached out to the British ambassador and asking for an answer. And I am curious about it because there is no logical answer here for why I've been banned. I mean, they try to pretend that it's anti-Semitism, but I've never said anything anti-Semitic. So they're like, well, I guess your criticism of Israel is by definition anti-Semitic. But if that's true, then you're literally going to have to ban billions of people from Great Britain because that's who is critical of Israel. Over 61% of this country is critical of Israel. Mm-hmm. So what level of absurdity are we going to? And to your point, Sagar, there's this phrase thrown around, special ally. They say it about Israel, and sometimes they say it about the UK. And so and you're right, I never said anything about the British Parliament. I never said anything about the British government. So they're not banning me for criticizing the British government, although I do now. So congrats.
And you should. Yeah.
Yeah. And I made factual statements about the American government. That's why I got banned. But wait a minute. So apparently Israel is such a special ally of Britain that they'll even ban Americans. Like, we are an inferior ally to Israel, apparently, because American citizens will get banned if they so much as criticize the most special ally of all for apparently almost all Western governments. So how is this not absurd, guys? I mean, look, one more thing about that. Israel's population is almost identical to the population of Papua New Guinea.
Right.
So if anyone was being banned for criticizing Papua New Guinea, it would be obviously irrational, like the most ludicrous thing you've ever heard. And they say, nope. When you do it about Israel, it makes sense. It doesn't. It's not normal. It's super weird. And it gives the game away. It's a mask off moment.
Yeah, well, and I followed your coverage long enough to know that, there are a lot of countries that you've been critical of. I'm sure you've been critical of Russia, Saudi Arabia. No one says, oh, you're critical of Saudi Arabia, so you're anti-Muslim or you're Islamophobic. Nobody says, oh, you're critical of Russia, so you're anti-Christian. No one says, oh, you can't come to my country because you said something mean about a different nation. And with Israel, look, we listened to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, say, hey, part of the reason we're in this war here is because we knew Israel was going to attack Iran and we couldn't or wouldn't stop them. So that's why we're in the war. We heard Donald Trump say something very similar, that we were in this war with Iran because of Israel and others in the Gulf who wanted us to be in this war. So you are just echoing the words that are literally coming from the leaders of this country.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It would be hilarious though if they banned Donald Trump. They're saying that that Israel. You said Israel controls you, so
Yeah, none of this stuff is going to happen. Okay, obviously, this is Donald Trump is the biggest dick rider of Israel. I mean, I know Cenk is making a joke. Several pro-Palestinians shared today that have been banned from entering the UK. I never wanted to talk about this because I'm not the story Gaza is, but amid the bans on Hasan Piker and Cenk Uyghur, I was listed and canceled way earlier. Cambridge Uni submitted. This is the Labour government. It's here for Israel, not their people. One of the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracies is the idea that Jews control the media, Jews control the government. I don't believe this, right? I don't advocate for that theory at all. But when Jewish advocacy groups that are actually pro-Israel advocacy groups that only care about advancing the interests of Zionism, advancing the interests of the Israeli state, are actively able to make these sorts of decisions while simultaneously forcibly packaging this relationship between Judaism and Zionism, this false conflation, that's the lesson that you're teaching people. That's the lesson that you're teaching people. You're educating people to be anti-Semitic. This doesn't change my calculation, nor the way I speak on these issues, regardless, because I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone is monolithic, and Jews are not monolithic either. I think these are Jewish institutions that are cynically advancing this cause, thinking that this kind of state-enforced repression will somehow magically turn the clock back, will somehow make Israel a more palatable country to align with. It's doing the exact opposite, okay? Which is ironically exactly what I spoke about at the Oxford Union speech that I delivered last time I was in the fucking UK. When I could travel to the United Kingdom unimpeded. They didn't do it back then when there was probably a lot more motion and a lot more charitability to the demands institutions like this would be making. Jewish institutions like this would be making that are Israel first, Zionist institutions. That's what's so interesting about it. They're doing it now when Israel's unpopularity is at its fucking peak, when everybody understands that if you dare to criticize the nation state of Israel for doing a genocide, for being an apartheid, immediately they're like, you're a dangerous anti-Semite and you should not be able to travel to the fucking UK. And you celebrate this shit. ADL, America's most prominent organization combating anti-Semitism, is described as Hasan Piker's record of support for designated terrorist organizations with derogatory rhetoric about Jews represents a dangerous pattern. Yeah. Hasan Piker has also described how he does not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Yes. Yes. As a resistance front, that's what Hezbollah is doing. What do you want me to say? That they're bad? That they're doing a tremendous wrong? As Israel is literally talking about leveling Beirut suburbs? As Israel is leveling Beirut suburbs? Fuck you. Of course I stand by that. Argue on the basis of truth instead of just fucking hysterically yelling. When you have no argument, you silence the opposition. When you have no argument, you can't say a damn thing in favor of Israel. You just turn around and demand its critics be silenced. That's what's going on here. And with respect to Cenk, he doesn't do that, okay? I don't think Cenk has ever defended the Palestinian resistance or the Lebanese resistance or the Iranian axis of resistance. Does Lebanon not have a right to defend itself? Is Israel the only country that has a right to defend itself? British actor Raoul Coley comments on the decision by UK Labour government to revoke Hasan Piker's visa. Yo, why the fuck is the UK government revoked Hasan Piker's visa? This is absurd. Incredibly disappointing to see this for my country. Fuck them and fuck Labour. Yeah. How do you feel about TYT's willingness to associate with Carlson and Owens? I don't care. I don't care. Okay. It's their goals. They have a different method. They have a different attitude about it all. I'm a little bit more restrained and a little bit more skeptical of far right reactionaries that have turned on the nation state of Israel after defending it their whole careers. It's fine. It's not a deal breaker for me. I don't personally think it's genuine. I don't personally think it's genuine, but it's not a deal breaker for me that other people think that this is a appropriate way to go about it. Having said that, however, look at Cenk. With all the inroads that he's made with right-wingers, it's not like they're fucking defending him either. Or even if some of them are, it's not changing the situation at all for him. Now, one might make the argument, as I'm sure many have, even on the left, the Groyperified left, say, oh, Hasan, you've always engaged in Jewish supremacy and Jewish exceptionalism because you criticize anti-Semitism as a bigotry, as a dangerous form of bigotry. Well, look how far that got you. Those people don't understand. I don't combat anti-Semitism because I'm paying the piper. I combat anti-Semitism because I think anti-Semitism, just like every other form of bigotry, is still repugnant. Okay? That's it. It's so strange that there are people out there who legitimately are like, oh, dude, look at you. You won't call out the Jews. You won't call out the Jews. You won't say it's the Jews that are doing this to you. Well, yeah, because I'm not a fucking child. I'm not a fucking idiot. This is fascism, okay? That's what this is. It's Jewish fascism to a certain degree, absolutely. Jewish supremacy plays a formative role in Zionism. Zionism is fascism. And its expression is certainly defended by a lot of Jewish fascists. It's not like Jews are incapable of being fascist. But the same goes for Christian Zionists as well. Zionism is a supremacist ideology, a Jewish supremacist ideology that is inherently racist. And here, look no further than what took place at the Israel parade yesterday. This is why I say liberal Zionism is still an expression of fascism. Why? Because you have the so-called liberal Zionists like Chuck Schumer standing side by side with ultra-Zionists like Bezalel Smotrich, right? That's why liberal Zionism is inherently contradictory. It's like saying liberal Nazism. Because at the end of the day, when it fucking matters, at the end of the day, when where it actually matters, you have no functional difference when you're defending the nation state of Israel doing a genocide as a liberal Zionist than Bezalel Smotrich, who supports it to the fucking hilt. Yeah, Kathy Hochul, Chuck Schumer, Letitia James. If Nazis are marching in your parade, it's a Nazi parade. Democrats participated in a Nazi parade yesterday. The idea that, Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, has a fundamentally different worldview than Bezalel Smotrich doesn't fucking matter. At least Brad Lander is maintaining some semblance of integrity here by refusing to fucking participate in the Israel parade. You know what I mean? Shame on everyone that went to this parade. Shame on them. Far too many liberals would rather be Nazis than communists. I think that is becoming quite clear. Yes. But this is exactly what happened. This is exactly what happened. last time fascism took root. Okay, 100 years past the point of the DC March in 1925, you know, or the night at Madison Square Garden. Yes, Jeet here is correct. Liberal Zionism is a contradiction. Because at the end of the day, it's still Zionism, right? And Zionism is racism. Zionism is fascism. But most people cannot argue against that position. So they just go, how dare you say a Jewish person could be a fascist? What the fuck are you talking about? Of course a Jewish person can be a fascist. Anyone can be a fascist, man. How dare you say the Jewish state could do a genocide? Well, they are. What do you want me to say? To deny that reality? To deny what I'm seeing with my own two fucking eyes? What everyone can see? How stupid. Where is our buy-in for this? Why should we buy into this lie? First and foremost, we must always seek truth from facts, okay? And we must always say the truth. Bezalel Smotrich calls himself a fascist. So what are you defending? Would you rather sit in a room of 10,000 communists or a single Nazi? What kind of stupid question is this? We're both proud Jewish New Yorkers, but there are sharp and clear differences between us on Israel and Palestine. For example, Dan Goldman marched alongside war criminal Bezalel Smotrich yesterday, who called it just and moral to starve Gaza. I did not. One more, I've been calling for an end to Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza since 1990. I've never heard him use the word occupation in this context. Yeah. Has anyone done a detailed analysis on quantum Zionism as an overall PR strategy? Israel is both an abstract moral idea and a state in urgent need of F-35s. It's a democracy, but an explicit ethno-supremacist state. It's interchangeable with Jewish identity, then it isn't. This march had a who's who of genocidal freaks and open racists leading the pack, self-ID'd fascists who are presently in the government. If you are marching alongside them, you are not marching alongside an abstract ideal. You are marching alongside war criminals. If pro-Israel liberals oppose these open racists and reactionaries, then why not boycott the march until they're purged from it? Why just shrug and quibble afterwards with no true Scotsman hand-waving? Between chauvinist solidarity and liberalism, they repeatedly choose the former. Whenever pro-Israel liberals are forced to take a position, whenever there's a collapse of the political wave function, they choose to arm, fund, and defend the far right they allegedly oppose. This matters far more than the cloudy, purely rhetorical liberal hand-wringing. And the thing is, it doesn't work on anyone. This contradiction only forces people to take more black and white stances on it, okay? And the black and white stances, given all of the messaging that people are inundated with, the false conflation between Israel and Judaism in American news by Jews and non-Jews that defend Israel, teaches everyone to take a black and white stance against not just Israel, but Israel as a Jewish state and Jews that defend Israel as the purest expression of Judaism. You can't keep teaching people this lesson and expect them not to turn on Jews. Okay? You keep telling them that it is Jews actually, or rather, when in a moment of opportunity, you only then turn around and say, how dare you say Israel is the Jewish state? What do you mean? Well, people hear you say Israel is the Jewish state over and over again. People hear you say, if you criticize Israel, you're criticizing all Jews. What do you expect the average person that hasn't bought into Zionism as a concept, as an ideology that must be defended, to think? What do you expect? Of course people are going to learn that lesson, especially when you also routinely fucking attack people who don't make that conflation, people who fight against that conflation. You are actively trying to design discourse to churn out anti-Semitism as the highest expression of anti-Zionism, and you're not going to like the results. Okay? You're not going to fucking like the results. There's going to be a turning point where people go, all right, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I supposed to care about this? And you're doing it at a time when there's plenty of disagreement amongst American Jews. So I always repeat this. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, you also have a very important mission. Okay? You have to be loud and proud and fight back against your institutions that you're a part of, your communities that you're a part of, that is singular in their expression when it comes to defending Israel's actions, that consistently says Judaism and Zionism are tied to one another. Okay? They're inseparable, because all of that plays into the hands of Nazis. All of that plays into the hands of fascists. Right now, we have Jewish fascism that is Zionist on one side, and we have anti-Semitic fascism that is growing once again. Okay? You are feeding into anti-Semitic fascism. You will not like the results. If anti-Zionism is an inevitability, do you want that to be a pure expression of anti-genocide, anti-imperialism, or do you want that to be an anti-Semitic version? Because if you don't mind it being an anti-Semitic version now, you might mind it later down the line. It's fucking insane. I can't believe people don't see this reality. Mr. Piker was Mr. Uyghur's nephew, who had been set to speak at South by South of the London Festival, said on social media that he had been barred from entering Britain at the behest of Israel. The festival did not respond to a request for comment. Israel's embassy in London declined a request for comment. Mr. Piker has denied accusations of anti-Semitism in the past, saying this criticism of Israel confined to the country's government and not directed at Jews broadly. On his podcast, Mr. Piker has said that Hamas-led attacks was a direct consequence of actions by the Israeli and U.S. governments. The decision to block Mr. Uyghur and Mr. Piker comes at a fraught time for the British government, which is trying to balance fears of rising anti-Semitism with debates about free speech in the social media age. It follows the move in April to deny Ye, the American rapper formerly known as Kanye West, because of his history of anti-Semitic comments. Racial and religious attacks are on the rise in Britain. Last month, the commander of Iran-backed militia was charged in the United States with overseeing a spate of arson attacks against British Jews and Jewish sites. A Jewish protection group in Britain, the Community Security Trust, said in an email statement on Monday that it welcomed the decision to block Mr. Piker. While criticism of Israel is entirely legitimate, Piker has a record that goes far beyond robust or controversial political speech, the group said, adding that his language risks fueling anti-Semitism. At a time of record levels of anti-Semitism in the UK, it is right. Oh, God, of course the New York Times is just like covering this and being like, and you know what? These guys are right. This is what I'm talking about. This is precisely what I'm talking about. David Taylor, a lawmaker for the governing Labour Party in Britain, also supported the decision to bar Mr. Piker, writing on social media on Monday. There's no reason to open our doors to those who speak to hate, spread hate and division, but two high-profile figures of the British left who have both been critical of Israel, Zach Polanski, leader of the Green Party, and Jeremy Corbyn, a former Labour leader who now heads an upstart leftist party, condemned the move. In a post on social media, Mr. Corbyn called it an attack on the freedom to criticize Israel and an absurd and cowardly decision from an increasingly authoritarian government. Britain has attracted criticism from American thinkers on both the right and left for the country's rules on freedom of expression. Britain does not have an equivalent of the First Amendment, which sanctifies free speech in the United States, but is a member of the European Convention of Human Rights, which contains a provision guaranteeing free speech. The free speech debate in Britain intensified in 2024 after anti-immigrant riots that prompted British courts to hand down jail sentences for those who made inflammatory posts on social media. Activists in Britain have also been fighting a legal battle against the British government over the arrest of peaceful protesters who carry signs in support of a pro-Palestine organization, Palestine Action, that the authorities have labeled a terrorist group. Would it change anything if U.S. politicians protested this decision? Polanski, Corbyn, and Sultana are doing that. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't expect the fucking Democrats to let a peep on this. Okay? I mean, they haven't done shit. I would be shocked. It would be a welcomed, it would be a welcome surprise. Okay? Idea. What if we focus on maintaining the historic security Jews have enjoyed in America during my lifetime rather than undermining that security by tying our forces to a rogue far-right ethno-state that has an active self-interest in stoking more anti-Semitism in our country. Yeah. If anything, prominent Democrats that speak on this issue will probably be the likes of Josh Gottheimer, who will turn around and say, we should do the same here in the United States of America. Fuck the First Amendment. Why have 2 U.S. commentators been banned from entering the UK? There's an explainer. Piker, 34, Uyghur's nephew. How are they banned? Home Office confirmed the electronic travel authorization. There's no official on the record statement, but it's understood that both men have been blocked because of concerns they would exacerbate anti-Semitism. See, the thing is, there is a wave of insincere commentary that has come from the right on this issue leading up to this very moment. If you go on Google right now and you search Hasan Piker, you only see right-wing commentary leading up to this moment, and now, you know, the final goal of that right-wing commentary, the association of my commentary with anti-Semitism, that I'm a dangerous radical. And to the average normie who doesn't fucking pay close attention to this stuff, obviously, on the one hand, if they're anti-Israel, they look at this stuff and they go, all right, they're doing the same damn thing over and over again. It doesn't fucking matter. But there are still plenty of normies. I've seen liberals saying you aren't banned, you just need to apply for a visa. Can you address this talking point? Yes, it's an unbelievably stupid talking point. They denied me a 6-month ETA visa. Why the fuck do you think they would actually give me another visa? It's just a way to say, oh, we are not permanently denying you entry into the country. You can apply for a different visa right now. Can you guys not comprehend how this stuff works? Like, is it really difficult for you to close your eyes and imagine that this is obviously a secondary waste of time, a separate hurdle? They've already denied me entry into the country for the upcoming week. I was supposed to be there on Tuesday. There's no expedited process where they would say yes. It's just a bunch of fucking bad faith actors claiming that this is not a true denial, that there is actually a way to do it. Well, there's no way to do it for this fucking week. Stop yelling at your chat. No, be smarter. Be smarter, please. This is a talking point. Everyone with a brain cell understands what's going on. These guys are just trying to find an alternative to be like, no, actually, they didn't ban him from entering the country, except they kind of did, and it's awesome, and that was good that they did. Will you still talk online to Zach? Oh, Polanski? Yes. Would you consider not publishing your travel plans next time? Buddy, it wasn't me publishing my travel plans. It was South by Southwest that invited me. I was going to do a bunch of other shit. I said yes to South by Southwest. They published it so they could fucking farm ticket sales off of my likeness, off of my image. Okay? And then that caused a lot of ire from Israel advocacy groups because it's a public program, right? And then they didn't even try to defend it at all. They just straight up were like, yeah, fuck off. You're done. Now they're using, dude, if one more person fucking says Breaking Points is using AI images of me on their thumbnails, I'm going to fucking lose it. Just stop. Eyes on the prize, man. That's irrelevant. That's a totally irrelevant point. Okay? It doesn't matter what they fucking used. Please, dude. Who cares? Huh. CNN wrote a positive headline about you? Yeah, I saw. Did South by Southwest pay you a fee? No, I don't do these kinds of speeches for money, dude. No, I was doing it for free 99. Yeah, I probably am going to do Oxford Union remotely. But it's not the same. It's just like kind of sucks when you do it. Like everything I do is technically a remote broadcast when I'm in the United States of America. British people can just like hear what I have to say and tune in all the time. It's because people are playing fast and loose, semantically saying an ETA isn't a visa, even though it's a literal type of visa, as if you were going there to vacation or something and didn't have engagements scheduled over months. Yes, they are trying to engage in a semantics argument to make it seem like, look, those people are presenting themselves as fucking idiots. But unfortunately, there are a lot of fucking idiots out there who will listen to that and go, oh, classic Hasan lying again, when the overwhelming commentary from every fucking media outlet is very clear cut on this issue, because the adults that are looking at the circumstance are recognizing that this is obviously a visa that was given to me by the British state that the Home Office revoked, because that's what happened. That's the normal way to acquire a visa to enter the United Kingdom from the United States of America. And in the past, you didn't even have to do that, as a matter of fact. We wanted to have our bases covered because we thought that the British government wouldn't be this cucked to Israel. I was wrong. So yeah, if you see, ETA is a new thing that passed this year. Before that, Americans didn't even need authorization. You just walked right in. You still don't technically need a traditional visa, so the fact that they revoked their ETA as an American is a big deal. Exactly. And it's funny because, like, Michael Knowles, who is a straight-up fascist, is also speaking at Oxford Union, but the British government doesn't give a fuck about that, obviously. You know what's really funny about this is that the American government, my government, right? My government is running around and saying that during the World Cup, during all these like international events that are going to be taking place in the United States of America over the summer, it's starting right now, they are going to stop random British people from entering the country and check their fucking social media. So British people are already worried. British people are already fucking worried about experiencing exactly what I just experienced. And there are British people out there who, on the one hand, are criticizing the American government's like ridiculous actions, ridiculous repression, ridiculous surveillance, while simultaneously celebrating the actions by the Labour government. More damning than Knowles? Yeah, I know. This too. As Hasan Piker and Jake Luger are denied entry into the UK, it's worth remembering that Isaac Herzog, accused of direct public incitement to commit genocide by the UN Commission of Inquiry report, was welcomed by Keir Starmer on the steps of number 10 in September. Yeah. Yeah, Canada has tried to do this to me, or Canadian groups like the Canadian APAC tried to do this to me to bar me from traveling into Canada. The Canadian government said, fuck off. I'm not so sure they'll say fuck off next time. Okay? That's the reality that we live in now. It's just like, sorry, Israel's got you in the fucking crosshairs. We're going to deny you the opportunity to travel with an American passport to countries where Americans have previously never been stopped from traveling. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. I know. We'll see. We'll see if I can go back to Canada. We'll see if I can go to Australia. Because they're a part of the Commonwealth. So whatever the UK's doing, they follow suit. And I don't know if things will change for the better, because I don't think things are changing for the better in the United States of America. That's what's so crazy. We are betraying fundamental principles of liberalism at the behest of Israel, man. It's crazy. At the behest of a fascist foreign government. What the fuck?
Hey guys, so I'm sitting here prepping for the show and eating, and Crystal tells me that Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur were both banned from the UK. Their visas were revoked. And the reason is they criticize Israel.
Dude, as a Muslim, I have to tell you this. You suck ass. Thanks, Chatter.
I wish I was kidding. I'm not. Did they try to, like, say, Crystal, that, oh, they're anti-Semitic or something like that?
I don't even think they said that. According to Cenk, they just said they didn't like that he said Israel controlled our government.
By the way,
What? No, Canadian APAC, American Israel PAC, is still not a Canadian institution. What are you talking about? You've been gaslit by the U.S. government from both sides as long as this platform has gained traction. You've fallen for the toxic MPD-style manipulation every time, to the point that I genuinely question if you're a willing participant. Get a real political strategist. South by Southwest is a Texas-based storefront for the U.S. to push its tech agenda, and new toys to the U.K. U.S.-based stakeholders made the call to ban you. Dude, what are you talking about? It was the British Home Office that fucking banned me from entering the country. What is this fucking schizo posting, dude? Yes, when I say Canadian APAC, I mean CIJA, okay? CIJA is the Canadian APAC, but I'm speaking to an American audience and saying Canadian APAC for them to understand. Everyone thinks they got mad clarity on this fucking issue, dude. Oh, you've been duped into thinking that South by Southwest is not the reason why I got fucking banned. I got banned by the British government. Do you guys not have the capacity to read? What is going on? There are literally chatters in here who just refuse to read the 750,000 articles that have been written about the British Home Office choosing to fucking deny me the visa that they gave me initially at the behest of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. And you're like, nah, dude, it's actually the tech CEOs that got this to take place. Like they did that. And it's like, no, they didn't. They did not. Read. Fuck.
Ironic way to react, because, like, you're just making his case more solid.
Correct.
Like, what a ridiculous. Oh, yeah, you're so out of bounds that I will do exactly the thing that you said I do. Like, what the fuck is this?
We'll show you by banning you from our country on behalf of Israel. We'll show you that Israel's not in charge.
Now, at the same time, Bezalel Smotrich, the genocidal freak from Israel, one of the top government officials, who said, like, all of Gaza should be destroyed. I mean, he's got, a litany of horrendous, disgusting statements. He was just in the U.S., in New York, for the Israel parade. So if you're following along here, genocidal criminals are apparently allowed in our country, but Hasan and Cenk can't go to the UK because they've said mean and accurate things about Israel. So, I mean, look, man, this is one of those things where it's like, the West, whatever the fuck that means, we're not free. We're not free. It's ludicrous at this point to call us free. Whether it's, going after Rumeysa Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil, going after the people who made jokes about Charlie Kirk, the 1,001 ways Trump has, like, sued the media and tried to silence the media for criticizing him. It's at the point now where it's like we've hit a tipping point. And I think it's fair to say we are in outright authoritarianism, not only in this country, but in the UK. And I should point out, this was the Labour government that did it in the UK. The Labour government. So what's supposed to be the nominally left-wing party just decided to ban Hasan and Cenk for criticizing Israel. In fact, Hasan, when he was going to the UK, one of the things he was going to do, among a bunch of things, is have some sort of event or do some sort of interview with Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of the Labour Party. But now the Keir Starmer's Labour Party is apparently so authoritarian and so anti-free speech and so anti-truth that you get banned for saying things that are just factually accurate. By the way, like, as I'm sure you guys know, I've heard Hasan do rants and Cenk do rants where they actually like stress the point that you cannot and should not blame all Jews for the actions of Israel. And they've explained that in phenomenal ways where there's no denying these people actually care about anti-Semitism, but they also are anti-genocide and anti-apartheid and anti-terrorism. But here we are, man. I really feel like the Israel lobby is sort of out over its skis here. You know, like, you've already lost the entire younger generation, and this is only going to like lock that in place and solidify it. It is wild to me that you can have stuff like this happen. You could have these like anti-BDS laws in America where you can't get a government contract if you criticize Israel. It's very strange, the like outright authoritarian extremist tactics that this government uses and this lobby uses to try to get their way. It really is. They really are like among the worst of the worst in terms of their impact on our politics. And the thing is now everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. You know, there's no way around it. You're not going to gaslight us out of the obvious truth that you guys have way too much money, way too much impact in our politics. And now it's at the point where, like, you know, well-meaning, left-leaning commentators can't even go into your country to give a speech. Like, and stop and think about this. So if you're in the UK, like, you could just turn on Twitch or go to YouTube and watch Hasan say the same things that he would say if he was giving speeches in the UK in person. Like, what do you, like, how are you, like, keeping the country safer or whatever fucking bullshit you want to peddle here? And the fact of the matter is, it's got nothing to do with that. They know it's got nothing to do with that. You are committing the ultimate sin and the ultimate crime if you criticize the Israeli terror rape state. Okay? That's how they view it. So we're going to try to censor you. We're going to try to silence you. And they're trying to lay a precedent here where it's like, if you're thinking about speaking out, if you're thinking about criticizing Israel, don't fucking do it. Shut the fuck up, or maybe your life gets ruined. Right? Maybe you can't go to these places that you want to go to because you dare to actually tell the truth about the genocide that we all witnessed with our own two eyes. So, I don't know, man. It's really dark and really disturbing to see even a labor government, right, who are supposed to nominally be the good guys. Even the labor government is now just going full, like, MAGA, authoritarian, fascist, and catering to, like, the worst government on earth. If I'm being honest, it really makes me think, like, they have insane dirt on Keir Starmer as well. Like, that's actually what this makes me think. In the same way that we know that, you know, Trump is blackmailed with the Epstein files and they got all sorts of dirt on him, and I'm sure we don't know the half of it at this point. It makes me think that they have something really, really dark and disgusting and disturbing on Keir Starmer. Because this is like, on top of being stupid and wrong, it's also kind of humiliating. It's also humiliating. So anyway, solidarity with Hasan, solidarity with Cenk. I genuinely find this crazy. And I'm, you know, me and Chris are looking at each other like, I guess we're banned from there too, probably. You know, like, if we were to try to go, it'd probably be the same shit, right? Maybe we're fortunate enough because there hasn't been as many negative headlines about us, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Give maybe a year or two more before there's just as many, like, outrage headlines about me or you as there is about Hasan, you know?
We gotta get to work.
So, yeah, truly. But I would say to Hasan, where does a badge of honor, you know? Where does a badge of honor? This is one of those things that, like, they write about it in the history books. And they say, like, yeah, this is when everybody lost their fucking minds. And they went full authoritarian to protect the world's most depraved, genocidal, terror rape state that's currently committing multiple genocides and fighting on 7 fronts. So, where does a badge of honor? But what a dark, dark world that we live in, man.
Surprisingly, the Robbie Suave guy defended you. I mean, there is a limit to it, right? People have to maintain their dignity, right? They have to maintain their credibility. So defending the British government's like arbitrary restrictions against free expression of this sort is going to make you look like a fucking clown ass.
I tell you who's not.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why they a lot of these guys that normally lean into these ridiculous smears, these ridiculous criticisms, have to still turn around and say, "Well, this is a bridge too far." You know. Could have been worse. Giannis got banned from entering Germany physically or digitally. What do you mean, dude? It's just, this is it. This is the same shit. What are you talking about?
Coming back here.
Who's not coming back, Sean?
Cenk Uyghur or Hasan Piker's nephew.
Yeah, sad.
It is quite sad. They were meant to be speaking at South by Southwest.
Controversial.
Go on.
South by Southwest on the BDS list, I believe.
Last year it was because of the sponsors. This year it isn't.
Is it not?
No.
Oh.
I think the sponsor last year was oh God, I can't remember.
I'm wondering, the thing everyone is not aware, they probably have access to everything everywhere, which is scary, but like there's a reason all those data centers are being built, right? It's not just processing. I'm wondering how disconnected your speaking and mouth are from thought processes. Dude, what's going on with the schizo left today? What's happening? Why? What's going on? Why are there so many schizo posters in the chat? Did you guys like all collectively forget to take your medication this morning? The fuck's happening, dude? Big turnout today for all the schizos.
But they had shares in Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Which was what the controversy was.
Was it the company that owns Gales?
I don't think it was that distant. Gales...
Yeah, because it's a hedge fund that owns Gales, isn't it? And I think the hedge fund also invested in Lockheed Martin or something.
Yeah. So yeah, last night it would have been the evening in America. Cenk Uyghur tweets saying that he has been banned from the United Kingdom. He's had his visa revoked for his views. In the Times, it said that the UK government's defense was that granting him his visa would be more harm than good.
Now, not conducive to the public good, I believe, is the...
Not conducive to the public good,
I believe is the line that they use. But it's, for balance, it is the same stock line that they use whenever they ban anyone from coming to the UK. That's on it's a version of an electronic visa that if you're famous and you're speaking at something in the UK, you can basically come and go to the UK for a period of 18 months to 2 years, as much as you want. And they both had that, basically. And it is the same stock response when they were banning the far-right speakers from speaking at the United Kingdom rally a couple of weeks ago.
When they were banning people like Tyler, the Creator, a couple of years ago. When Theresa May banned Tyler, the Creator, Snoop Dogg.
But the same when they ban hate preachers. Like, it's just the same loophole that they use for...
Big Maoist communist left Instagram saying you support Bezos and like AI, so I guess this is the feds reveal themselves moments for the AstroTurf. You're not a real leftist puppet accounts. Bro, I could get fucking shot by the fascist paramilitary and these guys would be like, he did it on purpose. You see, I'm the true leftist. Like what's left? Like state imprisonment by the fascist government? Like barring my travel, ridiculous fucking subpoenas coming from the American government to silence political dissidents. And these guys literally still turn around and go, nah, dude, unlike me, a real leftist, this guy is a fucking phony. And then they just make shit up. Why can't you have a valid criticism? People have valid criticisms of you, and what you're saying right now is a way to deflect instead of interact with it. Ego trip. This is what I mean. Bruddy, time and place. What's the valid criticism? That I'm too in support of anti-Zionists in the Democratic Party? That I want to fucking put anti-Zionists into power? To have a crumb of political power and expression? within the American administration. So there are some fucking allies that can at least create some hurdles. You disagree with that. That's fine. Okay. It's not a valid criticism. You're just kind of silly. You have a very silly way of going about things. It's not like I'm saying don't fucking go out and demonstrate. I'm out there in the fucking streets. I'm there demonstrating too. What's the valid criticism? Stop being fucking vague. This is what I mean when I say Israel has to be funding these. In the Hasbara budget, there had to have been some money for the new wave of true expressions of anti-Zionism revolve around attacking other prominent critics of Israel that are being literally fucking attacked by numerous Western states for their critique of the Zionist entity. It has to be, right? Motherfucker, I got a fucking congressional bill condemning me. The right wing, a bipartisan congressional bill demanding I get deplatformed. The fucking American fascist state actively coming after me with ridiculous lawfare. The British government turning around and saying you can't travel to the country because of your fucking commentary against Israel. And you still turn around and you're like, no, we got valid critiques, bro. You're deflecting it away. Or maybe you're out of your fucking mind or potentially paid by the state of Israel to constantly behave like a wrecker. What I'm telling you is when you say I could get shot, people say I'm doing it on purpose is nonsense, a way to protect your ego. No one would say that. Yes, they are. They are doing it right now because this is the one step removed from being fucking shot by the fascists. I just gave you 3 clear-cut examples. The one that remains is directly going to prison or being killed. That's it. What more remains here? What more remains? With your estimation, what more could the state fucking do? They could jail me right now or kill me. So if you're doing it at this point, if you're still going, nah, these are valid criticisms actually that you're deflecting away, then it's very clear. You're not a serious person. I swear to God, this has to be an infiltration. IG post aimed at CIA left comms LARPing as leftists. What? What is this? Be radicalized into a life of care? What the fuck is this? Environmental collapse. Collaboration is not canonization. What is this? We need to have imperfect allies. Wait, oh, this is just saying that I'm an imperfect ally and everybody needs to calm down. I gotta stop looking at Instagram regardless. Yeah, motherfuckers would be like, I got valid criticisms of you. Brother, wake up. The forces with actual power that you claim to oppose are coming after me because they despise you, okay? The specific valid criticism is who you choose to promote. Yeah, do you mean fucking AOC? Because I'm not promoting AOC. She's promoting me, you fucking idiot. Again, I don't have the power there. She does. She's not only a congressperson, but one of the most powerful, one of the most popular congresspersons in the Democratic Party. Bernie Sanders, is that who you're saying? The literal most popular congressperson in the United States of America, in spite of our disagreements on the issue of Israel? You still have yet to name an actual fucking criticism. At some point, you have to realize you're not actually invested in productive organizing, coalition building, fighting against Zionism, fighting against the Israeli state, fighting against the American state's growing fascism. You're just in here to chirp. The most sincere criticism here to your actions is that you recognize your powerlessness, so you choose to fight those who are closest to you, who will listen to your fucking cries. Okay, this is an expression of powerlessness in the face of tremendous systemic cruelty that you know is impossible to fucking put a dent in. You've lost hope that you can put a dent in that, so you've chosen to change the crosshairs, to turn the crosshairs on people closest to you, because you feel like you can make a change there, or you could have your voice be heard there. Okay? The most not charitable interpretation of the actions taking place here is that you're a paid wrecker who is here to infiltrate and constantly fucking distract, deflect, to stop the conversation from moving along.
Anyone that they don't want to come here that's high profile.
Backbench Labour MPs last week were encouraging Shabana Mahmood to do this.
One backbench Labour MP, David Taylor, who he's blocked me on Twitter.
He's what?
He blocked me on Twitter.
For why?
Because I raised a completely fair criticism of him. Not even over the kneecap stuff. Basically, David Taylor.
I just question why you shouldn't be banned for your support of government-designated terrorist organizations. Wait, no, don't ban that guy. Don't block that guy. Even though that's funny, it's a little taste of his own medicine. Okay, buddy, you have to understand that analysis over why militant resistance forms against Israel's genocide is a valid conversation to be had, right? And because you can't have that conversation, because you're worried that people are going to agree, because you're worried that people are going to agree, you're like, no, we should ban you instead. This is literally the problem. This is the problem. So you answer my question. What should people do when Israel is destroying their homeland? What should people do? Should they sit back, play patty cakes, wait for their fucking untimely demise? I'm a political commentator. I can have a different opinion than you on this issue. We can have a normal conversation around it. You can deliver your counterpoints. You can say, no, you don't understand. These entities are actually wrong. They do not actually abide by the international rights given to all peoples to rise up in arms against a colonial occupation. What you can't do is just lean into vague definitions created by the American state with the express purpose of silencing dissent. I just question why you shouldn't be banned for your support of government-designated terrorist organizations. Should we not have a conversation about the designation of terrorism? Yes, I've heard your fucking rallying cry. Take a fucking day off. I saw your dumbass tweet on Twitter, okay? I know I'm going to now have a lifelong hater. Not everyone trying to organize outside of the Democratic Party is an ultra. I know that. Okay? I know that. I agree. I don't disagree with that sentiment. You've decided that I disagree with that sentiment. There's a difference between organizing outside of the Democratic Party, which I 100% am in support of and actually continue to fucking defend, and then people that come up outside of a fucking concentration camp and go, dude, you love Zionist Democrats. Here's my fucking 30-person view count live stream. Please follow me instead. That's not organizing. Chirping on Twitter is not fucking organizing. Please take a deep breath and really reconsider your stances. When the fuck have I denied organizing outside of the Democratic Party? When the fuck have I said that that's a bad thing? Anyway, as we were saying, how can they can resist in ways that doesn't go out of their way to harm civilians? What the fuck are you talking about, brother? They can resist in ways that doesn't go out of their way to harm civilians. That's your assessment. See how we're having a conversation now? See how we're having a conversation all of a sudden? Yeah, protest peacefully, Hezbollah. Protest peacefully, Palestinians. As there's an ethnic cleansing campaign taking place. Protest peacefully against the ethnic cleansing campaign. Who's killed more civilians, you fucking asshole? The Israeli state or Hezbollah? Who's killed more civilians, the Israeli state or Hamas? The answer is very clear. That's why most people have no retort. No counter message when I say Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Because it's true. like mathematically true. Yeah, protest against chattel slavery, protest against the British occupation of Ireland, protest peacefully, please. Meanwhile, I am doing peaceful protest. I'm a commentator. I'm not a militant. And yet, my travel is being restricted, and I'm currently experiencing repression for my political dissent, and you're over here justifying that. So it doesn't seem like you're in favor of peaceful protest either, jackass. Haven't you realized that you're actually justifying state repression against peaceful fucking protest when you do that? Am I offering material support to any of these state-sponsored, state-designated terrorist organizations? No, I'm not. And yet the state is engaging in repression all the same. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, wait, maybe I don't have a consistent position on this. This is not a justification of targeting civilians. You are saying they're deliberately targeting civilians, for the record. I've never justified that. If I did, I'd be defending the Israeli state because they do that as a matter of state policy, as a matter of military policy. Palestinians have peacefully protested against the state of Israel over and over again. They've been slaughtered. Anyway, we're moving on from this. We're moving on from this conversation, unless there's like new updates later down the line, but doesn't seem to be the case, right? Leave these assholes for what they are. They're just pushing your buttons to get clips. Yeah. Hezbollah right now is blowing up tanks and military installations on Lebanese soil that Israel is illegally placed. Okay? The IDF, on the other hand, are blowing up residential buildings. And its defenders in the Israeli Knesset are demanding more of that death and destruction. Who's actually defending their homeland? Who's actually engaging in colonial conquest? The answer is Israel. Israel is the wrong party here. And the Lebanese population, including the armed military, the armed paramilitary organization, Hezbollah, that has its own political party within the Lebanese parliament as well, is the wronged party here. And it's really funny that you demand state repression and justify it for a fucking political commentator because you disagree with it, while simultaneously making it seem as though I'm engaging in an act of terrorism. Doesn't need to be peaceful necessarily, but targeting civilians will get you designated as a terrorist group. Do you not agree? No, I don't agree. The American government calls everyone a fucking terrorist if they don't agree with their ultimate goals of liberation, okay? The fuck are you talking about? And the Israeli government does the same, and the American government gets their notes from the Israeli government. Do you know how many fucking people that Israel has killed? Just thinkers, writers, poets, doctors, activists, organizers that happen to be Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Muslims, and called them terrorists? The whole point of free expression is so we can have a conversation about the silly designation. Hezbollah was not prescribed as a terrorist organization until recently in the British by the British government, as a matter of fact. Hezbollah and Hamas are not prescribed as terrorist organizations in most of the planet, but it doesn't matter because we live in the Western world and we only care about what America has decided or what Israel has decided is a terrorist organization. Nelson Mandela was on the terrorism watch list until 2008. Do you think he's a terrorist? Perhaps this is a good way to comprehend that the terrorism designation is an unhelpful one and an intentionally vague one, specifically. Oh, here we go. Here's another American terrorist right here, Representative Josh Gottheimer. This from the guy who said Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel after Hamas attempted to exterminate the Jews. Your Nazi detector might be broken, Hasan. The Nazi government considered all Jews to be terrorists. Do you agree with that designation? Or do you have a separate position on this? Do you have a different position on this? Of course, powerful entities that seek to wipe out entire populations will declare all of those populations to be engaging in an act of terror. Do you agree with that? Would you make this assessment? If a government designated Israel as a terrorist organization to ban people for supporting Israel, that would be a fair comparison to make. Yeah, that hasn't happened, unfortunately, with the exception of North Korea. That would be truthful. Let's move beyond state designations. Let's move beyond the legal framework, because we're having a conversation about opposing the legal framework. Okay? Let's have a conversation about whether you think it's an appropriate thing to do. Yes, also, the terrorism designation has no standing in international law anyway. Israel's a fucking apartheid ethno-state that's done a genocide and continuing to expand militarily into Lebanon, Syria, numerous other countries, that has destabilized the entire global energy markets because it wanted to fucking kill Iranians and destabilize Iran and destroy Iran, a country with 93 million people. Oh, yeah. Israel just carried out a massacre in Tyre, completely demolishing 3 buildings. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and fucking say that the people who are fighting back against this are wrong to do so. They're not. They're not wrong to do so. I don't care if the fucking British government considers that to be offensive. The fuck do you mean? Of course they're going to fight back against this. What are you talking about? The problem here is you can't put yourself in the shoes of people who used to live in those buildings. You think they deserved it. I don't. Okay? That's the difference. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who also think that these people kind of deserve it, or they don't even think about this. If you had any shame, if you had any fucking moral compass, you would never sit here and defend baby killers. And yet you are. You're taking the long route to defend baby killers. Trump says Netanyahu will not go into Beirut. Yeah, that doesn't mean shit. It's Joe Biden 2.0 over here. This does not correspond with what I've been hearing, which is more that Iran is threatening to suspend talks over Israel's attacks in Lebanon, but has not yet done so. Iran says breaking off talks to end the war after U.S. and Israeli strikes. I've told you, Iran has to reestablish military deterrence. The cool down period has allowed Israel to claim that Iran is scared. So that's it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, I spoke with President Trump this evening and told him that if Hezbollah does not stop attacking our cities and citizens, Israel will attack terror targets in Beirut. Our position remains the same. At the same time, IDF will continue to operate as planned in southern Lebanon. Trump reins in Netanyahu over Lebanon after Iran threatens to quit talks. So is Netanyahu now openly boasting to the world he doesn't care what the President of the United States thinks or says? Well, Piers, he clearly didn't care when it was Joe Biden. And why should he care if it's Donald Trump? Donald Trump eats Benjamin Netanyahu's dick for breakfast every morning. Why the fuck would he care? We've never reined Israel in since the first Trump administration. So we've taught them that they can do this without accountability. Why? Why should he do something different? Trump on the push and pull, he's hearing that I should move faster or move slower, or go to war or not go to war with Iran. Iran really wants to make a deal, and it will be a good one for the USA and those that are with us. But don't the Democrats and various seemingly unpatriotic Republicans understand that it is much tougher for me to properly do my job and negotiate when political hacks keep negatively chirping at levels never seen before, over and over again, that I should move faster or move slower, or go to war or not go to war or whatever. Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well. In the end, it always does. He's such a fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, Gregory Brew, senior analyst for Iran and oil at Eurasia Group, says, for what it's worth, markets turning red and Brent climbing on headlines from Iran state media that contain a bunch of threats on what might happen if there's no new ceasefire in Lebanon is a good illustration of why Iran is trying to get a new ceasefire in Lebanon. If you have leverage, why not use it? The problem is America acts as though it doesn't have any responsibility here whatsoever. America is the principal negotiator on the other side. All it needs to do is restrain Israel, but they can't for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Iranian CTV releasing this video as the country says it launched missiles at U.S. military forces. This morning, U.S. Central Command confirming they successfully intercepted 2 Iranian ballistic missiles targeting American forces based in Kuwait, amid growing uncertainty over a peace deal. The president sitting down for an interview with his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump.
We're getting what we want slowly. Very tough negotiators. It takes a long time. I'm in no hurry.
Sources tell ABC News President Trump sent Iran changes to a proposed framework for the country to consider. But just a week ago, the president said the deal was already largely negotiated. President Trump laying out the terms of the potential agreement, saying Iran must agree to never obtain a nuclear weapon, turn over its remaining enriched uranium, and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump spent the weekend on the golf course, largely out of sight. On Friday, he huddled with top national security advisors in the Situation Room for 2 hours, saying he would make a final determination on a framework to extend the ceasefire and gradually reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This morning, Iranian state media is reporting the country's top officials are reviewing the president's proposals. The country's top negotiator casting doubt on how quickly a deal could come together, reportedly saying, quote, "Do not trust the enemy's words and promises." Complicating negotiations, Iran's insistence that the war end on all fronts, including Israel's massive ground operation in Lebanon. Israel now pushing further into the country than they have in 26 years as they fight Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Capturing Beaufort Castle, nestled on a strategic mountaintop, the Israeli flag now flying above its walls. Israeli strikes have devastated Lebanon. The country's health ministry says more than 3,400 people have been killed since March, with over 10,000 wounded.
The head of the National Security Commission for the Iranian parliament says if the attacks against Lebanon are not completely halted, dark days await the Zionist regime and the American forces in the region. They themselves know full well that is not a threat. Our fingers are on the trigger. Israel destroys everything, dude. It destroys everything. It doesn't give a shit. The only way to restrain Israel is you have to punish Israel. That's it. And the only way to punish Israel is by forcing America's hand to punish Israel. There's no other way to do it. America's the most powerful country on the planet still. Obviously, its power has diminished quite a bit. The only time the Iranian government has ever gotten any gains, any leverage, is when they fought for it militarily. So the idea that their peaceful strategic restraint method that they're going back to right now is going to somehow succeed is bunk. It's not working.
And of course, the economic toll continues to hit Americans here at home with these high gas prices. But the president still insists he is in no rush to make a deal. Late overnight, he posted on social media.
Fuck you. All right, chatter.
Telling critics to sit back and relax, saying it will all work out in the end, George.
And Rachel, the president faced 2 major legal setbacks over the weekend to his takeover of the Kennedy Center and that fund to pay off his political allies.
Yeah, 2 major
Dude, tying your horse to the Trump wagon or Israel is so funny to me. Like you are not going to look good. Like what makes you think? What makes you think that you are in any way, shape, or form going to look good? You're fucked. Embarrassing for you to do this. Especially now.
Setbacks in the course of just 24 hours. So let's start with that so-called anti-weaponization fund, that $1.8 billion that could pave the way for even those who were convicted on January 6th of beating police officers to receive payouts. Well, a judge ruling that not a single dollar could be handed out until further legal deliberations over whether or not this is in fact legal. Then just hours later, the president suffered yet another setback. A judge in a different jurisdiction ruling that neither the president nor his hand-picked board had the authority to rename the Kennedy Center. That judge now giving the Trump administration 14 days to take down the president's name from that building, insisting Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name and only Congress can remove it, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
President Trump has been speaking to U.S. media about the state of the talks with Iran. Let's go live to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So President Trump giving interviews in the last few hours. What more can you tell us about what we've learned from what he's had to say?
Well, none of these interviews are on camera, but Donald Trump has been saying that he hasn't heard any confirmation that the Iranians are no longer going to continue negotiations with the United States side. Of course, that has been reported by the semi-official agency in Iran. What he did say is he thinks they have been talking too much and a period of silence might not be a bad thing. He's also said just in the last few minutes that he doesn't care if negotiations with Iran are over, and also he doesn't worry about the cost of oil. Now, what is interesting is since these reports started circulating, the futures prices of oil has soared dramatically, up over the $100 mark. It was less than that when the markets opened on Monday. And at least one CEO has said that there is the possibility that because of the lack of stock that they have, that the price of oil may go as high as $150, $160 a barrel. That would obviously have huge economic implications. Now, it's been reported by an Israeli TV channel that Donald Trump has been in a telephone conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu in the last hour. No confirmation from the White House side on that. But what we do know is that this isn't just a negotiation between the United States and the Iranians. We saw that a few weeks ago when Donald Trump said he was an hour away from ordering the restart of the war with Iran, but it was the intervention of the GCC nations, the Gulf Cooperation Council nations, that actually urged him to continue with negotiation. So there may be a breakdown at the moment in negotiations. Of course, there have been incidents between the United States and Iran militarily in the last week or so, and so we're in a state of hold to a degree, as we have been over the last couple of weeks, that we don't know whether negotiations are going forward and we don't know whether Donald Trump is about to restart the war. But what he said, just to recap, in the last hour, that he thinks they have been talking too much and a period of silence with the Iranians might not be a bad thing.
Okay, thank you for that. Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, there at the White House.
With President Trump, what can you tell us?
Kelly, that's right. I called President Trump a short time ago, and he picked up to talk about the negotiations over the weekend with the Iranians. We had this report at the top of the day today that the Iranians were actually breaking off negotiations with the United States. That moved oil markets, and so that's what I asked the president about. I said, do you think the negotiations are over now, or is this a bluff by the Iranians? The president said, I don't care if they're over, honestly. I really don't care. I couldn't care less. If they're over, they're over. If they're not, you know, I think they took too much time. Frank?
Bro, this is the American president, bro. This is the American president. This is the American president. This is who's leading the country. And what's even more nutty is that the overwhelming majority of Americans that have supported Trump in the past simply don't give a shit. Or if they actually care enough to learn about what's going on, support it. What do we do? 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 How can we, like, what can we do? And when you speak out against it, the government says you need to shut the fuck up. I don't know, man. Truly truly a horrifying state of affairs.
Frankly, I think they started to get a little boring. The president said he thinks that the Iranian side was tapping us along, that is, that they were stalling for time. Ultimately, on oil prices, the president was confident that he said oil will be dropping like a rock. He said, ultimately, if the Iranians want to try and have a nuclear weapon, I will blow them up to kingdom come. He said what this is all about for him is a strongly held conviction that the Iranians should not ever be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, and that American voters will tolerate higher gas prices as long as they know what the goal is here. I also asked him about Netanyahu and the Israelis. I asked, it seems to be that the Iranians are saying they're not going to negotiate until Israel stops attacking in Lebanon. Have you talked to Netanyahu about it? I asked the president. He said, this is about 40 minutes ago, he said, no, but I'm going to ask him what's going on with Lebanon. They've been fighting for a long time.
Sounds like the Israeli leadership was so caught off guard by Hezbollah's fire yesterday, they called in Rubio to stop it. By this point, Hezbollah was firing at least 1 to 2 salvos an hour and extended their range down to Nahariya, Acre, Safed, and Tiberias. Haifa was going to be next. MP Hassan Fadlallah to Al Mayadeen says, yesterday there was an attempt by the U.S. Secretary of State to promote a new formula, no bombing the suburbs in exchange for no bombing in the north, without committing to a comprehensive ceasefire. Oh, so the tit for tat between Hezbollah and Israel doesn't work that way when Hezbollah is also bombing back. What's the lesson that you teach all of the resistance in the group, in the region? The lesson that you teach is you have to fight back militarily. That's literally what Israel is saying to everyone, okay, over and over again. If you don't fight back militarily, Israel will continue to pounce and will continue to kill civilians and will continue to destroy civilian buildings. Yeah, Hezbollah just fired 5 rockets into Metula, and Israeli channels are losing their minds already. We have been informed by the President of the Republic that President Trump contacted Lebanese ambassador and requested a halt to the mutual attacks as a prelude to a comprehensive ceasefire. This matter is being followed up, and communication with the President of the Republic on this issue is ongoing. We will not accept a return to the situation before March 2nd. And then people turn around and go, wow, dude, you can't, how could you ever say anything positive about Hezbollah? How could you understand why the Lebanese population would rise up in arms and fight back against Israel? I don't know, because I've seen Israel kill too many fucking children, okay? They're baby killers. What are you supposed to do? Not fucking fight back? What are you, insane? Even if Hezbollah dropped its arms tomorrow, Israel would just move further into Lebanon, as they have done so in the past. Same goes for the Palestinian resistance in its entirety. Nobody wants this. The Lebanese population doesn't want this. The rest of the world doesn't want this. Iran doesn't want this. Only Israel wants this. Some in America don't want this either. Many in America don't want this either. But even in the American administration, they're saying this is ridiculous. This has gone on for far too long. Hasan, can you react to a critique of you? Is Hasan Piker's a Fed on YouTube? I would rather turn on a video game and fucking kill myself than watch some random ultra claiming that I'm a fucking federal agent while I'm literally in the process of being prosecuted by the federal government, you fucking moron. So no, I'm not going to be doing that. Okay? Sometimes not all critique is constructive. Sometimes the person engaging in critique is actually a schizophrenic weirdo who might have actually been paid by the fucking Israeli state, as a matter of fact, to engage in this sort of critique, to suck up as many dumb fucks like you to think, well, I think I'm entertaining this idiotic conspiracy theory. Are you fucking stupid? We're over here in the process of discussing Israel violating the ceasefire with regular frequency. Just wanted to see your reaction. Okay, here's my reaction. You're a fucking idiot, okay? Stop distracting. We're over here having a conversation about Israel doing death and destruction campaigns in Lebanon, and this guy's like, I want you to watch this fucking schizophrenic communoid who fucking posted to 35 people. I happen to be one of the people in the algorithm. You should watch this video. Fuck.
Now, since our call, just in the past couple of minutes, we've seen a report on Reuters that crossed the wires a short time ago, suggesting that the president has now called Netanyahu to discuss that. But at the time that he and I spoke, he suggested that, in fact, they had not talked yet. So then I asked him, what is the end game here?
The gaudy bullshit behind the White House is the new UFC hall that they're designing, that they're putting up.
In terms of the Strait of Hormuz, how ultimately are we going to get out of the situation that we're in? The president said he thinks that NATO should come in and help the United States out. He said they're the ones. He said, we don't use the strait. We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. And I said, have you talked to anybody at NATO about that? Have they changed their tune on coming in to help the United States in the strait? He said they would if I wanted to, but we don't need them. We don't need NATO. They were very weak and very sad. And the last thing I would leave you with is this idea of where we go from here. I asked the president, when all this is over, how do you bring this to an end if negotiations are not happening and the ceasefire is in place? I asked him, is it time to end the ceasefire? And the president said, we'll see. Let's say I knew exactly what...
Someone said, wait, I'm autistic. Is that actually a UFC thing? Yes. Yes. I'm not joking. Yes, that is a super dome that they're building in front of the fucking front lawn of the White House to put a UFC fight under it. Yes, the United States of America is literally living through the idiocracy period. This is some real President Camacho shit, dude.
You know what you're asking me to do, and I sort of do know it. Why would I tell you? So the president there suggesting that he does have a plan that he's not going to talk to the media about, naturally, to end this situation. But clearly, the president suggesting that he doesn't care that negotiations have wound down with the Iranians. And he thought that the Iranians stringing the U.S. along in the first place and that those negotiations took too long. So there you have the U.S. response, Kelly, to what we saw this morning from the Iranian side saying that they were breaking off negotiations. Back over to you.
Day 94 in the war in Iran, and we can see fresh tensions now rising between Israel and Lebanon as Benjamin Netanyahu issues fresh orders for the Israeli forces to begin targeting southern Beirut suburbs housing critical Hezbollah infrastructure. Now, we can see here over the last few weeks, Israel have been conducting limited and targeted specific attacks from northern Israel into southern Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah infrastructure, which is attacking northern Israeli settlements. But in the last few days, we've really seen an uptick in this Israeli advance, and we can see now the Israeli government are making preparations to potentially go as far north as the Zerani River. Now, up till now, the Litani River has been the vital ground, if you like, for the Israelis, giving them a 20 to 30 kilometre buffer zone and that front to target Hezbollah forces. And rather dramatically this weekend, that included the seizure of Beaufort Castle and the ridge that it commands, offering strategic views out to the rest of southern Lebanon. Now, if we just look for a comparison, this grey line at the top, this grey box, that denotes the extent of the Israeli military operation from 1985 to 2000, where they held that ground fighting against the PLA and the PLO. So given that history, people are understandably sceptical that this will be over in a matter of days or weeks, and rather it's going to be part of a much broader long-term Israeli military campaign. Now, again, just looking at this in a little bit more detail, we can see the Litani River here and Beaufort Castle, and really the ability now for the Israelis to sweep down the plain from the high ground and seize Nabatea, this crucial Lebanese city, hosting not just civilians and a large civilian population, but also Hezbollah infrastructure. From here, they can easily then sweep just from the northern suburbs and reach the Zerani River, giving them that 40-kilometre strategic front. Now, this grey area here denotes the evacuation zone, which the Israelis have already publicly announced for the Lebanese in this area, who are already pulling out in scenes of relative chaos and confusion, not really knowing where the Israelis are going to be coming from. Going to the next slide ever so briefly, we can see here the Beaufort Castle and the strategic views. Now, having been in this area extensively myself and knowing the ground, this will give the Israelis that enormous strategic front going forwards, that really commanding position. Now, this is all part of the US-Iran shadow war and shadow diplomacy, where each are trying to seek greater leverage or exert that greater leverage on the other force going forwards. Now, longer term, this will likely cause some form of split or rift in Israeli and American policy, as the Americans are understandably wanting to pull out quite short term, and the Israelis really now want to press home this advantage against Hezbollah. Longer term as well, we can tell that any long-term ceasefire or peace negotiation, particularly from the Iranian perspective, will intrinsically cover Lebanon. Now, in this shadow war and this shadow diplomacy between America and Iran, we've also seen in the last 7 days, particularly this weekend, an increase, an uptick, if you like, in the direct strikes between the two, which has really been an increased source of tension in the last 24 hours. Now, it in no way represents a return to a full conflict that we saw pre-April the 8th ceasefire, but what these tit-for-tat strikes against American bases and Iranian launch facilities, what that does do is completely undermine confidence from either party going forwards, and crucially erode that sense of good faith and goodwill going into much more meaningful negotiations down the line, particularly on the Iranian nuclear enrichment program. Now, Donald Trump is keen to wrap this up in a matter of days.
Yeah, it's who's ruining the deal, man? Who's ruining the fucking ceasefire? Israel's announcement that it intends to renew its terror bombing of Beirut is not really about Hezbollah or even Lebanon. Israel believes, I think correctly, that Iran will view such attacks as an unacceptable violation of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire and respond accordingly. Israel hopes that this will in turn produce a renewal of full-scale U.S.-Iranian hostilities and successfully derail diplomacy. Israeli assumptions are likely to be vindicated. Very likely, but not certainly. There's only one way to stop this from happening, and that is the United States of America. The United States of America can just turn around and say, Israel, what the fuck are you doing? You're done. But they won't do it. So the only other alternative here is for Iran to reestablish military deterrence and start its bombing campaign, which will come at a great cost to the Iranian citizens as well, because America and Israel will come back and start blowing up civilian power plants, bridges, roads, railroads, as they have done so. That is the goal here. The Israeli goal here is to eat away as much damage as possible, knowing full well that America is going to defend Israel no matter what. Israel can get away with it because Israel knows America will spend every fucking dollar they have in the bank to defend the Israeli population as a whole and the Israeli government as a whole. So the only alternative here is to win militarily, as they've done so thus far, to establish military deterrence. What is happening? This guy is still trying to argue with people. Okay, here, just take an hour off, chatter, okay? This is not like epic Fortnite debate Chungus time for you, okay? Enough.
But we can see from this, all sides have very different strategic outcomes, and none of them are really compatible with one another.
We begin this hour in the Middle East and the dimming hopes of a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. The two sides exchanged a new round of strikes.
Yeah, even if Hezbollah were to fully dissolve its military wing, and withdraw entirely from the Lebanese political life tomorrow, the historical and strategic record offers little confidence that Israeli forces will withdraw from occupied Lebanese territory. If anything, the current operation tempo suggests the opposite trajectory. Dylan Saba takes a quote from this analysis. Historically, buffer zones do not remain buffer zones. They become frontiers, and frontiers in the logic of states that have internalized expansion of security generate the justification for the next buffer. This is the Greater Israel Project in motion. This is what Israel has done always. The only time Israel has ever retreated from the Greater Israel Project is when it was forced to by the United States of America, or defeated militarily, or incurred too much penalty. That's what Israel is doing currently. This is not a question of Hezbollah's merits or failures. That judgment belongs exclusively to the Lebanese people who bear the cost of that answer in blood and infrastructure. The question is one of strategic intent, and intent is honestly read through behavior rather than stated justification. Okay? This is analyst Hamza Attar. What we are witnessing is Israel, for the first time in its history, operating as the unchallenged regional superpower, doing so with unprecedented latitude granted by Washington. That combination of capability and political cover is not being conserved, it's being spent. The logic of the current campaign, stripped of its reactive framing, points towards a deliberate restructuring of Israel's strategic environment. Two fronts have been the priority, Lebanon and Syria. In Lebanon, Hezbollah has been degraded to a degree that would have seemed implausible 3 years ago. In Syria, Israeli strikes have been so systematic and so comprehensive in targeting military infrastructure that what remains of Syrian conventional capability is negligible. These are not defensive operations. They are the deliberate elimination of the last organized military architecture on Israel's northern and northeastern flanks. This brings us to two remaining fronts, Egypt and Jordan. Both maintain functioning armies, both share borders with Israel, and both represent the final serious military actors within Israel's natural expansion sphere. He's talking about the Greater Israel Project, something that Mike Huckabee has defended when talking to Tucker Carlson. Neither is under immediate threat of direct confrontation. They don't need to be. The strategy doesn't require kinetics against Cairo or Amman. It requires geometry, the progressive elimination of the coalition depth, the strategic alternatives, and the deterrent architecture that gave both countries leverage. That is, of course, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Shia militias in Iraq, and the IRGC in Iran. Once those guys are gone, Israel can move to any country it wants to and do exactly what it's been doing. With Hezbollah weakened, Syria militarily hollowed out, and the Palestinian question being foreclosed rather than resolved, Egypt and Jordan will find themselves facing Israel without the strategic weight that previously balanced the relationship. Historically, buffer zones do not remain buffers. They become frontiers, and frontiers in the logic of states that have internalized expansion and security generate the justification for the next buffer. No, this is not AI. Not every instance of juxtaposition is AI, is an indication that it's AI. I don't think it is AI.
Overnight, after weeks of provoking each other, the U.S. targeting drone and radar sites in southern Iran. In response, Iran fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at American troops in Kuwait. The Pentagon says all the missiles were intercepted and no U.S. troops were hurt. This morning, Iranian state media reported the regime has suspended talks with the U.S. to protest Israel's deepening offensive in Lebanon. But President Trump posted later on social media that talks with the regime are continuing, quote, at a rapid pace. Joining us now, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, Israel, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, we'll start with you. There has been a lot of different information coming out of the White House from President Trump. He's done a series of interviews. What do we know at this hour?
Yeah, and you're right to point that out, Kate, because it is painting a little bit of a confusing picture over the last few days. We've heard from the administration that they are very close to this potential tentative framework that we thought the president was reviewing. He said himself publicly that he was going to be making a final determination on that in a Situation Room meeting on Friday. Then over the weekend, it seems like that was not what was going to actually take place, that the president was seeking to refine some of the terms there. And then today he spoke to our own colleague, Garrett Haake, and responded to reports that Iranian negotiators had walked away from the table, saying that he was okay with that, that in fact the negotiations could be stalled, that the U.S. could wait Iran out for an undetermined amount of time, and that he wasn't too concerned with that. But he also put that into the context of saying that it didn't mean that the U.S. was going to go and, quote, start dropping bombs again necessarily, that in fact, again, he could just wait and see how this played out. But as you pointed out in the introduction, the president also mentioned a short time ago that the negotiations are still underway, and he says that they're taking place at a rapid pace. Though, Kate, we have seen that kind of language before, where it's the president who says we could be close to some kind of diplomatic breakthrough, only for that not to be the case in reality.
Yeah, multiple times, I would say. Monica, thank you. Richard, let me bring you in. The U.S. and Iran trading more strikes overnight, as we said. What can you tell us about those?
So those strikes are only part of the story. There is the diplomatic piece you were just talking about, where President Trump says that it's okay if talks are stalled, and then moments later says that talks are ongoing. There were the new clashes that took place overnight and earlier this morning with the U.S. attacking command and control sites, radar stations in Iran on an island and on the mainland. Iran firing 2 ballistic missiles at U.S. forces based in Kuwait. Those being shot down by American air defense systems.
This guy practically lives in Tel Aviv?
casualties.
No, he literally does
Amid
now.
all
of the top foreign policy correspondents now basically just live in Tel Aviv.
Of this escalation, there was also the Israeli factor, with Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that he was about to, and he had put this out in a statement earlier today, escalate the war in Lebanon. And Israeli troops have been advancing in southern Lebanon over the last few days, capturing a strategic castle. And also, Prime Minister Netanyahu threatened to bomb South Beirut, a neighborhood called Dahye, which has long been a Hezbollah stronghold. The strikes, however, didn't take place. All day we were watching to see if there would suddenly be explosions all across Dahye, and many people in Beirut were also nervous that they were imminently coming. And President Trump a short while ago said that he has spoken with Netanyahu and that Hezbollah has agreed to a ceasefire. Now, in theory, there is already a ceasefire in place in Lebanon, but it hasn't been holding. And a member of Hezbollah, a member of parliament in Lebanon, said that the group has committed to a full ceasefire on Lebanese territory, that Israelis and the Hezbollah militia will stop shooting at each other. So we do seem to be moving 1 step forward, 2 steps backward, 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. And it is very hard to know if we are heading more toward war or heading more toward peace. On the Iranian front, things are not looking good with the negotiations, if not completely frozen, certainly stalled on this issue of Lebanon.
There's no steps forward. It's all backwards. I mean, I don't know. Trita says it's going good. I'm having a hard time comprehending that, but I trust his analysis. I trust his resources, but it doesn't seem to me like it's going good at all. So the ceasefire equation is Israel can continue to occupy parts of Lebanon as long as it doesn't push too far north, and Hezbollah can continue to shoot at Israeli troops as long as they're inside of Lebanon. Yeah. That's the new version, the new iteration. Yes, guys, I saw Sid Rosenberg looks insane, okay?
My advice is to be strong. I don't like it when I see Jewish people, moms and dads, they tell their kids, you can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk in the streets.
I've never seen someone look this purple before. I know that it's like a filter as well, obviously, but like no human should look the color of my fucking suit jacket at any point. Okay? Motherfucker looks like Thanos, bro. How is that possible? How is that even remotely possible for a human being? He's purple for an amazing reason, dude.
Take a yarmulke off. I can't stand that. Or hide your Mogen David. You do that, they win. They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the street of Tel Aviv. Trust me, okay? Don't do that. Don't tell your kids, I know you're a parent, you're nervous, I'm nervous too, okay? I've got a son who goes to school in Chelsea. It's not easy. And my daughter...
How can you say that sincerely? I got a son that goes to school in Chelsea. Chelsea, the place where Jews are under attack. Oh my God.
Daughter just came back from London. You want to talk about a rough place for 3 years. But when you do that, you're really doing a disservice to the Jewish people fighting for us in Israel, and all of you fine people in the audience here today. Do not do that. Wear your yarmulke proudly, wear your chai proudly, and show everybody that you're Jewish. And I got to say, to quote from the great movie Goodfellas, if you get your ass kicked once in a while, so what? Everybody needs a good ass kicking once in a while, right? But it's okay. You'll go to bed that night a proud Jew. Don't hide the fact that you're Jewish. Flaunt it.
Looks like blood sausage. That's blood libel. Trope maxing. Octopus who wish to be a man. I've never seen this color before. Not on a person, not in nature, not in a paint store, not anywhere. Congrats. Is he doing blackface? No, he's doing purple face, which I didn't even know was a type of face that human beings were capable of doing. He's doing Barney face, bro. He is, his blood pressure has to be through the fucking roof. What is this?
Britain.
Jank went on Piers Morgan to discuss the ban. At the end of the show, Piers asked the conservative leader about the ban, and she said it's good.
C, but apparently he's too mainstream enough to appear alongside leading Democrats like Ro Khanna and AOC, but apparently he's too hot for we Brits to handle. Well, Cenk Uygur actually joked about all this a few weeks ago.
I'm coming to London in a couple of weeks, as you know, Piers, and I intend to greatly offend Israel. I don't know if I'll be arrested over there. You know, they have some absurd laws in England. My nephew, Hasan Piker, is coming with me, and he might be arrested because some pro-Israel people think that they can say anything they want about Muslims, but the minute you touch Israel, not even Judaism, they think you should be arrested. Obviously, that kind of double standard is unacceptable and is the, refuge of cowards.
Well, he hasn't been arrested, but he has been banned, and all of this amounts to a colossal embarrassment for the UK, which already has an unwanted global reputation for authoritarian crackdowns on social media users.
I will be back. The prodigal son returns. I'll be back on the Young Turks airwaves later today, live, as I will be doing a live discussion with Uncle Shaky Gurga.
It's yet another example of censoring the criticism of Israel. It should be blindingly obvious that there's a huge difference between criticizing the actions of a nation state and its government and the hate-filled diatribes of Kanye West or indeed Valentina Gomez. But my country is losing the ability to see that difference. It won't be long before that's something which threatens all of us. Well, joining me now is Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, commentator with PragerU, both of whom are due to be in this studio with me to debate in person before the British Home Office intervened. Well, before I get to Cenk, Shabbos, credit to you, because your first reaction publicly about this was to say how outraged you were by this ban and how wrong it was. Just explain why.
Sure. Well, it's good to see both of you, if not in person, at least virtually. And that's because of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk always taught me that the best way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. It's not with...
Oh, yeah. This was Shabbos was supposed to talk to Jank. Even the fucking PragerU guys, like, this is ridiculous. Because he's an American. Anyway, where's the Israeli, or not Israeli, where is the British person that says it's good that Jank is banned? Valentina Gomez, Kanye West. Oh God, this stuff is so unproductive. Oh, here. This is the conservative leader.
Ask me.
Well, Kemi Badenoch is the leader of the Conservative Party and the leader of the official opposition to Keir Starmer's Labour government. If she gets her way, then she will be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And she joins me now for her uncensored debut. Kemi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I've never interviewed you.
There's a first time for everything.
Have you been hiding or waiting for the right moment?
I've been waiting for you to ask me.
JTA, Hasan Piker blames Israel after UK bars him from entry, citing potential risk. British Jewish groups applauded the government's decision to bar Piker and his uncle. Yeah, I know what they said. They said criticism of the Israeli government is legitimate, except when we choose to claim that it's not legitimate. That's literally the argument. The argument is no, criticism of the Israeli government is legitimate, except we decide what's legitimate and what's illegitimate. And we've decided that Hassan's criticism of the Israeli government is illegitimate, which is fucking ridiculous. If my criticism of the Israeli government is illegitimate, then all criticism of the Israeli government is illegitimate. You can't fucking claim, you can lie and say I'm anti-Semitic, but that's pretty much it. Okay? The whole point of contention here is every criticism of the Israeli government is considered anti-Semitic by these guys, these fucking groups. Like, what are we doing? I don't conflate between Jews and the Israeli state. I don't conflate between Zionism and Judaism. In spite of all of these institutions, including the British Jewish institutions that were, claiming that migrants of Israel are actually anti-Semitic style, I don't make that conflation. They do. And then they turn around and claim I'm making that conflation. No, you are, man. You are. You're the one. And you're teaching everybody that actually that's good. It's good to conflate these two. As long as you can maintain a defensive posture. A number of Jewish groups urged the government to block Piker's entry. Piker's also drawn sharp opposition from U.S. Jewish groups in recent months. It's funny because, like, look, you know what people don't like? People don't like liars, okay? People don't like phonies. And people don't like hypocrites. All of the Israel advocacy organizations are lying ass hypocrites every single time. On the one hand, they'll be like, how dare you conflate Israel and Judaism, while they do it. Okay? I don't do it. You're lying about me making this conflation while doing the conflation yourself. What are people supposed to think at that point? You understand? Like, I don't know what the goal is here. Is the goal to just make people not trust Jewish people? Is the goal here to teach people dual loyalty? When all of the expressions coming from Jewish advocacy groups that claim to care about the interests of Jews in their respective states always seems to revolve around defending the nation state of Israel and its actions at a time of peak unpopularity with seemingly no change to that unpopularity. It's only going to continue growing. All you're doing is fucking telling people like, no, the Israeli state sucks and you can't say a goddamn thing about it. We like it. We're Jews. We love the Israeli state. That's all we care about. That's the only thing we care about. The highest order of anti-Semitism is when you, an American citizen, criticize the Israeli state or criticize Zionism. How dare you do such a thing? And we will stop at nothing. We will get entire governments, entire foreign governments to actually do our bidding. It will always be funny to me how little Israeli politicians care about American Jews. Anyone can tell you that Smotrich, Ohana, etc. would make it easier for Goldman and the parade's defenders, but they would rather assert dominance at any opportunity. Exactly. This is a flex. This is shamelessness, for the record. This is a flex. This is a flex of power. This is Israel advocacy organization saying there's nothing you can fucking do about it. We have your prominent politicians signaling to everyone that it does not fucking matter if you hate Israel. It doesn't matter if you hate Israel. None of it matters. There's nothing you can say or do about it. We're here. We're dominating your politics. Yeah, I know. I covered Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, and there are politicians that literally went to the Israel parade and were shocked that there were Israeli Nazis there. I was proud to participate in the Israel Day Parade. However, I condemn all the high-profile Israeli leaders who were present as honored guests. Alex Borez, I'm looking right at you, bitch. Fucking disaster. I expect this from Michael Lasher. You should learn from your father, Alex Borez. You should be more like your fucking dad. And anyone that says, oh, well, this is a very Jewish district, it's a very pro-Israel district, is delusional, okay? It's ridiculous. What a shame. Letitia James is such an opportunist. I don't even want to get into it. Yeah. It's alarming that Bezalel Smotrich, an extremist with a long history of racist, Islamophobic, and homophobic beliefs, and even comments denigrating Reform Jews, came to this parade. Smotrich has called Palestinian villages to be wiped out and has promoted aggressive settlement expansion. His views and actions disgust me and are antithetical to our values as New Yorkers and Americans. Wow, I went to the Israel parade, and there was an Israeli Knesset member there who is the fucking finance minister of the Israeli state. Wow, shocking. It's alarming that an Israeli cabinet member is at the parade celebrating Israel, whose organizers partner with the Israeli consulate and where Israeli politicians show up every year. Shocked. This is the inherent contradiction of liberal Zionism, folks. In display, in broad fucking daylight. You can't go to the Israel Day Parade and then and act shocked when there's Israelis there, when there's members of the Israeli state there. What? Why are there Israeli politicians at the Israeli parade, at the Israel parade? How could this have happened? I'm sorry. Oh, I participated in the Nazi Day Parade, and I am shocked, I tell you, that there were prominent Nazi politicians there. This is a disaster. How could this have happened? At some point, you would have probably realized that you're at the fucking Israel parade, right? Yeah, I went to the kitchen parade, and there was Fork. Hate to see it. Went to the Klan March, and the Grand Wizard was there. I can provide firm assurances that the Grand Wizard was not, repeat, not invited to the Klan rally, and that his presence took the KKK leadership entirely by surprise. Listen, man, when I go to the Pride Parade, I expect there to be homosexuals at the Pride Parade. Not to make any sort of moral equivalency between the two, mind you, okay? Gays, good. Israel, bad. The fuck are we doing? Gay rights and gay wrongs. We celebrate both here. Ugh. Unless it's the Pride Parade in Tel Aviv, in which case it's bad. It's still a Nazi still a Nazi parade at that point. Nasty shit. Hochul trying. Meanwhile, this was who was at the parade. Great summary of the evil present for that. Yeah. Bezalel Smotrich is a far-right extremist whose hateful and divisive rhetoric is fundamentally at odds with the values we hold dear in New York. Yesterday's parade was a celebration of Jewish pride. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't billed as the Jewish parade. It wasn't billed as the Jewish pride parade. It was billed as the Israel parade. The Celebrate Israel parade. Raphael Shimunov writes, come with me as I learn about each person at the official Israeli delegation at today's Israel parade in New York City. This is the official Israeli state delegation. Shocked, by the way. Shocked, I tell you. Dave Weigel. Oh, Dave Weigel covered how drop site literally stopped AIPAC's momentum against Chris Rabb. Yeah. The Israel Day Parade is not about Jewish pride, but the foreign country of Israel. It was created to show support for Israel, and every official description explicitly says that's what it's about. The presence of an Israeli cabinet member is not some mysterious aberration. Yeah, another common drop site W. This is Itzhak Wasserlauf. Here he is coaching the IDF, entering Gaza, offering a blessing on the one who seizes babies and dashes them against the rocks. Good evening, everyone. We're about to enter Gaza again to contribute to the military effort of Purple Brigade, the Gavati Brigade, because I've received all kinds of comments regarding the issue of Zionism. We are doing, before our brief, surprise Zionism. I'm about to call a certain minister from the Knesset. We're going to give him a surprise call. You answer, bro. Aviad, how's it going? We are doing surprise Zionism here. Are you listening? Yes. He has fighters. No problem. Can everyone hear me? He says yes. Dear and heroic fighters, not only the eyes of the people of Israel look up to you, but also the eyes of generations upon generations who were beaten and humiliated, trampled and killed. Also, by the way, this 30 seconds is a perfect distillation of Zionism and the anger and resentment that modern Zionists feel towards Holocaust survivors, their own fucking ancestors that withstood pogroms after pogroms for centuries. The modern Zionist ideology revolves around all previous existence, all previous Jewish existence, no matter how revolutionary, no matter how radical, no matter how peaceful it was, and no matter how resilient it was, to be weak. Okay? You have to be a fascist or else you're fucking weak. Without the ability to defend themselves, they hoped and dreamed that one day people will rise from the dust, hold its weapon, and strike its enemies. A blessing on the one who seizes your babies and dashes them against the rocks. So said the Psalms poet, and you're the fortunate ones, a blessing on you. That's what he said. Now he's in New York City. Let's look at the other guy, Cabinet Minister Amichai Ben Eliyahu. He called on bombing humanitarian aid to Gaza. He called on starving Gazans. He called on nuking Gaza. Here you go if you want to see it. Israel in China, Iran, and Arab nations condemn Israeli minister's statements about dropping a nuclear bomb on Gaza. This is Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, the guy that you guys know. He said it may be just and moral to starve 2 million Gaza residents, but no one in the world would let us. He was complaining. He also defined victory after October 7th as Gaza fully destroyed. He's a supporter of the Greater Israel, annexing the West Bank and beyond into other nations like Jordan, and believes Palestinians aren't real. Speaking of parades in Israel, he organized the anti-LGBTQ parade called Beast March, claiming the farm animals they forced to march had less sin than queer people. He also called himself a homophobic fascist. Bezalel Smotrich did. This is Ariel Kellner. Whoever remains in the north, we will truly starve them. One goal, Nakba. A Nakba will overshadow the Nakba of 48, a Nakba in Gaza, a Nakba for anyone who dares to join. He was one of 8 officials who signed a letter demanding the elimination of all food and power sources in Gaza. I just want you to understand something, okay? It's not that shocking that these guys are saying shit like this because they're fucking the current manifestation of Adolf Hitler. Every single one of them is a little Adolf Hitler in their own way. What's shocking to me is that people still get mad at me when I say these motherfuckers are Nazis. They are. Just because they're Jewish doesn't change that dynamic. They're just fucking Nazis. And it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. I don't want to fucking, yeah, I'm a fascist homophobe. Israel's new finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, said. They're just fucking Nazis. Of course, it's a Nazi parade. And you, as a Democrat, participated in the Nazi parade. That's it, because Israel's a Nazi country. It's just objectively true. That's what this is. And people cannot fight back against this assertion that is born out of truthful analysis of the facts represented by Israel's actions. So they just go, you're an anti-Semite. Shut the fuck up. And guess what? The American state obliges. And guess what? The British state obliges. And they say, yes, sir, of course I will ban entry into the state of this evil, this great evil. You are not great evil by behaving like Nazis.
You have.
Well, I did ask you in January, and then I fell over and broke my hip.
Oh, right. Oh, yes.
He asked at 128.35. Okay, let's see what the leader of the opposition, the Tories, would say about us being banned Me and Cenk being banned.
Free speech is a big raging issue, not just here, but everywhere. But overnight, Cenk Uygur, regular guest on my show, probably one of my most regular guests actually, got banned entry to the UK, stopped in Los Angeles, because, according to the Times, of his views about Israel and several other things, but mainly about his views about Israel. He's very strident with his criticism of the Israeli government. And what that means, therefore, for Israel as a nation. But I've never heard him be anti-Semitic or say anything hateful about Jewish people, any of that kind of thing. Why has he been banned from this country?
So that is a question for the government, but I've been very consistent about bans. I do think that a government should be able to make a call if the security services or the Home Office or other people have some information that shows someone will not be a public good. I think a government has the right to stop people from coming into the country. In fact, I wish they'd do more of it.
But shouldn't they say why?
All those small boats coming in, you know, they should be doing the same thing.
No, sure, but that's different. But shouldn't people, if people are being banned who are high profile, shouldn't there be an explanation?
Well, I think there should be an explanation. There's no reason to be secretive about it.
But criticising Israel shouldn't be a reason.
But I don't know if that is the reason.
That's what the Times reported.
But also, I believe in free speech. But I am concerned about.
But not really. I believe in free speech only for the right and the far right, and not for the nasty anti-Zionists on the left.
Free speech of people in this country. I don't think that we are giving international rights for people to come to our country to exercise.
We've been jailing people, for example, for Facebook posts and so on. Do you agree with that?
So people should not be, in my view, jailed for Facebook posts unless they are breaking the law very clearly. I am someone who believes in free speech, but free.
Wait, what do you mean? That's the whole. No one is being. Fuck! No one is being arrested for not violating the law. Of course they're being arrested for violating the law. You can't. British people and their concept of free expression and free speech is so strange to me from the perspective as an American, right? So no, you don't. Which is fine, I guess. I don't know, to each their own. But I didn't even fucking violate British rules of free speech.
Speech has its limits. You can't defame.
And notice this is just regarding Cenk. He's not even trying to defend you. Yeah, because I don't go on a show. If I did, he would be defending me too. And I'm sure if he was asked, he would defend me regardless.
That's not. You can't incite violence or hatred. But I have also been very vocal about what is happening to British Jews in our country. There's clearly been a climate of intimidation and incitement to violence happening with a lot of those protests. I think that's the sort of place where you draw the line. That yes, have free speech, but you don't use it to hurt other people. Your rights stop when someone else's rights begin. So when I'm Prime Minister, I want to be able to stop bad people from coming to our country. I don't know the reasons that Labour gives to the people that it does stop, but that right to stop people who are not conducive to the public good from coming to the country, I think is an important one for a government to exercise.
Are you comfortable?
You're a walking sign of danger? I know. I mean, it's true. It's true. I guess I am. Yes, if you're afraid of someone who speaks truthfully, if you're afraid of the truth, then yeah, I am a danger. And I think these people are. They're just afraid of truthful expression. They're afraid of the anger and resentment that the masses feel. They're not afraid of me. They're afraid of the masses. They're afraid of you. Okay? And they've shown that time and time again. They've shown that they have great disdain for the truth. They've shown that they have great disdain for those who speak the truth. They've arrested and prosecuted pensioners who dared defend Palestine action. It's obvious that they are worried about the anger, the just, righteous, morally correct anger that people feel towards Israel and their own government's close association and culpability in Israel's genocide. People want this relationship to end. And the administration does not want to face the masses. So what they're doing instead is to silence the masses to the best of their ability with whatever they can get away with. And slowly but surely, they will increase the intensity
has blocked two left-wing American commentators from entering the UK. Online broadcasters Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur had both been scheduled to speak at events at London's South by Southwest Festival this week, as NPR's Fatima Al-Qassab reports.
Hasan Piker is the most popular leftist live streamer in North America, and Cenk Uygur hosts the popular Young Turks talk show on YouTube. Uygur said on social media that he had tried to board a flight to London but was banned from travelling to the UK for, quote,
Let's have a discussion on why you think you're right. Lucky for me, we still don't have the speech restrictions that you so desperately want to create here in the US. Easier just to say we still have free speech. Lucky for me, we still don't have the speech restrictions that you so desperately want to create here in the US. This is good. Calm down, everybody. Word slop Anabi, always writing 6 paragraphs. Unc, look at this aura edit of you.
Thought is here. Is that a vibration remote in your pocket,
We've
or are
seen
you
this
just
before.
excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist blood. Show them.
Yeah, such a nice thing to say to a woman. I mean, she started it. Why are we glazing him? Holy Zeus at the Streamer Awards. Zoran talking about the parade. Oh, God. I feel like it's going to be disappointing. Mayor Mamdani, who skipped the Israel Day Parade, which some called a Klan rally, says he's offended by the participation of far-right Israeli minister. Why are you offended by it? You should be offended by the fact that it's happening in New York. A city that does not fuck with Israel. New York does not fuck with Israel at all. It was a show of force.
Parade over the weekend. What do you say to New Yorkers who heard you saying, basically, I'll protect the parade, I won't stand in it? What I hear from some folks is that they said it felt like I'll keep you safe but won't stand with you. And then also, what do you say to New Yorkers outraged that members of the administration marched with an Israeli official who called for the total annihilation of Gaza's cities, the finance minister, Smotrich?
You know, I've made clear time and time again over the course of the campaign my criticisms of the Israeli government. And you can see in the participation of the far-right Israeli minister Smotrich, as well as a number of other ministers, a vision of annihilation, a complicity in genocide, and frankly, a belief that does not have much value for even the sanctity of children in Gaza. And I am offended, as I know many New Yorkers are, by their participation. And when it comes to members of my administration, I allow them to make their own decisions as to what marches they would like to participate in. However, as I've said time and time again,
Like, it's bullshit. If there was a fucking Klan rally, you would not be like, oh, well, my police chief had to participate in a Klan rally. You know what I mean? It's just bullshit. Like, I know that the broader collective consciousness has not shifted in favor of the truth to that degree, where the average person doesn't see Israel as the Klan, which they should because it's true, but they don't. But even then, there are certain things you can get away with saying. I'm sorry, there's no difference between what the Israel rally taking place in New York City right now and a Nazi rally. That's straight up what it is.
As the mayor of the city, I need not be present to ensure the security of a march.
When will he fire Tish? He balanced the budget like you said, man. Wait, I'm not. I didn't say he's going to fire Tish after he balances the budget. I have no insight into what he's doing. I suspect that the reason why he keeps Tish on is because he's fucking terrified of the New York Police Department. Because the New York Police Department, aside from the Zionist institutions, the real estate developers, the New York Police Department is probably the most powerful of the three forces in New York City. He is terrified of the mafia. The NYPD is a fucking mafia. Okay? I don't think someone like Zoran is going to be able to tackle that mafia. You keep taking it down that road again? Maybe try a new road? I don't think you guys understand what the NYPD could do to Zoran Mamdani. First of all, I've seen him in person. His closest security is NYPD now. He's the mayor. Okay? He's surrounded by NYPD guys. He has to trust them with his life. Okay? The NYPD has immense power in New York City. The best you can do is hope that they play ball. You are literally saying he should do nothing? I'm not saying that. I'm giving you examples as to why. I'm giving you examples as to why perhaps he's not doing anything. I don't think it's the appropriate thing to do. I think slowly but surely, you should at least get a more collaborative, more cooperative police chief. But you guys are not aware. Yeah, they kidnapped Bill de Blasio's child in the past and doxed them. What? Yeah, this has nothing to do with Zoran. You keep going to the extreme, you're going to catch strays. What? Oh, I thought you were saying, you're saying, why hasn't Zoran fired the police commissioner? I didn't realize you were just vague posting about how I might get killed or something. Yeah, I catch not strays, but directs all the time. No, the road of everything leads to Israel. What? That road? I'm sorry. Why do you think we're currently fucking waging that is the road you're on? Are you fucking tone policing my commentary that is Israel specific? Yes? No? Are you fucking stupid? What was the parade yesterday? Was it the Pakistan parade and I just decided to talk about Israel? Or was it the motherfucking Israel Day parade where the motherfucking Israeli finance minister who has openly called himself a fucking fascist was in attendance? Can I not say anything about that? Are you fucking stupid? You might be. You say, no, I'm not stupid. Calm your body. How about you take a deep fucking breath? Wow, I can't believe there was an Estonia parade that took place yesterday, and we had a bunch of Estonian leaders, and I'm over here talking about Israel instead. Hey, dumbass, the question being directed at the mayor is, why didn't you participate in the Israel Nazi parade? Don't you feel like your Jewish constituents would have liked it if you participated in the Israel Nazi parade? What the fuck do you mean? Oh, dude, you keep bringing everything back to Israel, dude. Calm down. It's not about that. What is the Israel parade about? Is it about Lithuania? Is it about Ukraine? You will only make everyone look bad if you keep pointing to the bloody mess. We all know what the problem is. Oh my God, I think you're British too. This makes no sense. You're making no sense right now. It's going to make everybody look bad. I'm not British. Why are you saying bloody mess then? You can celebrate Judaism without celebrating Israel, of course, but you can't celebrate Israel without celebrating genocide. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to throw on a swastika and then say you're just a big fan of how good they were at building roads. Yep. Carlson the Great, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Because the Middle East is a bloody mess, man, shut your bitch ass up. God damn, dude. God, holy shit. Oh, it's just a bloody mess. The Middle East is a bloody mess right now. Yeah, I wonder why it's a bloody mess, dumbass. Perhaps it has a lot to do with the United States of America and Israel. So back to what I was saying. You are confirming the limits of electoralism. I'm not saying I'm against it. Yeah, of course. Of course there's limits to electoralism. It's a fucking bourgeois capitalist liberal democracy. Of course it's going to operate within the confines of bourgeois capitalist liberalism. Okay? And the democratic process there is negotiable. Okay? What we perceive as liberal democracy changes. And it's changing in front of our eyes right now. Breaking, it's happening. You're fucking crazy. Trump fumes and... Oh, God. Again? Oh, my God. Here we go. Welcome back, Joseph Robinette Brandon, dude. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see real hard lines being enforced. Okay? Welcome back, Brandon, dude. Holy fuck. We missed him. We missed him. Another red line. What is this? Absolutely outstanding write-up by Blue Skies Televi Soccer on tomorrow's LA mayor election. The 3 Los Angeleses. It only took 2 years and 5 months for Trump to fully brand it. No, he's been brandoning. He's been brandonizing at an alarming rate. I wish we could make an online live stream together to talk about the recent situation in community in Masa Faryata and what has been happening here after the community won the Oscar award. Yeah. Galabaf echoes the NatSec leader of the parliament. In my conversation with my brother, this is the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament speaker, Galabaf. In my conversation with my brother, Mr. Nabi Berri, the speaker of the Lebanese parliament, I emphasized that if the crimes of the Zionist regime in Lebanon continue, we will not only halt the dialogue process, but also stand firmly against them. No, dude, they're doing fucking fake demon shit right now. I'm sorry. Straight up. It feels like they're doing fake demon shit. They're like, oh, we are steps away from pulling out of this agreement. America knows when you go fake demon mode. Here's the one thing. Here is the one thing Donald Trump is right about. Okay? If Iran practices strategic deterrence once again, America will punish them. You said his name real white just now. Okay. Long live the brotherhood of the Iranian and Lebanese peoples. Long live the resistance. Long live the defense of the motherland. They're doing strategic deterrence. They're like doing the will they, won't they type shit. Where they're like, maybe we'll pull out. Maybe we'll pull out of the deal. Okay, but that doesn't mean that Iran is not going to do that. They haven't done so in the last month. As America and Israel have kept violating the good faith ceasefire negotiations process.
And also that this is a march to celebrate Israel. That is something that Many New Yorkers attended, many New Yorkers did not. When it comes to the sanctity and the security of Jewish life in this city, that is something that we are fully committed to ensuring that each and every Jewish New Yorker is not just safe in the city, but is celebrated.
You see what Carney's hosting on X is combating anti-Semitism event? You ain't allowed back in Canada, dude? Ah, fuck it, dude. Whatever. What are you going to do, man? Look, here's the thing. We have to fight back against this, okay? We have to fight back against Israel subverting democracy, the democratic process, the entire spirit of liberal values, liberal humanitarianism. Israel will literally destroy it with actions like this, claiming that this is to defend against the growth of anti-Semitism in Western nations. You just have to keep pushing, because the goal here is to get you to shut the fuck up. The goal here is to get you to be quiet, okay? It's to get you to submit, and I will never submit. Do you understand? I will never submit. We cannot allow this kind of state repression to be normalized. It's up to all of you. If you live in Canada, you have to oppose this. You have to be loud. You have to protest against it. Because once they shut off dissent, once they successfully squash dissent in its entirety, then no one will be aware of the atrocities that Israel is committing. Because the only reason why people now find Israel to be a pariah state is because people did dissent and they got punished for it endlessly. Banning Hasan Piker has already generated so much more controversy than him speaking at the event ever would have, and wins you precisely 0 votes from the right that hates you anyway. Truly amazing how bad Starmer and the gang are at politics. Yeah, they're not doing it, though. They're falling on that sword on purpose because they're serving a higher priority, the Zionist lobby. That's all this is. Their perspective on this is very clear. It's the same as, Mike Lawler and all these other, Third Way. Third Way, the think tanks, when they're like, oh, you have to not allow Hasan to go on the fucking campaign, go on the campaign trail and stump for you because he's bad. They're not doing that because they're going to successfully cause a deterrence. They're doing that because they just want to satisfy their donors. And it's clear that I have pissed off some very powerful people, okay? Some billionaires, some donors, and they're trying to engage in a multifaceted, multiple front war to actively try to either get me prosecuted by the government, to deny me travel to countries that I should be able to easily go to at least get, at the very least get the Democrats and mainstream media to cover me as a controversial figure. And to a certain degree, this has worked, right? To a certain degree, this has worked. It's worked to get the media, Vanity Fair, which previously invited me to the Oscar party, to now cover me as a controversial streamer. Okay? The goal here is to isolate, is to cut apart the pro-Palestinian advocacy network, take out people who are the most prominent in this advocacy network, and isolate them from polite society. It's to try to enforce a blacklist where there is no blacklist, okay, is to actively try and punish the top dissenters, not realizing that this won't actually stop people from hating Israel. Because for every person that they are able to effectively silence, if I was a weaker person, if I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, about pushing the needle, if I wasn't so goddamn stubborn about saying the truth no matter what. And I just said, you know what? This fucking sucks. I hate being blasted. I hate people seeing me as this like evil villain. None of this would happen. People would genuinely, offer positive coverage every single day if I was pro-Israel. All these mainstream outlets would be consistently talking about how wonderful I am at de-radicalizing the youth, right? As they had done so in the past. If I was a weaker person, I would just cave. And there would be a lesson there for everybody else as well, for all of you that watch. Maybe some of you would also no longer push the needle, no longer advance this cause. Maybe you would also think like, maybe Palestinian freedom and dignity is secondary. Maybe Lebanese freedom and dignity is secondary. After all, they live over there. I have my own American problems to worry about. And many people have done this, right? People like Nick Fuentes have done this. That's part of the reason why he doesn't draw the same ire that people like myself do. The other goal here is to show other people that might have it in their minds to participate in demonstrations, to participate in protests, to speak the truth, to second guess themselves, right? It's to stop people from speaking out because they see what happens to those who do.
Hasan Piker, what are the big...
Philip DeFranco covered me, apparently.
Yes, and controversial political streamers on the planet just got banned from an entire country. Where the UK revoked Hasan's travel pass days before he was set to speak at Oxford in South by Southwest London. And actually his uncle, Young Turks host Cenk Uygur, he got the same ban. And as far as the official reason, the government said their presence is not conducive to the public good. And so we got no specifics, but you had Hasan saying that it's about Israel, and he pointed to a Labour MP and a Jewish charity that pushed to ban him over past comments. Or with reports noting his lesser evil voting lines, things like he'd say that he'd vote for Hamas over Israel every time. But also one of the things that's really interesting here, Hasan was actually headed back to the Oxford Union, where just last year he gave a speech calling anti-Semitism a canary in the coal mine of fascism, or with his fans saying it's absolutely wild that he's being kept out. But as far as Cenk, you get the Times of London saying that he got flagged for claiming that Israel controls America, though Cenk's saying that this ban kind of proves the point. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens. They can both reapply for a visa, but follow to stay in the loop.
Big shocker. Governments don't want influencers to get people to question the status quo. Sensitive people in power always remove the voices that threaten their cash flow. Look, for the longest time, I've told you something that I firmly believe, okay? Two things. Number one, freedom of speech is only afforded to the people living in countries where their speech does not threaten the center of power. So freedom of speech is only afforded to people that live in hegemonic superpowers or those who live under the protective umbrella of hegemonic superpowers. As America's power diminishes on the global stage, America is going to become much more repressive. I told you this over and over again, right? And it's happening right now. I've warned about this. I said, look, I love free speech. I don't think we are going to have free speech in the way that we understand it because America's power in the global stage is diminishing. And the other thing that I always said, whenever people will be like, you're on Amazon, why are you not banned? Why are you not destroyed? Why is your career not destroyed? Why is your life not disrupted? Clearly, it's because you're not revolutionary enough. Clearly, it's because you're not disruptive to the status quo. Okay? Because you don't have any sincere interest in changing the system. And the thing that I would always explain to people is it doesn't matter what I say as long as I'm an earner for Amazon, because from their perspective, from the perspective of those who control the flows of capital, those who are capital owners, nothing one Twitch streamer could say and do would actually move the needle in any meaningful capacity. That is also changing. So I do recognize that there is a shift here. At least those who do control the levers of power have now recognized someone like myself to be disruptive enough of a force to have to deal with. Okay? So both of those realities are now different. If you were to ask me 5 years ago, I would have said, I can say whatever the fuck I want. And at the end of the day, for capital owners, they have so much immense power that is unthreatened that one person cannot simply move the needle at all. And therefore, they will always, let me talk my shit. That is changing. And not as I'm not saying I'm like a singular entity that's doing all of this. It's because there are a lot more people who also see the truth now. Right? Please don't get mad at me, but right now, can you really say America has even mass freedom of speech? The way Trump has sued legacy media into submission, the comedian is getting fired. The one girl tweeted about Bibi like everywhere, free ain't so free. Yes. And it's getting worse every day. Labor Muslims want an explanation for your ban. The decision to prevent Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker from speaking in the UK is alarming and demands a clear explanation for the government. Labor Muslim Network says the Home Office decision to cancel the visas of Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, preventing them from speaking at events in the UK, is alarming. Given the significant public interest surrounding this case, the government should provide a clear explanation of the basis on which this decision was made and the factors that led to the cancellation of their travel permissions. Support for Palestinian rights, criticism of the actions of the Israeli government, and advocacy for international law and human rights must never be grounds for exclusion from public debate in the United Kingdom. Muslim communities and all those who speak out on matters of human rights and international justice must have confidence that decisions of this nature are applied fairly, consistently, and transparently. I think we all know what the reason is. Be honest, are you pissed off because of this? Yeah, what do you mean? Of course I'm fucking pissed off. What are you talking about? And it's not because I'm not even pissed off because like, oh, I couldn't go to the UK. Like I was really excited. Like, sure, it's nice. But I'm more so pissed off that these countries, these powerful countries, are willing to cave and capitulate to a foreign government, a foreign nation state that is doing heinous war crimes on a daily basis. And instead of addressing the democratic needs of the masses, okay, yeah, they clip chimped you. I know. They banned extremist influencers, defended October 7, MPs urge Mahmoud. And the defense of October 7 is me saying Israel and America's actions led directly to October 7, as Palestinians saw that they had no option that remained on the table for their existence, for their humanity being recognized, which is not just my assessment, it's the assessment of most people, okay? It was the Haaretz editorial board's own analysis that also said the exact same fucking thing. They claimed you want Jews to go to Auschwitz from that article? Wait, what? The fuck? When have I ever said that? The fuck are these guys talking about? What? So they're just fucking lying? The fuck? Hold on, I'm trying to remove the paywall, chatters. 1 second. I'm trying to remove the paywall so I can read the article, but oh my God, even fucking paywall remover is not working. Jesus Christ, nothing works anymore. God damn it. I know this probably get lost, but I want you to know the course creators are going hard for you. I used to watch Tabitha Speaks Politics and couldn't figure out her hate for you until I found out she's being paid by Chorus. Archive.is is better. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know. Whatever. I did turn off ad blocker. Unwall.app. He later backpedaled on the remark saying it doesn't matter if rapes fucking happened on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Wait, Piker denied the atrocities and called the allegations of sexual violence rape fantasies or rape hallucinations. Okay. He later backpedaled on the remarks. That's literally not backpedaling. That's me offering additional statements. What is this? Go back to Auschwitz. User in the comment section responded with messages. Hamas is so cool. Baby Killer 3000. And is this a recruitment video? Another clip showed Piker carrying a gun while wearing a balaclava. Wait, what? The American influencer also... What? None of this is... Wait, what? That was me doing a sponsored segment for Rainbow Six. What are they? What? Are they implying that I'm like a militant or something? What the fuck? The American influencer also praised Hezbollah, the Iran-backed terror group in Lebanon, which has carried out deadly anti-Semitic attacks across the world. He's also compared the Houthis in Yemen, another Iran-backed group, to Anne Frank and said Jews should go back to Auschwitz during live streams. I've never said that. That's a fucking lie. They're just fucking straight up lying on the Telegraph. Okay, great. This is good to know because I was going to give a quote. I was going to do an interview with the Telegraph. So now I know what to fucking push back on. Even the left-leaning Guardian had a terrible coverage of you. Yeah, I know. It's because they're British. The Home Office saved the Oxford Union from itself. It should not have had to. Dude, British media is bonkers, dude. They're fucking crazy. Yeah, no, that's the Mavi Marmara recording from the IDF's own recording claiming that it was justifiable to fucking kill the humanitarian aid flotilla, the humanitarian aid workers on the flotilla Mavi Marmara, and their justification for it was because they claimed that it said go back to, they claimed that the Mavi Marmara people said go back to Auschwitz. Of course I was fucking laughing at that. It's a stupid lie. Yeah, the only publication is The National that's on my side. But they're Scottish. The Will Kane smear just dropped. Anti-ICE protesters turn on Hasan Piker. Yeah, dude, they were anti-ICE protesters that were yelling about fucking Dan Clancy.
The secretary, I also asked him about the biggest story of the day, the unruly anti-ICE protest in Newark, New Jersey. The situation escalated over the weekend with clashes, confrontations, and more threats against federal agents.
Hey, by the way, if you're an ultra on the internet, remember this. Remember what purpose you're serving, okay? If you're one of those hammer and sickle guys on the internet who's like, oh, dude.
Shut down the lady hall!
So much for the peaceful protest zone announced by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Far-left streamer Hasan Piker also showed up outside Delaney Hall this week, and he didn't seem to get a warm welcome.
That's literally objectively untrue. It was the fucking counter protesters that were there to disrupt the event. For the record, it wasn't the fucking actual Delaney protesters that were doing that shit. It was the fucking counter protesters. But hey, if you're on the internet, if you're one of those guys on the internet, remember,
fellow far-left activists heckled him and chased him away.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened? He's a fraud. He don't know what the you're talking about.
yeah, federal agents. Fucking federal agents, dude. I'll say it every day. Yeah. Dude, this is confirming my suspicion. This is confirming my suspicion that the campaign of disruption has become far more sophisticated. I mean, this is not all that sophisticated if you understand how wreckers behave, right? Yeah. They're right-wing agitators. Some of them might even be paid to be there to disrupt. And yes, this is a coordinated smear campaign. And what is interesting about it is that Fox News every single day writes another article just about everything that I've covered on the stream. They just like literally transcribe my stream. Left-wing streamer blasts New Jersey governor over state police response at ICE facility protest. The Marxist political commentator also quoted Mao Zedong and voiced support for billionaire candidate Tom Steyer. Yeah, it's just, they just sit in here all day, every day. By the way, shouts out to Fox News, my biggest fans. We should play them the song. If you want to play them the song, if you like the soundboard, bruh, it's time for some gifted subs, everybody. If you want Fox News to watch, to go through the process of watching one of the time-honored traditions on this broadcast, subscribe. If we get a hype train to level 10, I'll play the OG. If we get it to level 15, I'll play the reggae version. Okay? Shout out to the Fox News journalists watching right now. This is what I gotta fucking... Wait, hold on. Where is it? I can't even...
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Shout out to the Fox News watchers. Wait, we're getting a lot of gifted subs, but there's no hype train that has started in the process. I don't know why.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Kind of look like Deep from The Boys in the face when you stare into the camera. Well, he's a very handsome man, so thank you. Can't say much about his character that he portrays in the show, but he is a handsome man after all. So I will take it. The USSR version went pretty hard? Not really. Okay, there's no hype train. It's not happening. I don't know why. Or is there? I can't see one. Yes, it did. Hold on. Let me. No, I mean, no scammerino. Fuck it. Here, I'll do it. To the Fox reporter who's tasked with watching my broadcast, who finds themselves sexually confused. In 10 minutes, I will be joining the Young Turks to talk to the Young Turks, to Uncle Shaky Gurga. Anyway. It's very strange that this is what Fox News is worried about, or Fox News is engaging in. But I guess it kind of makes sense. What Kami says, thank you for the 50 bones. Holy moly. I assume that the reason why they're doing it is because they can't talk about the fucking many failures of the incompetent administration, right? U.S. President Donald J. Trump told ABC News on Monday he thinks he will have an agreement with Iran to extend the ceasefire and reopen the Strait of Hormuz over the next week, adding that the deal is looking good, while referencing today's spat between Israel and Iran over Israel's continued military operations. While referencing today's spat between Israel, calling it a little glitch and stating, So I spoke with Hezbollah and said no shooting, and I talked to Bibi and said no shooting, and they both stopped shooting each other. Imagine falling for this for the 23rd time. It's been more than 23 times, let's be real. This is the funniest one because this has been happening every single week since October 7. So it's been happening across party boundaries, right? So this already happened. This already happened with Biden, and now it's happening again with fucking it's happening again with Donald Trump. Divide by Spiders, thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah, they never talk about you criticizing Trump or talking about Iran. Yeah. Fox News producer doing the Lord's work. Yeah. Trump made a mistake of taking out Khamenei, who was a very passive leader and clearly intimidated into inaction, but he also broke U.S. deterrence against the IRGC by unloading the full clip at them. It ultimately wasn't as bad as they feared. It was widely thought that the U.S. might be able to collapse the government, and it also failed at meaningfully disarming them. Now they're still armed and tenaciously pushing on the fact that he's the one who is deterred and does not want a war with Iran. Except all roads lead back to Tel Aviv. Because Benjamin Netanyahu keeps saying, nah, fuck off. I'm going to do what I want to do. And no matter what the Trump administration keeps saying, it's very obvious that the actions on the ground are very different. Anyway, we were going to do the NPR
The British government
piece.
has blocked 2 left-wing American commentators from entering the UK. Online broadcasters Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur had both been scheduled to speak at events at London's South by Southwest Festival this week, as NPR's Fatima Al-Kassab reports.
Hasan Piker is the most popular leftist live streamer in North America.
Thank you
And Cenk
for
Uygur
saying
hosts the
that.
popular Young Turks talk show on YouTube. Uygur said on social media that he had tried to board a flight to London but was banned from travelling to the UK for, quote, criticising Israel. Piker said his visa was revoked, quote, at the behest of Israel. A statement from the UK government said the decision to ban Piker and Uygur from entering the country was made on the grounds their presence in the UK would, quote, not be conducive to the public good. Piker, who has millions of followers on his Twitch streaming channel, has been accused of anti-Semitism by some Jewish groups and faced a backlash for comments, including saying he would vote for Hamas over Israel. Fatima Al-Kassab, NPR News.
I think it's important at some point to mention my long-standing advocacy against anti-Semitism. Like, it would be nice if they also brought that up, you know? That would be cool. I would like to hear that. It's true. You might as well say the fucking truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Very strange that they don't. Yeah, you know what else isn't conducive to the public good? Backing an apartheid state to the hill. Oh yeah, Dara Lisa is awesome. K-File, Andrew Kaczynski, Mamdani-backed congressional candidate Dara Lisa Avila Chevalier deleted posts and reposts calling for abolition of police, prisons and borders, seizing private property, nationalizing industries, and declaring Israel doesn't exist. Dara Lisa Avila Chevalier, a Democratic Socialist congressional candidate endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, deleted a previous Twitter account that included thousands of posts and reposts expressing support for abolition police, prisons and borders, as well as seizing private property and nationalizing major industries and calling into question Israel's right to exist. Chevalier told CNN the posts from 5 years ago do not reflect who she is today. Mayor Mamdani reiterated his support for Avila Chevalier in a statement to CNN. Mad that they revoked her visa. No problem bringing in Tel Aviv Tommy. Of course, Tel Aviv Tommy is allowed. What do you mean? Anyway, Dara Lisa. Dara Lisa is awesome. She's wonderful. She's incredible. And I'm glad that Zoran is sticking by her and not backing away. Okay? Yeah. She's great. Every time they write articles like this, you guys should go out and do some field work for her, you know? New look at me. Oh, dude, yeah. This was the drop site bump. New look at me. New look from me at how AIPAC wars are affecting down ballot Dem primaries. And polling share with me, 314 Action found his candidate in PA3 tanking once drop site reported on how 314 previously took toxic AIPAC dollars. If you recall, I told you 314, which is supposed to be working with doctors, right? Working to get doctors elected, had taken money from AIPAC. And if you remember, they also supported Adam Hamawi, the anti-Zionist, running in New Jersey after this took place. And if you recall at the time, they were like, wait, what, isn't 314 an AIPAC subsidiary? It was. Turns out they wanted to get away from that reputation by very quickly backing Adam Hamawi. Now, will they actually shower Adam Hamawi with ad spend? I don't know. But I do think that they were very worried about the AIPAC affiliation, so much so that they tried to, get away from it all. Perhaps they were literally just a doctor backing special interest group. And they recognized that they made a big mistake getting AIPAC money. Who knows? But the ads from the AIPAC affiliated super PAC don't mention Israel, say the line Bart. Yeah. AIPAC comfortable enough about its standing in Maryland to run ads through its super PAC United Democracy Project boosting Adrian Bofo in MD5. The ads don't mention Israel, though, touting Bofo's anti-ICE bona fides and support from Wes Moore. Yeah, they never do, because AIPAC knows how much Israel sucks dick. That's the beauty of it all. AIPAC is aware that even in the past, no one really gave a shit about Israel. And if anything, people would probably look at the ad and be like, I don't give a fuck what this person thinks about Israel at all. Pre-October 7, even then they knew that the mention of Israel would not be consequential at all to the race in either direction. And if anything, would probably invite scrutiny. So they never run ads that say the candidate's position on Israel. They never run ads about Israel at all. Okay? And especially post-October 7, they've had to basically, what is this? Labor MP David Taylor and a survivor of the London bombings in 2005, Christina Fisher, were individuals initially calling for a ban on your visa. Of course, it turns out that MP David Taylor voted against sanctions on Israel. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. TYT's waiting for me. All right. Let me get in there real quick. 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay. Let me fix it up in studio mode as well. Real quick. Hey, what's going on? You're live, by the way, with 33,000 people watching. They can't see you, but just letting you know, they can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, so Jake and Anna are they're just finishing up this segment, and then we're gonna go to a short 2-minute break. And you'll be able to talk to them for a little bit if you just want to say anything to Cenk, and then we'll bring you in for the interview.
Okay. Well, we're live on the back end right now for the whole thing.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right. I'm changing my titles. Here it is. Okay. All right. I'm going to probably mute myself for now until we're ready to go.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. And if you want, just ping, if you ping my assistant, I'll come back on if necessary, if I like somehow miss it.
Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, stand by. We actually just went to break.
Okay.
So we should
right.
be getting ready to go in about 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Wait, what did I do? Why did this go? Oh, boom. Okay.
Under 2 minutes. If you guys, all right. So the mic is open if you wanted to say anything to Cenk and Anna.
Okay. I mean, nothing. I'm just live right now. I'm just letting them know that I'm live currently. What's up, baby? Kaya. Hold on. I'm going to let her out real quick. Kaya. Okay, sit. Good girl. Okay. Go. How long is the interview supposed to be?
As long as as long as it goes. Do you have a hard out like at any point?
No. Not really.
Then as long as I guess it organically goes.
Okay. All right. This is Janksgiving happening in June. It's Pridesgiving. Yeah.
Right, we're approaching 30 seconds.
No establishment talking points, just the truth that you need to survive and resist. But it's not all doom and gloom. We'd love to have you join the Dragon Squad, our community of positive-minded activists who turn the day's news into positive action. With new episodes every weekday, listen to The Damage Report to get honest news, unflinching commentary, and daring coverage you won't find anywhere else. Listen to The Damage Report on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts, because understanding the damage is the first step to fixing it.
This guy, Hasan Piker, he says he is a patriot to the United States.
So we are on a slate, so whenever you're ready to go, Haas.
Okay, I'm ready to go whenever.
All right, we are going here whenever people are ready to go.
Okay.
Coming to the wide in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I can't hear Cenk.
You're at serious risk of public disorder. So mayhem might break out at any second now. So we're both on Hasan's stream on Twitch and our show on YouTube and everywhere else. So Haas,
can I start off with something a little different? So we're going to talk about Cenk and Hasan getting banned from the UK, but I see this as part of a broader campaign targeting you, Haas, because I don't like being put in a situation where I have to defend you. I'm just going to keep it 100. But Dave Rubin went on a show and claimed that you harassed me and other women at work, which was a brazen lie. I went out and said that it was a brazen lie. You never once harassed me at work. What do you think this is about? And why do you think it's okay, or why do they think it's okay to just make up lies about you like that? I mean, like, sexual harassment is a serious allegation. And for Dave Rubin, who I haven't spoken to in over a decade, to speak on my behalf like that and make something up is insane.
Yeah, I think it's a campaign of misinformation and smearing prominent critics of Israel, no matter which way they can. And it's very obvious that they're getting increasingly more desperate. Now, with Dave Rubin, it's a unique predicament because on the one hand, I'm thinking like, is this a part of a broader, sophisticated smear campaign? Or rather, is it simply just Dave Rubin being stupid? Because he's just so unbelievably stupid. So with Dave Rubin, you got to think about both of the options.
True.
But yeah, I do see a coordinated effort. Fox News is probably watching this broadcast right now. They have people stationed on my broadcast every single day. They just do like a transcript readout of every single thing that I talk about and post about it and publish it. On the other side, this is obviously escalated since the subpoena, which I never received, by the way. But Will Cain was talking about how like some counter protesters that were at the Delaney facility in New Jersey that I went to with Adam Hamawi, who's running for Congress in New Jersey, to check out the heinous conditions inside of the facility and to hear from the protesters about the ways in which the state troopers in New Jersey and the federal ICE officers were actually brutalizing them for exercising their First Amendment rights. There were a lot of agitators, a lot of counter protesters that were pro-ICE and disruptors that were there specifically to yell at the protesters. They, of course, yelled at me as well. And Will Cain earlier today covered that as though it was actually the ICE protesters that were yelling at me. So I feel like there's this like effort to slander and smear prominent critics of Israel, prominent critics of the Trump administration, no matter which way they can. There's obviously a bipartisan effort in some respects. Josh Gottheimer earlier today also said I was, because I called the Israel Day parade that took place that had Bezalel Smotrich on, a Nazi parade. I said there's Nazis at this parade. It's a Nazi parade, and prominent Democrats like Chuck Schumer and Kathy Hochul were participating in a Nazi parade, and Josh Gottheimer didn't like that. And he was saying, I've defended Hamas, and therefore, maybe my read for who's a Nazi is broken. He's been ducking me. I've told him I'd be willing to have, like regular discourse with him. But yeah, none of these guys want to actually entertain the conversation. They can't actually attack the message. They can't counter message, so they attack the messenger and disparage. That's all they know. But I think people are fed up with it.
They'll call you anti-Semitic, but they'll never call you wrong, right? Yeah. They never engage with the substance of what you're saying. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Gottheimer's running away. If he sat down and engaged in a debate with you, I mean, what's the substance of his argument? You can't defend the indefensible. We all see what's happening in Gaza. We all see what's happening in Lebanon. We see the entire global economy being destroyed right now as we speak because of this war that the U.S. got dragged into against Iran by Israel. So I just feel like, look, everything that's happening right now, they think it's going to work. Like these bans, they think it's going to work. The censorship, they think it's going to work. Everyone sees what's going on. And in fact, everything they're doing is actually incredibly counterproductive to what they want to accomplish here.
Yeah. So Haas, to that point, How do you think that the rest of this plays out, right? And I don't mean about the UK. We'll come back to them in terms of whether we're ever allowed to go there again. I mean, it's hilarious. You were just there a little while ago. I was just there a little while ago. Mayhem didn't break out. The public order wasn't immediately destroyed, right? But like, so it feels like the powerful in the US and the UK and in a lot of Western countries, but not all of them, are starting to tighten their grip, and that they've lost the media wars, so they're just going to outright oppression. But now the overwhelming majority of British citizens and American citizens are on our side, not their side. So how does this movie end?
I mean, I think inevitably there's going to be too much public pressure. And once there's too much public pressure, governments like our government here in the United States and governments in the UK and you know, far beyond in Europe as well, are going to have to make a decision. Do they want to drop all pretense that they have a democratic process, that they care about like liberal humanitarian values that they claim to espouse, they claim to care about, or are they going to increase the repression? And unfortunately, what a lot of people either don't understand or are moving in the direction of is exactly that. What did the UK do? They prescribed Palestine Action as a terrorist organization, and then they started arresting en masse thousands of pensioners, disabled protesters, young people that would dare to say that they support Palestine Action. This is
they're so dangerous.
Yeah,
they're so dangerous. All those elderly people that they rounded up and arrested, so dangerous. And by the way, Haas, Cenk alluded to the fact that you were in the UK not that long ago. And I want to show everyone what you were talking about when you were in the UK not too long ago. Let's take a look at that.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism as a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester.
And look, I agree with everything you said there, and I don't see the Zionist project as a project that seeks to protect the Jewish population. In fact, they couldn't care less about anti-Zionist Jews, and the treatment of anti-Zionist Jews makes that abundantly clear to me. I mean, look at the way they talk about people like Dave Smith, Glenn Greenwald, and others, and it's amazing to me that the people who are getting punished right now are those who have a problem with mass slaughter campaigns and land theft. It's insane. That's not really a question. I just wanted to make that statement.
Yeah, but I'm curious for Hans to finish his thought.
Yeah.
So now that the audience has seen, of course you didn't say anything anti-Semitic. In fact, you said the exact opposite. Literally the exact opposite, right? So, but how does this movie end? Because now our governments say, we don't care what you think. It doesn't matter. We're just going to oppress you on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. There's only two options out of this, obviously. It's either de-escalation on behalf of the British government, on behalf of the American government. And we have seen some de-escalation on other issues from the American government, like in Minneapolis, where there was far too much public pressure through these people-backed campaigns of people going out and protesting against ICE activity. It was an occupation by the Trump administration, and there was some success there. So even the most powerful country on earth, the United States of America, was able to cave and capitulate to the demands by the public when it got far too heated, I guess. And of course, they ended up assassinating 2 American citizens in broad daylight in the process. I guess a similar thing could take place in the UK with this issue as long as the protests continue, because like I said, at the end of the day, they have to make a decision. Are they going to allow fascism to manifest, or are they going to maintain the pretense that democracy and the democratic process still works? Because it's gotten to a degree where the overwhelming majorities of masses in almost all of the Western countries have realized what's going on, and they can't really arrest every single person, right? So they might have the moneyed interest. They might have a pervasive, sophisticated influence peddling operation that they've utilized for decades. But we have the people, and the people are not, they're not giving in. As a matter of fact, this kind of additional state repression only angers the people further. And it actually causes people who were maybe on the sidelines, who might have seen the violence, but never really thought about it all that much because it's just happening over there. Or maybe you're afraid of Muslims and think they might have deserved this kind of violence or whatever, to now second guess, to now actually become participants, because what people don't appreciate is being bullied. What people don't like is cancel culture. And Israel loves bullying people. Israel's envoys, Israel's most prominent defenders are some of the most annoying people you've ever encountered. So when they go on television and demand with maximum arrogance, with maximum hubris, unconditional support, and then they turn around and say, if you say no to that unconditional support, you're an enemy and you need to be deplatformed, you need to lose your job, you can't live in polite society anymore, you can't exist as a normal person. Well, then that causes a lot of people to get frustrated at Israel even more than they previously would have. I've even brought this example up with the UAE. There is no United Arab Emirates lobby in the United States of America. Sure, they directly, give money as little Israel to Donald Trump and whatnot. But ultimately, there isn't this sophisticated media machine working at the behest of the United Arab Emirates that says oh, if you ever bring up Sudan, you're actually an Islamophobe, and therefore you need to be punished. You need to lose your job. But if that was the case, I think that a lot more Americans would be paying attention to what the United Arab Emirates is doing. And I think the Zionist lobby is suffering from its own success. For years and years, they went uncontested. It was unconditional. There was bipartisan support for Israel, and anyone that ever questioned that would be called an anti-Semite. And there was a lot of weight to that criticism. There was a lot of weight to that accusation. Now that's gone. And the reason why that's gone is because everyone understands that Israel is committing a genocide. And that genocide has caused people to look back at Israel's history, Israel's development, and Zionism as an ideology. And it's caused people to understand that perhaps they totally misunderstood the history of Israel for the longest time. And the toothpaste is out of the tube. So either governments that are controlled and have some sense of responsibility to the masses will turn around and say, all right, enough is enough. We have to cut ties with Israel. We have to restrain Israel. This coalition that we've designed can't continue. Or they're going to become just like Israel, as I said. They're going to turn into fascist countries.
I'm worried. I mean, things look very bleak. And, you pointed to the event that took place in New York City over the weekend. And I want to kind of flesh that out a little bit for the audience in case they missed that story. Because, Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, was seen in New York City alongside Democrats. This is for the Israel Day parade over the weekend. Now, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, he was facing all this backlash because he's the first mayor in 61 years who refused to attend the Israel Day parade. And I'm glad that he did refuse, considering the fact that there was a literal war criminal there. So let's take a look at this J Street post on X. They write, Bezalel Smotrich should be sanctioned by American political and Jewish communal leaders, not marching alongside them in the streets of New York City. Smotrich is the architect of the Israeli government's policies to ultimately annex the West Bank. said that it may be just and moral to starve 2 million Gaza residents, but no one in the world would let us. He is a supporter of Greater Israel. We all know what that is. Believes Palestinians aren't even real people or a people, and is someone who has played a huge role in annexing parts of the West Bank, forcing people, Palestinians namely, out of their homes. The International Criminal Court even has a warrant out for his arrest. Take a look at this headline. Exclusive ICC prosecutor's office seeks arrest warrant for Israel Smotrich. He's marching alongside Chuck Schumer and a whole host of other Democrats at this parade over the same weekend that you and Cenk get banned from the UK because you speak out against these atrocities.
It's a flex. There's no other way to read it than it's a flex. They're flexing on us. They get to have tremendous power and tremendous influence over what Western countries do and can't do. And this is a product of that. There's no other way to read it as anything but a direct threat to what the American government or what the American public has to say. That's what I think is going on. It's about sending a message. That's why Bezalel Smotrich is there. And you brought up J Street, and I find that really funny because, like, liberal Zionism is inherently contradictory. This is one of the things that people get very mad at me about, because I say liberal Zionism is like saying you're a liberal Nazi, because Zionism is racism, Zionism is Nazism. And
I agree with you.
And a lot of people get very frustrated with this. And as a matter of fact, J Street's president has gotten very frustrated with this. He's had conversations about the sentiment with the Pod Johns over at Pod Save America. And this is a direct demonstration of that inherent contradiction, because there were a lot of statements that came in the aftermath of the news articles that came out about Bezalel Smotrich being at the Israel parade, and some people were trying to say, "Oh, he snuck in," or some people were claiming that, like, no one knew he was going to be there, and it's like, it's the Israel parade. If you go to the fucking Klan march, you're gonna have the Grand Wizard of the KKK at the Klan march. You can't turn around and be shocked and act all surprised that a member of the Israeli cabinet, the finance minister of the nation state that you're choosing to celebrate, appear at the actual celebration. Of course he's going to be there, right? So I think all of the ass covering that Kathy Hochul and even Alex Boris, which is very disappointing that he attended that as well. He's too young. He knows better, and his father knows better too. But all these people that are like, oh, I can't believe that the Nazi was at the Nazi parade, are just trying to engage in this same liberal cognitive dissonance. The idea that liberal Zionism is in some ways different than the ultra Zionism demonstrated by Bezalel Smotrich. It's not. He's a part of the Israeli government. He is perhaps the purest expression of the Israeli state's violence against Palestinians. It's racism that it harbors against non-Jews and Jewish supremacy. Of course, he's going to be there. He was elected. Yeah. And he has every right to be there. If you're going to throw an Israel Day parade, you shouldn't throw an Israel Day parade, and you certainly shouldn't participate in the Israel parade if you don't want to be caught next to war criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Haas, I was going to ask you about labor and the Democrats. I'll come back to that. But there's something you said there that I'm curious about. So, look, you look back at Zionism. I think you're totally right about one of the things that you said, where you said, now that all these atrocities has made us look back, and we were taught in America when I was growing up here that 1948 was the Arabs attacked the poor Israelis for no reason at all, and like the Israelis were the victims. Now you realize, no, it was ethnic cleansing. That's what the Nakba was. They drove out 750,000 Palestinians from their lands. They slaughtered them and killed them, and that's why people had to run. And so our media lied to us about that. They lied to us about 1967, where, again, Israel attacked its neighbors. We were taught that they were attacked. It's just not true. Now people go, oh, yeah. Well, of course, we lied about that. So I understand all that background, no question about it. And so when you look back at it, should they have done this Zionism idea, which has ethnic cleansing built into it in order to be a settler colony. Now, that seems hard to defend, certainly. Now, Israel already exists. So if today Israel and the Palestinians made a deal and they had 2 states, assume for a second that that's remotely possible, and it was based on the 1967 borders, and they were both 2 independent, safe states, I would take that deal in a second, no matter how wrong Zionism was in the beginning. Would you take that deal, or do you think that's, since Zionism is wrong, it's unconscionable?
Oh, I personally think that it's just not up to me. I think that whatever is good for the Palestinians, like Palestinian statehood is good for the Palestinians. That's what they're trying to move towards. If that means that there is a 2-state deal with 1967 borders and Palestinians are happy with that, then who am I to tell them no? I say I'm a one-stater for the reasons that you just brought up, right? And there are some people who actually disagree with me on this as well. But the reason why I say I'm a one-stater is the same reason why Avi Shalom also eventually arrived at that same conclusion. And I believe so did Ilan Pappé. These are 2 very prominent new historians from Israel. They're Jewish. They uncovered a lot of the atrocities that took place during the Nakba and after the Nakba as well. Avi Shalom specifically about what the experience for Arab Jews was like moving to Israel and why they had to move to Israel, and then Ilan Pappé specifically about Plan Dalet. So their assessment is the same as mine. They look at 750,000 Jewish settlers that now illegally occupy both Eastern Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank, the occupied West Bank that is currently occupied illegally by the Israeli state, to specifically design a non-contiguous Palestinian state. And the removal of 750,000 Jewish settlers from the occupied West Bank is virtually impossible. I don't think that they would ever do it. Israel had a very hard time removing settlers from the Sinai Peninsula at the time, and they had an even harder time removing only 7,000 Israeli Jewish settlers from the Gaza Strip when they pulled out of the Gaza Strip to like hermetically seal it and create the world's largest open-air prison. They had to genuinely go there by force and remove people at gunpoint, right? 750,000 of the most rabid ultra-Zionists are most likely never going to leave unless they have to leave because they have to live in a binational state or a single solitary secular state that now places non-Jews and Jews in the same civil court system. What I envision is what would look a lot like Reconstruction, but hopefully not a failure like Reconstruction inevitably was. What I predict in that situation would that there would still be violence, of course, in the initial stages, but most likely violence resembling the Klan violence that took place in the segregated American South. But that is my North Star. That's what I think is the best possible outcome here. That's the most moral outcome, which of course would still offer reparations to the Palestinians for stolen land and also death and destruction that befell them at the hands of Israel. And beyond the reparations, certainly a right to return to all 15 million Palestinians. So that's what I believe is just and moral, and that's what I will continue to advocate for. But if there is a 1967 boundary two-state with a standing military, not something that Yitzhak Rabin even was on board with. If you recall, a lot of Israelis will say he was a peacenik, he was a blowhard. Yitzhak Rabin was the head of security, internal security at the time when the first Intifada was taking place, and he was famous for demanding that the Israeli military break the bones of little children. They did this by the tens of thousands, little Palestinian kids whose hands were broken on purpose because stone throwing had become a symbol of the Palestinian resistance in the first Intifada. That guy always said that there would be a two-state, but the second state would never be a full state. It would be a reduced version of an actual state. And what that implies is that the Palestinians would never have full sovereignty. They would never have a standing military, for example. So that's the reason why I always look at the two-state solution as simply a continuation of what's actually taking place right now. A one state that is an apartheid state, a one state that is dominating and occupying Gaza and also occupying the West Bank as well, and destroying Palestinian lives and livelihood in both of these territories, and dangling this fake two-state solution in front of liberal blowhards in the Western world to make it seem like there is actually a peaceable solution out, when it's just a continuation of the destruction of Palestinians with the final purpose of complete ethnic cleansing from their indigenous lands.
Yeah. And they're not going to stop there, as we've learned with what they're currently doing in Lebanon. And so this is a project that spans far beyond Palestinian territory. And it's not going to stop unless these so-called liberal democracies do something to stop it and stop enabling and emboldening the Israelis to do it.
Yeah, so I think last thing here. So I agree with you guys on a bunch of things, including at some point the dam's going to break. I mean, so like people get offended that Haas called them Nazis or whatever, right? But wait a minute, the Knesset voted that Palestinians will never be free. The Israelis have said, even their theoretical peaceniks, that no, the Palestinians can never have a full state, right? Let alone, I don't mean all the peaceniks. There's a lot of good people like Gideon Levy, et cetera, in Israel, right? But any of the
anti-Zionists.
But the Zionists say no, the Palestinians will never be free. Presumably they'll always live in these open air camps, or can I say concentration camp? They are concentrated in a tiny area of Gaza. Netanyahu bragged that they've taken 70% of Gaza and they've stuffed 2.2 million people of what's left of the small portion of Gaza. I mean, what is that if it's not a camp where that is concentrated full of millions of people? So if you're offended by our words instead of what Israel has actually done, well, that shows moral weakness on your part.
Let me read some offensive words real quick. This is a statement from Bezalel Smotrich on Channel 14. This is one of his latest comments. In the West Bank, we are destroying more Palestinian family homes than they can build. We are demolishing residential buildings of 4, 5, and even 6 stories. Now there is much more destruction and demolition of Palestinian homes. I think those are the types of statements that people should be offended by.
Yeah, and we're going to show later in the show, Ben-Gvir talking about how they're going to bomb the suburbs of Beirut and mass civilian casualties, and because that's what Israel does. And then we have, look, to me, the number one thing holding this dam together is American mainstream media. Because without the propaganda, this is not a close question. Why would anybody want to finance these sick atrocities? The American people are not anywhere near that evil. American media is that evil. They say you have to finance it, otherwise we'll ruin your life by calling an anti-Semite. Anyway, so look, all this is clear. tyt.com/UK ban, which is just a little petition to say reverse the ban. That's fun. But Haas, the last question I wanted to ask you is, so you see Labor wrapping their arms, bear hugging Isaac Herzog, the head of the Israeli Air Force, and going, oh my God, these guys who committed a genocide are wonderful. Oh, but the guys opposed to a genocide are evil, right? And then here in America, as you guys were pointing out, the Democrats are like, oh yeah, I'll go to a parade with a guy who committed a genocide. And in fact, he's one of the biggest advocates. If there was any justice in the world, would be the first guy up in the Nuremberg type of trials. And they go, yeah, that's legitimate. But Hassan campaigning with Abdullah al-Said, disqualifying and illegitimate, etc. So is there any hope left for the Democratic Party and the Labor Party, which appear to be the fake left in both of these countries?
Yeah.
And if there is no hope, what do we do next?
So I don't think there's any hope left for the Labor Party, and that is entirely in the hands of the Jeremy Corbyn assassin himself, Keir Starmer. They deliberately destroyed the actual populist wing of their party, and they did it at the behest of Israel as well. Labor Friends of Israel was a huge part of the fake anti-Semitism smears and accusations that Jeremy Corbyn was inundated with. And Keir Starmer famously said, if you don't like what I'm doing, you can leave the party. And many people did. Where did they go? They went to the Green Party. that is being led by Zach Polanski, who is a wonderful guy. He's an anti-Zionist. He's also Jewish. They attack him quite a bit because of his anti-Zionism, ironically enough. He has withstood some of the most heinous smears I've ever seen. British media can be very, very vicious, even far more vicious than the American media at times. And so there is an alternative there. With the Democratic Party, a lot of people get mad at me for saying this as well, but I see a very weak party. The party is not a real party, right? It's a coalition of different corporate interests and, foreign lobbies at times. And by foreign lobbies, I just mean Israel. Let's be real. There isn't like a profound Estonian lobby that is dominating Democratic Party attitudes, if we're being real. But there is a real disconnect between those who are voting for the Democrats and what their demands are and what the Democrats are willing to concede to on those demands. And therefore, I see this as a wonderful opportunity in all of this weakness to force in as many responsive politicians in this insurgent Bernie-crat coalition that is forming all around the country. There are plenty of democratic socialists who are open socialists, and even those who aren't socialists but have similar interests and similar goals, similar policy goals, who are willing to be the fighters that will hopefully change American trajectory from the downward trajectory that we've been experiencing for the past couple of decades into a more positive one. People who aren't afraid to say, why do we have so much loyalty to the nation state of Israel when it's very clear that it's done a genocide, when it's very clear that it's an apartheid state? Why are we constantly waging wars with other countries and spending billions of dollars of tax revenue? We should instead take that money and spend it on ourselves, all this productive output that's being stolen from the average American. Things that actually Donald Trump lied about. And lied his way to the office twice, as a matter of fact. Isolationism, America first. These were important concepts that Trump advanced that he never really followed through on. But I do believe that there are those who are invested in following through on this. And as long as the Democrats don't, expel people like myself and the candidates that I work with in the primary system, as they've had a very hard time dealing with Democrats who are actively pushing the needle on these issues, I'm going to continue trying to win as much power for people who do abide by anti-Zionism and who want Medicare for all, who want to end America's endless militarism.
Yep. All right. So everybody check out Hasan's show on Twitch, but you can also see clips on YouTube. So check out his channel there as well. We've got a fun shirt up on shoptyt.com about how we were both banned in the UK. I guess we're outlaws and enemies of the crown, which is kind of badass. And by the way, Haas, I realized this today. We, I believe, are the only ones to have 2 family members banned by the United Kingdom. So hence the most dangerous family in the history of the British Empire is right here. Okay. So I didn't think that we'd get that kind of, I don't know, in a sense, an accolade or an honor of some sort. And let me double down on what Haas said. Zach Polanski, head of the Green Party in the UK, is awesome. Make sure you check that out. And that's a really legitimate way to go in the United Kingdom. And here in America, the takeover of the Democratic Party, I don't believe in 2028 should even be that difficult. So most of the candidates are going to be pro-Israel and tell us how wonderful that country is. And you will find the candidates that are authentically in favor of American sovereignty instead of serving another country. And I think that we could do that in 28. And thanks, Haas. We appreciate it. And we'll see if we can ever go back to the UK, and maybe we'll do that speech at Oxford Union together anyway, because Oxford Union is trying to put that together, even if it's virtual. So that might even be later this week, so everybody can check that out. And when we come back later in the program, what we're going to do next is how Israel's currently destroying the peace plan that we have by defying Donald Trump and bombing Lebanon. So, Haas, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Yep. See you in Thanksgiving. Okay.
Okay. That was a brief. That was a brief trip down memory lane. I literally owe my entire life journey to TYT many, many moons ago. It's always nice to see them again. Yeah. See you at Janksgiving, he says. All right. On that note, we're going to get back to what we were talking about. We got a lot to cover, obviously. And my food is here too, right on time. Look at that. Thank you. No, I have forks here. And I had to get her lick in. Yeah, it's true. Remember when you said Trump has a fat ass on TYT? Editorial board. The UK's free speech crackdown. Wait, what? Washington Post editorial board wrote about me? What the frick? Where is the God, we need to do a paywall remover on this too. The UK's free speech crackdown. Testing speech like violence undermines a free society. Thank God that Americans have, this kind of attitude in general about First Amendment and free speech, that they're just like not fucking with what the UK is doing, at least for the time being.
Overnight, protesters clashing with police. There were dozens of arrests for violating a curfew. The mayor of Newark imposed.
Is Trump and Bibi over? Yeah, if you're foolish, if you're silly, if you believe that, when Barack Unit 8200 Ravid reports that the relationship between Trump and Bibi is not doing great, that is an article that is written every single week, once a week, since October 7, 2023. That's an article that was written about Joseph Robinette Brandon. It's an article that is written about, what is this, 0 seconds? It lasted 0 seconds. I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today, asking him not to go to a major raid of Beirut. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. Wait, what happened? I'm confused. Let's see how long that lasts. It lasts 0 seconds. Wait, so Bibi is actually still invading? Yeah, there's also this. Congress is linking. Congress is proposing a linkage between the IDF and the U.S. Army. Things are fucking horrible in America and only slated to get worse. I'll play this for the time being, and we'll give you more updates on Lebanon in a second. But I got to go pee.
The United States may be on the verge of one of the most significant changes in their military relationship in decades. And if critics of the proposal are correct, it could fundamentally change how military aid from the US to Israel works, how transparent that relationship is, and how deeply Israeli defense companies become integrated into America's military-industrial base. The proposal is reportedly being advanced through the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. For those unfamiliar, the NDAA is the massive annual defense bill that authorizes spending and policy for the US military. Because it is considered must-pass legislation, it has historically bypassed the ability for senators to veto it and has become a vehicle to get laws passed that wouldn't otherwise pass on their own, such as this one. But what exactly is being proposed here, and why does it matter? According to the proposal, the United States and Israel would greatly expand cooperation across nearly every area of military technology. This includes artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, cyber capabilities, and a wide other range of defense sectors. Supporters argue that this would strengthen both countries' military capabilities and accelerate innovation. Say something much bigger is taking shape. They argue that if fully enacted, this proposal will create a level of military-industrial integration between the United States and Israel that exceeds what America has with any other country in the world, significantly to Israel's benefit. And this is where the controversy begins. Murtaza, thank you for joining us. What exactly is happening here, and how is it potentially going to work?
So this looks like an attempt by Israel to get far greater benefit from its relationship with the U.S. with far less transparency. One thing that was very notable in the recent war with Iran is that for the first time, Israel and the United States actually fought side by side. The Israeli and U.S. militaries both took part in the war. They ran missions together, they did battle damage assessments together. They took a big step towards integrating the militaries into one unit effectively. And now this proposal for the NDAA would take a step towards integrating their defense industrial bases into one unit as well too. Now Israel is a much smaller country than the United States. It has a defense sector, but its economy is much smaller, its population is smaller, everything. The US is really the biggest in the world, and this would make Israel an integrated partner in American defense manufacturing, research and so forth. And it would give Israeli companies the ability to benefit from the American defense economic ecosystem. They could get much bigger contracts, scale up their own operations. And in the defense world, when you become an exporter, when you have large contracts, that's really when you get a force multiplier for your own weapons development, not just for manufacturing, but for future research as well too. So this is a profound benefit for Israel for those reasons, but also because it would hide Israel's benefits that it gets from the United States as well too, while also magnifying them. Currently, there's not that much scrutiny or attention at restraining Israel, putting conditions on aid, but there is some transparency to what they're getting. And in theory, if there was a political environment in the future where people did want to impose reciprocity on them or leverage the aid to change their policies, that could be done. This change to the NDAA instead would put Israel's benefits from the United States into the effective black box of the Pentagon, which is not audited, which is not subject to State Department approval in the same way. And no one will really know exactly what they're getting because it'll be so deeply embedded in America's own defense sector. Israel will have intellectual property that Americans may come to rely on, and it could give Israel leverage over the United States itself.
I think the Greater Israel Project wasn't expanding to the Middle East as we previously thought. It was expanding to the United States of America completely. Amer Israel will be real, dude. Amer Israel Chai. Yeah. It turns out the Greater Israel was the Greater United States of Israel. But it makes sense from an efficiency perspective. Obviously, you just cut out the middleman. This is basically like the Abraham Accords. Like, there was already a de facto normalization between Gulf states and Israel. So they were just putting it on paper. America and Israel are one unit anyway. This is putting it on paper. Fuck it.
In the future, we're not wanting to lose that. And finally, at a time where political opinions are shifting against Israel, this would first of all insulate their relationship from democratic oversight, but it would also allow Israel to embed itself economically in the United States through the defense sector and make itself strategically useful to certain politicians in the country. Famously, the American defense sector, a lot of the manufacturing spread out over many different states to give all different Congress members and House of Representative members a particular stake economically in certain projects in their regions that they govern. Israel could play the same game. They could have Israeli manufacturing contribute to job growth in certain states and so forth, and making politicians impossible for them to oppose Israel for that reason alone. So these are all profound factors that would benefit Israel, and the benefit I think would be far, far greater than the $3 billion or so that they get a year. It would be really a force multiplier to a tremendous degree.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, like the timing of this proposal is very significant. Currently, the US gives about roughly $3.9 billion annually to Israel under a 10-year agreement that came into effect in 2018, and that is set to expire very soon. So pro-Israel politicians and Israeli leaders are looking to renew this, and this is a vehicle to do this. The issue is Israel's facing growing political challenges in the United States.
Thanks, Obama. But like literally, that was Obama. Memorandum of Understanding. And to this day, they still say Barack Obama was the biggest Jew hater president of all time. Isn't that funny? Because he dared to do JCPOA.
Opinion has drastically shifted in recent years, particularly because of the genocide in Gaza, as well as dragging the US into wars with Iran that doesn't seem to benefit the United States in any way. So this creates a potential problem for Israel. They proposed a potential 20-year deal, which means that this wouldn't come up, but that seemed to have dropped. Now, part of this 3.9 billion, and what's crucial, the crucial aspect of this 3.9 billion is 25% of it, around 825 million, can be spent on the Israeli defense industry. And for those who understand defense manufacturing, will understand that building weapons is incredibly expensive, especially if you want to own it end to end like Israel does. It spends billions of dollars developing a new technology, and the way to make it sustainable is if you have the ability to sell that to a third country. Now, this 825 million in theory locks in the United States to buy Israel weapons from Israel's industry for Israel itself. That means Israel can stand up factories that it couldn't stand up before. That means Israel could spend more on research, and it can build more munitions that it just wouldn't have the ability to do before, because it doesn't have that reliability of a long-term purchaser of their weapon, which every other country has to have. Israel has this locked in with this $3.9 billion. Now, with the integration of the military-industrial complexes of both countries, this bypasses this completely. And that's kind of the whole point of it.
It would actually open up Israel to a far greater market from the United States, and also the building on research capabilities in the United States too, to expand its the product lines and appeal as well. So you could make potentially tens of billions of dollars a year in arms sales through this agreement if it were to go through, and maybe even more than that in the future, because it would actually help Israel scale up its industry, its arms industry, as opposed to receiving aid. And one thing is very important, Samad, about the current aid arrangement is that a lot of it is currently recycled through all of it basically is recycled through the American defense establishment. Israel gets, three.
I like that the American political class was like, they heard people go, no more trillions of dollars to Israel. But instead of hearing what that meant, they went, no, more trillions of dollars to Israel. No, exclamation mark, more trillions of dollars.
Something $1 billion, $3.9 billion a year. And it uses that money to buy American defense goods. So it was all sold as actually a benefit to the American defense sector as well, too, to have this aid agreement. It would free Israel from that, nominal requirement, while instead making Israel a full-blown partner in that same defense sector where it could generate profit. It could generate multiple times that by making its own sales and having guaranteed clients and so forth through these relationships. So I do think it's far greater benefit to Israel. It's far more sustainable, and it could make a lot of people Israel very rich while also making Israel a significant player in the global arms market, more so than it is today.
Thank you. And then supporters of this bill argue that the US benefits. The US will get access to technology that it didn't before. The US will get access to scale, to intelligence that it didn't before. And I wanted to ask, what exactly does the US get from signing such a bill?
Well, it's interesting because Israel is not an obvious candidate for this. It's not a member of NATO. It doesn't have an alliance with the United States. Has no reciprocal defense, obligations to the United States in any treaty. And also, Israel is historically a major actor when it comes to espionage against the United States, industrial espionage, especially stealing American defense secrets. That's been a problem for many, many years, as acknowledged by American intelligence agencies. It's a prime counterintelligence threat to the United States. So it really doesn't make a lot of sense why Israel would be the country that receives this extraordinary privilege of this relationship. It's also a much smaller country. Doesn't really match America's defense industrial base at all today. I think it has to be, a product of ideology and the corruption of the American system, where a lot of these agreements and these proposals are on a pay-to-play basis, and Congress, which is going to deliberate this measure, it's historically very much been in Israel's pocket, or been in Israel's corner, you could say more generously. And it's a really unbelievable, great favor done to any country to be given this tremendous relationship. And the reciprocity, maybe there may be some tech benefits that the U.S. would get from Israel, but they're getting a lot of that right now anyways. And I think the benefits to Israel are much, much more obvious and much greater than they would be to the United States.
Wow. I can't believe it. In case some viewers don't know, this proposal was brought forth by a Democrat and a Republican, just in case any chatters think this would be solved if Republicans simply weren't in charge. Well, I was worried because I was hoping that it was bipartisan. So now that you've told me this is bipartisan, I feel so comfortable. Guys, please stop. I'm sorry. I'm not believing this shit, okay? Israeli platform, we cannot publish at this stage what is happening in the Shlomi settlement due to strict censorship restriction. We will update as soon as possible. Oh, shit. It's Pride Month. We love bipartisanship. Yes, I always love it on every other month. Also, this isn't a random Twitter poster, dude. This is one of the more reliable OSINT accounts out there. Yeah, he gets the shit from the Israeli Telegram channels. Explosions heard in Shlomi. Hezbollah pulled down cats in Netanyahu's underwear into the residents of the north without Vaseline. IDF spokesman in a few minutes. A large flock of birds attacked the state of Israel. Israel news without censorship. IDF spokesperson is thinking about how to respond. Israel news from the field. Uncensored on Telegram. Trump just 30 minutes ago. I hope the ceasefire holds in Lebanon forever. Barry with the NED, National Endowment for Democracy. It's, again, what, you hate democracy? It's in the name, chatter. Of course, it's a rape analogy. Lamau, these animals are unreal. Oh my God. Barry supports Palestine and Lebanon. Good guy. Yeah, he's the best guy. You kidding me? He's my favorite OSINT guy. Anyway. What is this? U.S. Army soldier and a British soldier died during a military training accident. Huh. Same day explosion struck Erbil province following strikes on Kurdish Iranian opposition group headquarters. Yeah. Trained by a missile? Maybe. Axios doing more damage control for Trump? Yeah, I love that people do believe this, though. Like, how many times have we heard this exact same song and dance, man? It's unbelievable that y'all still believe this. How is that possible? Anyway, let's hear what the Sex Panther had to say. Oh, shit. He's talking shit about Daria Lisa.
Pushing back against Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice. I'm unfamiliar with his particular primary opponent. Obviously, you know, the language that she's used, as is the case with any candidate, speaks for itself, and she's going to have to explain herself, of course, to the people of Harlem, the people of Washington Heights, and the people of the Bronx. We're going to continue to stand firmly behind Representative Espaillat. He's got a track record of accomplishment, but more importantly, a progressive vision for the future to make life better for the people he represents.
Okay, so it's clear where you stand. I mean, who you've endorsed, right? You say she has to, speak for herself on those posts. But Mayor Mamdani praised her. Now, he didn't address the controversial posts, okay? But he said, quote, at a time when power is concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, Daria Eliza will fight in Congress for New York's working families. She's the champion we need for a city New Yorkers can actually afford. Are you disappointed in that response, given just those examples that I shared? Does it surprise you that Mayor Mamdani would say that?
Drama.
The mayor and I have agreed to strongly disagree as it relates to this particular race. And we, as House Democrats, certainly members of the New York delegation, but also the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus, members of Goodwill in terms of the organized labor movement, who are strongly behind Adriano Espaillat. We've got to put the work in over the next few weeks to make sure that his track record is clear, it can't be distorted, and that Adriano Espaillat is able to communicate the fact that he is an actual, genuine leader who lifts people up as opposed to trying to tear people down.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries, I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and next, we are just hours away from another crucial election day, and it's in California with Democrats on edge. Can our guest Steve Hilton, who has been rising in the polls, shut out Democrats altogether from the race for governor? And Susie Orman is out front, and she's taking your questions next. So what do you want to know? You got a few more moments. Please email them in. She wants your question.
Damn. Big Hakeem, dude. Leader of the Democratic Party. Notice how he responded to the Zoran drama bait question? That's pretty huge. Kind of feels like he's a little worried about the Zomentum in his own fucking state. Yeah, he didn't even go so hard after Daria Eliza, if you noticed. It won't matter that you're banned from the UK if we have a British governor here in California. Do you think Zoran has now set the precedent? Maybe more progressive Democrats to endorse insurgents? No. And yes, California young voters is turnout, early vote turnout is 1834 by 5%. It's pretty fucking terrible. Is 6% now? Great. Great. Yes, I saw the sad Rosenberg clip, man. I saw. It wasn't sad. It was very funny. He's incredibly purple. He's purple for a great reason. I missed you watching, talking to TYT. I wish there was a way to go back. Well, chatter, I'll have you know, there is a way for you to go back and watch me talk to the Young Turks. All you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free, and you can rewind. Subscribe and rewind, chatter. Or, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub.
Before we start, I'm just going to play a little bit. This was a off-camera interview, but we do have audio recording. I want to play a little bit of that just to kind of set up this conversation.
I think it is particularly important at this time to be open and vocal and honest about your views and not put your finger in the wind and just cater to whoever is expressing their views the loudest. I think that there has been something lost in this conversation about Israel, about the future of the Middle East, about whether or not there should be an Israel or not. And I wanted to express my views on that and speak about these issues in really concrete ways.
I sat down with Shapiro. It was the day after the primary in Pennsylvania. And importantly, it was an uncontested primary. He has a weak challenger again on the Republican side. And what he was talking about on Israel, on this feeling that he's like too buttoned up and tight, or that he's too centrist on this stuff, is he was saying, look, the people of Pennsylvania keep supporting me in large numbers, record numbers in many cases. And what he was saying when it comes to Israel is, yes, the pundits and the posters say, oh, because he is a Zionist and because he's proud of his Jewish faith and talks about all of that, that's going to be an issue for him in the primaries. And he said to me two things. First of all, let's have a real conversation about what this is, and got into it, talking about how one of the things that disturbs him is that there is a lot of conversation about how Israel is a country where, yes, it's a democracy, but Judaism is the religion. And he says, why is that the only way that we focus on it when there is all this focus on Muslim countries?
Can I just read that quote from your conversation? Here's what he said.
I wonder why. Maybe it's because it's billed as a Jewish ethno-state. And whenever there's a fucking point of contention around Israel, it immediately turns back to Judaism for some reason. And the largest point of contention around Israel is whether or not it should remain a Jewish ethno-state. I mean, kind of at odds with like liberal humanitarian values, right?
Exactly, Governor Shapiro. I think it is for those who do not want there to be a Jewish state, oftentimes they will predicate their views on this notion that being grounded in a religion and being a democracy can't coexist. I think it's important to point out the hypocrisy of that view. When there are 46 majority Muslim nations, 23 of which have Islam as their official religion, either because of statute or their constitution, and only one has Judaism as their official religion, and yet we're focused just on the Jewish state.
Yeah, and look, you can go through all the countries. Pakistan, for example, is the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. And so part of his point is also saying, let's just be pragmatic, realistic. If you're saying Israel shouldn't exist, what you're saying is there should be permanent war, is the way that he puts it, because that would be a war. But he also very much talked about the politics of this. And he says this is in Pennsylvania, as he likes to say, the state that decides it all, the key swing state, has gone Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. He keeps winning, and people know where he is on this issue. And so there is this online conversation, there is this pundit conversation, but look at the votes. And in the context, he didn't want to put it this way in the context.
Bro, they're so desperate to make Joshy Boy be the next best thing to run for president. It's just not going to happen. And it's got to deep down inside hurt him that America's first Jewish president is not going to be Josh Shapiro. It could have been Bernie. It should have been Bernie. But the likelihood is is probably going to be John Ossoff. If there's a shot that anybody has at that title, I'm not saying that this is my advocacy before people fucking yell at me. Oh my God. I'm not saying that I think. I'm saying he has a much better shot than fucking Josh Shapiro. Fuck! I cannot ever get a fucking word in edgewise. Oh my God. Yeah, the likelihood is Pritzker maybe or John Ossoff. It will not be Shapiro. What is this? If you don't see Plattner on a rocket ship to the presidential nomination, you're blind, to be honest? Okay, you're fucking on crack. I mean, he is getting presidential run level oppo on him right now, and eventually, by the end of the campaign, it's gonna soften its impact entirely and perhaps permanently.
To 2028. But when we start thinking about that, will it be an issue in the presidential primaries? It'll definitely be part of the conversation. But will voters respond to it like they do in Pennsylvania? That's maybe what he'll find out.
And his goal, because he is on the ballot in 2026, his goal is to boost his own numbers as much as.
A word in edgewise, brother, please, that's Delulu. You are the main speaker in the room here by definition. Yes, but there's a constant back and forth conversation that's taking place. So yes, on the one hand, I'm speaking alone. On the other hand, I'm listening to what you have to say, and some of you are abusing that.
He can, not just for his own future, but also to have other people on the ballot.
Look, he wants to run up the score. He has, in many of his elections statewide, gotten more votes than any other Democrat has. But there are 4 House seats that are held by Republicans now across the state, where Shapiro has been very involved in helping recruit, endorsing those candidates, and they are a big priority for him. If his coattails are large, then they will probably win. I talked to one of them, a woman named Janelle Stelson, who's running, and I said to her, does it help to have Shapiro on the top of the ticket? And her response was, yeah.
Sexting president would go crazy? What do you mean? No, it will be Bibi. Wrong. It's already Bibi. Bibi is already the first Jewish president. Okay, facts. True, I forgot. Bibi from Pennsylvania. All I'm saying is it's not going to be fucking Josh Shapiro. Okay, I know that probably pisses him off a lot, and he really wants it, but it's not happening. The National. Tomorrow's front page. Labour condemned over attack on freedom. Well, this is Scottish. Labour condemned on attack on freedom to criticize Israel after banning pro-Palestine commentators from entering the UK. Damn, we made it. This is my second cover for The National, by the way. Yeah, this was famously a very funny flub from, well, not a flub, but just what he believes, which will be horrible if he were to actually run for office beyond the governor. When he's like, oh, you're silencing Jewish voices. If you don't want AIPAC funds, yeah, I don't even care about listening to Shapiro. I just like to clown on him every now and then. Yeah, all right, let's get back to new clashes arrests after curfew imposed outside of ICE facility. Delaney.
Posed outside the ICE detention center at Delaney Hall. Anywhere within a half mile is off limits from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., and police moved in to clear the streets. The arrest capped a combative weekend with some protesters setting fires and using barricades.
The bold color and shapely lapel of this jacket have me thinking it's Tom Ford. This chatter has been asking me if this jacket is Tom Ford since 1/11. Okay. It's been 3 hours, and no, it's not. It's not Tom Ford. Trying to grab you all day. Heart the suits. The bold color and shapely lapel of this jacket have me thinking it's Tom Ford? Question mark. There's just a bit more. There's a bit more of your back/shoulder than the jacket is cut for. I suspect there's enough material in there for a tailor to get it sorted. Is the jacket Tom Ford or not? It's not. I said it's not. It's not. It's Gucci. This was specifically for the red carpet many, many years ago, and I've gotten a lot of good use out of it. Won't say the maker. Look up Tommy Nutter I'm hot for it, lol. This was like the fucking Gucci ha ha ha. It was like what's the fucking British heartthrob? Suit Gooner? Fabric Enjoyers Unite? What is Tommy Nutter? Is he a gooner for suits? British tailor Tommy Nutter. Harry Styles is the Harry Styles collection. I said British heartthrob. Someone said young blood. No. Yeah, every time I wear this, it reminds people of the long hair because I wore that the first time ever on the red carpet. Don't be mean to the fashion frogs in Chattasan. They had your back when you were defending the Met Gala. True. Making fun of suit autism while you yourself suffer is nasty work. It's like a mirror. I hate having a mirror that's put in my face, okay? I don't like it. And that's what it is. Do you understand? That's what's frustrating. Anyway, let's continue.
As weapons, mounted police and officers in riot gear pushing them back. Tensions began over Memorial Day after detainees launched a hunger strike over living conditions they call inhumane. Visitations have resumed at Delaney Hall, but state health officials say they've been denied full access to inspect the private facility with a government contract. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill sent the state police to take control so federal immigration officers...
Yeah. So they can get a moment of respite from beating the fuck out of New Jerseyans, you know? Apologize to them, Haas. I apologize to the fashion frog.
Would back down.
We've seen what has happened with ICE across the country. I won't let that unfold here. Having worked with New Jersey State Police and local law enforcement, I know how well trained they are, the best in the nation. I trust them to follow our Constitution.
The Department of Homeland Security says there is zero tolerance for rioters, but the mayor of Newark says lawful protest is necessary, Mary, because the conditions inside this place are so bad. Mary?
It's certainly a tense situation there, Aaron. Thank you.
The Israel Day Parade in New York City is the world's largest gathering in support of Israel, according to its organizers, and today is expected to be the biggest turnout since the parade began in 1960.
Nazi parade. Another night at the Madison Square Garden, you know? Another night at the Madison Square Garden moment. Yeah, USA had Nazi parades, and it's still having them.
We have to come out and support our people. It's very important in these very scary times for the Jewish people.
I feel like there's a lot of tension lately. We need Israel so that we have a place to go with all the anti-Semitism that's spreading.
Oh my God. It's my emotional support apartheid state, bro. What you don't understand is my feelings. Okay? I'm a hysterical person. I've lived for, 50 plus years on U.S. soil as an American citizen. I've had a wonderful life here. Okay? I have expectations that the American government will protect me. Except I don't. Because I'm fucking hysterical and there is a scary, creeping fear that I live every day. I will never actually choose to live in Israel. Oh God, no. I would never live in Israel. Gross. What am I, some fucking Middle Easterner? I'm not going to live there. They got bombs flying overhead. I'm living too close to Arabs if I go live there. But that fear is real. It's a real fear. And therefore, Israel should be an ethnic Jewish majority ethno-state that dominates all the filthy Arabs in the region. That's what this is. What is this? Indirect criticism of you via your boy. If the Spurs somehow win the series, we'll treat you and your staff to the world famous Joe's Pizza and Brooklyn Lager. Ugh. I don't want to see Kirsten Gillibrand. Person who has an elevator that goes directly into the living room of their New York City apartment. Israel must exist as an ethno-state because nowhere is safe for me. I am a uniquely oppressed person. That's what it is. Yeah. That's what it fucking is. That's literally the argument. I don't have any like serious threat to my safety or security. I live in America. What the fuck are you talking about? And you shouldn't, by the way. No one should. I hope people understand. But it is always funny. Like, this is literally whites are under attack, okay? It's just that because Jews are a minority that has been historically marginalized, not anymore systematically, certainly. It would be laughable to claim that. Jews are white, okay? Ashkenazi Jews are the most dominant demographic of Jews in America. They're white. They've been living here for a very long time. And they should be comfortable living here, of course. But the idea that like Jews in 2026 are actually experiencing tremendous hardships as a consequence of being Jewish is fucking ridiculous. Okay? Especially in comparison to Muslims or Hispanic people or black people or indigenous people. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? Do you fucking hear yourself? You know? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. My son is going to a private school in Chelsea, and sometimes people say, "Free Palestine," and he accidentally hears it. Do you know how big of a hate crime this is to me? That's the argument. That's literally the fucking argument that Sid Rosenberg was presenting. You got ICE kidnapping black and brown people and also deporting Muslim advocates of Palestine. And you still have some of the most comfortable individuals in white society running around being like, dude, you know who's really oppressed? Me. And it's funny that we have to literally entertain this fucking idiocy. Like there is any sort of significant truth here that people are too afraid to say. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. And once again, it's just the same as like white Christian supremacist politics. That's why it is so frustrating for me to watch. And I talk about it all the fucking time. And people are like, what do you mean? This is really anti-Semitic. Really? Really? You're experiencing significant hardships. The motherfucking police commissioner put out and spent tens of millions of dollars in overtime so you could have literally the most protected Nazi parade of all time, where you had literal fucking Nazis and prominent American politicians march on the streets about a fucking ethno-state that is an apartheid state, that is doing a genocide, that is collapsing the entire Western world in and of itself. Also, it can actually enforce its grand desires of a greater Israel project. You have your cake, you're eating it, and you want other people's cakes too.
This is something we would never miss. Never miss.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani is not in attendance, making him the first New York City mayor ever to skip the parade.
I'm heartsick, to tell you the truth. He should be supporting a large segment of people from this city, from the state, and from our country. I could start crying right now that this is...
It's just funny because they'll be like, yeah, that Muslim, Arab, Islamist, fundamentalist piece of terrorist garbage better fucking get his brown ass down to my fucking Nazi rally right now. Why isn't he on his fucking hands and knees over here begging? I'll have you know he's fucking Ugandan. How dare you not show up to the fucking Nazi rally? How dare you? Don't you know you got a significant number of Nazis in the fucking city over here? Maroon. Why is everyone Michael Rappaport? Scott Libido. Oh, you know? I'm oppressed. I own a brownstone walk-up. And across the neighborhood, I heard somebody say free parking. I thought they said free Palestine. I had a conniption. Get the fuck out of here. Zohar Mamdani should kill all the students that say free Palestine. Why are they not in prison?
Acceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. If you claim to stand for all New Yorkers, you come, whether you agree or not, and you represent the communities that you represent.
There's so many other people here that are supporting the Jewish Israel country, and if he chose not to be here...
The Jewish Israel country. This is basically another 9/11. Come to the Nazi rally. You sit next to the Nazis, you fucking Arab piece of shit. You fucking Muslim. I don't even like you. I don't even want to see you. But you have to fucking be servile to me. Oh my God. Nothing more Israel than holding Muslims hostage. Oh, that's so perfect. Banger. Why do insane conservative women all end up with Mar-a-Lago phase? Wow, this is deep anti-Semitism here. Remember when I told you an American Jewish Zionist told me they feel safer in Tel Aviv with bombs flying overhead than in New York City? Yeah, except I'm willing to bet that they didn't fucking fly to Israel because they were so scared, right? It's always, oh, we have to have Israel exist as a Jewish ethno-state. Otherwise, I would be scared. I'm like, okay, well, I'm scared of spiders, okay? You don't see me advocating for fucking genocide. Just to be clear, the Chicago-born editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post is explicitly rejecting the American model of individual freedom. He is demanding a Lebanon-style republic where people are classified by race and religion. Ay, ay, ay. Just so fucking stupid.
That's okay. We are here. That's the most important thing.
Governor Hochul is here, and NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch is serving as the parade's grand marshal. Tisch called the parade one of the most joyful days of the year.
It's the mayor's decision not to march, and it is my decision to march proudly.
Amid heightened security concerns, the NYPD has deployed a record number of officers and heavy weapons teams, along with helicopters, drones, and explosive detection canines. Do you feel safe here today?
No.
If only I was in Tel Aviv. I don't feel safe. Have you seen our mayor? He's a Muslim man. He's a Muslim. How could I feel safe? The most babied. Zionists are the most babied people, bro. I swear to God, it is the most like commonly held ideology in American politics that isn't just like, I don't know, fucking American exceptionalism, right? Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, there's like 8 fucking politicians that are anti-Zionist, if at that, not even. These guys are like, no, Israel is under threat all the time. Yeah, dude, because it can't fucking act right.
I feel safe because of everything they had to do, but it shouldn't be like this.
I feel safe now with a lot of security here, but I'm always concerned. It's hard to stop a lone wolf.
I was concerned coming out. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought there would be more things happening around, but I think the NYPD did a great job.
Despite skipping the parade, Mamdani says he's been involved with security planning.
I don't believe that my presence as the mayor should determine whether or not a New Yorker is safe or secure. That is something we take incredibly seriously.
Everyone entering the parade is being screened, and officials say that any person who disrupts the parade route will be arrested.
I repent for Germany.
Oh, I saw this. This was awesome. Foreign Christians sought forgiveness on behalf of their nations for insufficient support of Israel. Dude, I don't even know what to say about this shit. Like, so much of this stuff used to be relegated to like dark forums, right? Where the Nazis would be like, see, I told you, right? I told you. They're doing it. It's a humiliation ritual. They're dominating Christianity. Now it's in fucking broad daylight. Like, remember, people used to always point to, like, neo-Nazis and shit would love posting those, like, same 11 clips from some fucking Kahanis gathering filmed on a Motorola Razr with, like, Vaseline on the lens of, like, some fucking rabbi being like, the Torah says all the goys are, cattle and, Jesus Christ is boiling in excrement. And they would be like, see, this is what all Jews believe. This is what all Jews believe. I told you. You should hate them, right? And now more and more, there is just like people who are genuinely comfortable saying shit like this. And of course, it doesn't bear any fucking attitude, or this is not something that like all Jews believe or anything like that. But Israel is such a fucking openly fascist country that they're doing this shit in the Knesset, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's insane. Every single thing that Israel does at this point honestly reads like they're flexing.
Repent for Europe.
Korean government will stand with Israel.
Forgive us for all the things that we did that we did not support Israel.
Forgive nation of Korea who spoken the word against Israel.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on, dude? Okay, to be fair, Korean Christians, man. Guys, they go extra hard. Korean Christians go so hard, which, by the way, is a CIA invention. So there's also that problem, but we really fucked Korea up. Like, not only did we partition it, but we really, really fucked South Korea up. Like, we spiritually broke them. Christianity in Korea is in like not normal type of Christianity. I don't know if there's actually, I'm sure there are normal Christian Koreans, but like the Christianity demonstrated as like the regular style Christianity, the most popular version in Korea, is probably the reason why, well, that and also the whole revolts that took place in China I was going to say it's probably the reason why China is like very aggressively always stamping out Christianity. It is a cult. It is straight up a cult. And I don't mean like, oh, it's a cult. All religion is a cult. Like, no. This is like insane. The reason why I say this is because it's so insane that it came back to America. Some of you might remember the Gunfucker Church. Okay. You might not know what I'm talking about. There's a church where you can fuck your gun, like an AR-15. You can marry your AR-15. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen the videos of the people who bring their AR-15s to church. Church of the Iron Rod. Yes. That is an offshoot of the Moonies, which is the Korean Christian cult. Okay, play the clip.
I don't need a freaking assault weapon to defend myself.
Only thing they're good for is killing, period. That's all that weapon is good for, mass killing. And you want to bless it? Shame on you.
Tim Elder, the Unification Sanctuary, said the ceremony is meant to bless couples, not inanimate objects, and an AR-15 is just a religious accoutrement. Attendees were told to keep their fingers off the trigger and point their guns upward. Dude, it's so awesome. This is a classic Hasanabi meme in this community. And every time I play it, there's always someone who's encountering this for the first time ever. Yeah. Yeah, they fuck their guns. Yeah, they have sexual intercourse with their guns. Anyway. But yeah, that's an offshoot of the Moonies. So that crazy spread around. And it also is very dominant in Japan as well. And obviously the Japanese are not big fans of the Koreans in general. There's a lot of racism in Japan. And that church, that cult, the Korean cult, was actually so impactful in collecting donations and, like, you know, going after vulnerable people that it led to Shinzo Abe's death. The guy who killed him killed Shinzo Abe because he was collaborating with the Korean cult church in Japan, and that church had stolen his mother's entire life's earnings and left her in this horrible state. And that's why that was probably one of the most successful political assassinations of the 21st century, if not the most successful, because Japanese people are like, wait a minute, this guy killed Shinzo Abe, and then we found out why he did it, and we kind of agree with it. Yeah. Of all the things you have said in this chat, truth and jokes, this has broken my brain. I need a minute. Brother, sister, the Emperor, our damage to this world is incalculable. And I don't just mean like direct military intervention, which plenty of that happened, obviously, in all of these places, including Korea, or the installment of like a puppet state that is unbelievably repressive and crazy, which again also happened in South Korea. But we spiritually broke many parts of the world. And we continue to do so. We continue to do so. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Prophet Israel, God forgive those evil things done towards people of God.
Father God, as a German and European, I just ask forgiveness for the anti-Semitism all around that is growing, and we repent on behalf of it, and we bless Israel. And Father, I ask that you raise up righteous politicians, righteous influencers, righteous journalists.
Influencers. Father, rise up the influencers to make sure that Israel is loved again. How is the CIA involved? The CIA always utilizes far-right reactionary cults and, you know, religious cults to infiltrate like normal society and social groups. And the Moonies is a great example of this in Korea.
That they would speak the truth.
In China, it's the Falun Gong, for example, but it hasn't obviously been as successful in China because the Chinese government was like, fuck off. But yeah.
Lord, please forgive us for all the things that we did not support Israel. We went...
Yeah, I don't think she's from China. I'm going to keep it a $1.50. That's a ABC. American-born Chinese.
Against Israel. Lord, please forgive us. And I pray that you would turn the hearts of all the Chinese people, Lord.
Stop the black scent? Wait, what? What did I do? There's a black scent. What the fuck are you talking about?
Father, forgive us for the way we've turned our back on Israel and not defended the Jewish people. We've allowed anti-Semitism to run free on the streets of our nation.
I think you really find out that your friends.
That guy's from the UK? Why does he sound South African? I think this is awesome, personally, and I think you're anti-Semitic if you think this is very strange. M. Israel Chai, as always. Okay, just wanna say that one more time, just so people know where I stand on this. I always ask God for forgiveness for the crimes of my fellow citizens, of not loving Israel hard enough.
In times like these. So
Do you think they walk over to Jerusalem to get spit on by little settler terrorist babies? I think they just like march through Jerusalem as well after they're done in the Knesset. They just like do a little walk, and everyone just like spits on them, and they're like, "Thank you for spitting on me because I deserve it. I fucking deserve it. I'm fucking Christian." What is this? Is that guy playing the violin the same one from Taps who gave the guy shit for playing the trombone badly in the street? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Brother, are you trying to get Eshraban? Wait, what? What? I can't make fun of fucking... I can't make fun
Complete
of
with
the way that settlers in Jerusalem spit on Christians?
coordinating outfits. Congressman Adriano Espaillat and then mayoral hopeful Zoran Mamdani were all smiles last July.
Such a pleasure to stand alongside an incredible trailblazer.
But that chumminess is no more. Late Thursday, Mayor Mamdani endorsed Daria Lisa Avia Chevalier, a fellow Democratic socialist, to unseat Espaillat.
And she grew up with a commitment to the very people that politics have left behind.
The pair paint Espaillat, who Governor Kathy Hochul endorsed on New York One that same day.
I'm a strong supporter of Adriano Espaillat.
As an establishment Democrat corrupted by AIPAC money.
I am not an establishment elected official. I have come up against the grain. I'm the first Dominican elected to Congress nationally. I am the first formerly undocumented member of Congress.
Still on New York One Friday, Avila Chevalier continued to hammer Espaillat.
We are seeing the difference between someone who shows up for their community and someone who has largely played seat-at-the-table politics.
Espaillat, who heads the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and is a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, is the second sitting Democrat the mayor is challenging, having already thrown his weight behind progressive Brad Lander,
Zoran's coalition,
who is attempting to unseat Democratic Representative Dan Goldman and Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn. He similarly endorsed New York State Assembly and DSA member Claire Valdez.
I am proud to endorse Claire Valdez,
defying incumbent Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, who had...
That's my goat back there, not Zoran, obviously. Zoran is fine. That's the goat. The goat. Put some respect on it. Mr. Sean Fay!
Who had tapped Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to succeed her in the district which straddles Brooklyn and Queens. Such endorsements highlight a deepening divide between the Democratic Party and its socialist...
We met the guy who made this, by the way, at the rally in Delaney. Comrade Eric. He was the one with the balaclava who came up to me and he's like, "Yo, I made this. I made this for you." You remember when he was like, "Who you got? Knicks or Wemby?" And I was like, "Wow." I was like, "Well, you're not going to like what I have to say." And I said, "Wemby." And he went, "My man." Just happened in the debate. Goldman is running on Biden following international law. I work closely with the Biden administration to implement the Leahy laws in the West Bank and withhold 2,000-pound bombs. Do you really think that President Biden was enforcing international law? I actually know he was, because I was there having conversations with the administration and upholding Palestinian human rights during that period when all the schools and hospitals in Gaza were being leveled. What an incredible thing this fucking dumbass chose to say. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, he's going to get cooked. I mean, he deserves it.
New York City DSA.
/Jen, why didn't Zoran arrest Smotrich? Could he have? No, of course not. Bro, if Zoran Mamdani went up to Jessica Tisch right now and was like, we have to arrest, and this goes for Benjamin Netanyahu too. If he was like, we have to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, or we have to arrest Bezalel Smotrich because he's an international war criminal, Jessica Tisch would literally arrest Zoran Mamdani right then and there. Okay? He would straight up be arrested. And honestly, not only would he be arrested, you would have like mainstream media be like, well, maybe Jessica Tisch should be the mayor because she's doing the right thing. Look, we don't agree. We don't agree on whether or not there is any legal basis for arresting the Muslim mayor of New York, but we do believe he agrees. I mean, we do believe that he deserves it. She would have shoot him on the spot.
Co-chair Gustavo Gordillo, who's helped architect those deals, says there may be more to come.
We've been putting pressure on the mayor to endorse our full slate.
All of this raises so many questions about how Washington will perceive and work with the mayor moving forward. What will his relationship with these incumbents look like if they win their races? And ultimately, what does that mean for the people of New York City? In Washington, Shannon Ryan, New York 1.
So yesterday we discussed how both Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker were heading to the UK to do a South by Southwest event, among many other things. And both of them were informed that
the dark, woke, rear brigadier, admiral, general, commander of the dark woke forces, Kyle motherfucking Kalinske, not one, but two Kyle Kalinske clips on the broadcast today. God damn.
Actually, you're not going to the UK because you've been banned from the UK. Your visa has been revoked, and your visa has been revoked because you criticized Israel. I wish I was kidding. I'm not at all kidding. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing. It's disgusting. It's a bit of a joke. It's kind of hilarious that the West that likes to suck itself off as believing in freedom and liberty, this is quite literally the exact opposite of that. I don't know anything that's could be more egregious than not allowing somebody to travel because they said facts about a genocide, right? Like, that's just insane to me. It really is like the fascism is here. It's just here, right? So I got a whole bunch of updates for you. Cenk broke his silence. Hasan broke his silence. But first, let me show you this. Jeremy Corbyn, who was going to do an interview or some sort of event with Hasan in the UK, he responded to this and said, banning Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker from entering the UK is an absurd and cowardly decision from an increasingly authoritarian government. Let us call this what it is, an attack on the freedom to criticize Israel, as well as the UK government's own complicity in genocide. That's incredible, man. Corbyn used to be the leader of the Labour Party. Now the Labour Party is led by Keir Starmer. And it was the Labour Party that made this decision, right? Keir Starmer is a total fucking sellout. He's fake Labour, if you will. He's a neoliberal shill and hack. And banning people over criticism of Israel. Absolutely deplorable. How about this? Dropsite says, Fox News accuses Hasan Piker of anti-Semitism for saying, quote, pro-Israel groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK, while it's self-reporting that British Jewish groups lobbied to get him barred from the UK. How fucking pathetic are these little weasels? These little snakes, these little weasels. You're contradicting yourself within your own reporting, you absolute jackasses. By the way, what other reason would there be, right? Like, oh, did they say something mean about Botswana or Madagascar? or Burundi. Like, no, like, who are we kidding? Everybody knows exactly what the fuck went on here. This is a sick joke. But now, let me also show you South by Southwest London. They responded, and they immediately threw both Hasan and Cenk under the bus. Look at this. South by Southwest London has released a statement regarding speakers Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur being barred from entering the UK. Quote, decisions on entry to the UK are a matter for the Home Office and the individuals concerned. South by Southwest London's role is to convene a broad range of diverse voices and perspectives. We remain focused on delivering a program this week, fostering open dialogue and exchange of ideas, and featuring more than 800 speakers, artists, and screenings. Apparently, you're not open to an exchange of ideas, because one of those ideas would be, hey, fuck Israel as they do a genocide, and London, the UK doesn't want that there, and apparently you're cucking yourself to that. Okay, so Hasan came out and said, fuck South by Southwest, never going to work with them ever again because they're throwing me and Cenk under the bus. And he said, if you were going to go there to see me, demand a refund. And I'll say the same thing. You should absolutely demand a refund. What a disgusting little group. That really, you can't stand up for basic freedom of expression. You don't even have to say, oh, you know, you could do the classic, like, while I don't agree with them on everything, I respect their right to.
Will South by Southwest give you time to speak remotely? Are you out of your fucking mind? If they begged me, if they sucked me from the back, I wouldn't do it. Did you just not hear what they literally said? Oxford Union at least had the integrity to be like, this is fucking bullshit. What the hell is the British government doing? South by Southwest was like, lol, peace. I've never worked with South by Southwest in America. The only reason why I did it is because I have a friend who wanted me to do it, and I was like, sure, why not? It's ridiculous, dude. And honestly, fuck South by Southwest. Actually, fuck South by Southwest.
Say it, and they should be allowed in to share their opinion. They didn't do that. It is amazing how many people become cowardly little freaks in a moment like this, when everybody should be more committed to truth-telling than ever before. So many people and so many groups become cowardly little freaks. And then it makes you wonder, like, how much dirt does the Israel lobby have on all these fucking people? We know Trump is blackmailed by Epstein, who was Mossad. We know Keir Starmer, he probably, fucked a dead whale or something. Remember, was it David Cameron was the former UK prime minister who fucked a pig or something like that, and that came out? Like, they got to have some dirt on these people, because the extent to which they're willing to humiliate themselves for a genocidal terror rape state is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. So Cenk reacted, and listen to what he has to say.
We're allowed to criticize Western governments. We're allowed to criticize our own government. We're allowed to criticize anything we like, except the government of Israel. If you don't think that's insane, there's something wrong with you. You're not getting it. Hi, guys. I just got banned from the United Kingdom. Not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I just got back from the airport, and I was going to get on a flight to go to London. And they said, I'm sorry, sir, there's a problem. I said, what's the problem? They said, you've been banned from the United Kingdom. So that just happened. This is what I was going to the airport in. And they said that the British government has rejected my visa. They did not give an explanation at that time, but we now have the explanation. It was in an article in Times of London, as butchered as that article was, and I'll explain to you why they say that they're banning me and why I'm apparently a danger to the public order. I didn't know I had that kind of power. It's interesting. I walk into the public and people go nuts, apparently.
Also, think about how disrespectful a thing that is to say, because anybody in the UK can log on to YouTube and listen to Cenk or listen to Hasan and, hear the message. And it's like, okay, that's perfectly illegal. That's perfectly loud. But if they say it in the country, it's now a danger. Like, this is it's all so fake. It's all so stupid. It's all so dumb. It's all to appease a genocidal terror rape state, quite literally.
So what horrific criticism of the British government did I have? They said, oh, no, he didn't criticize the British government. You'll never guess which government's criticism got me banned from the United Kingdom. You'll never guess it. I mean, you could take days trying to guess. Is it Iceland? Is it Paraguay? Is it Turkmenistan? Oh, gosh. Is it America? Is it Russia? Is it the UK? No. Oh, you guys already figured it out? That it's Israel?
Cenk has said publicly, as has Hasan.
Larry Sanders, Bernie's older brother who lives in England, yeah, he's OG Green Party, is tweeting and retweeting support of you. Yeah, Larry Sanders is the GOAT. He is I will say this. I know this. He is the OG anti-Zionist. He's the anti-Zionist Sanders in the family, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, former Green Party spokesperson. See, told you. Who's more anti-Zionist, Larry or Byrne? Wait, what? Bernie is not an anti-Zionist. Bernie is a liberal Zionist. Larry is an anti-Zionist. Larry's my goat. Your son is lost at the airport. Help him. Does anyone know if we have going to the UK tomorrow? Did Tucker Carlson get banned? No. I don't think they would do that. I don't think they could do that. It'll be interesting to see what Tucker Carlson has to say about this, by the way, because this is right up his alley. I wonder if he'll end up reluctantly defending me. He'll defend Jank.
I believe that, of course, they're against the British monarchy. They don't think they should have a king. It's kind of hilarious that you can make that argument in a very forthright way, a very direct way, and like they don't care. Like they're like, yeah, cool, whatever, come in the country, who cares? But God forbid you criticize Israel, a different country, you're not allowed in. That is so fucking bizarre, man.
Yes, I know it's shocking, but you are correct. I got banned from the UK, not for criticizing the UK, but for criticizing Israel. It is beyond absurd. So, and it feels weird, guys, honestly, like they literally took my freedom away. And I'll tell you this, when I was at the airport and they told me, and they're like, sorry, sir, you're not allowed to board the flight. You cannot travel to Great Britain. It felt like a little bit of a gut punch. And I'm surprised by that because it's kind of hard to shake me, right? But I think it's because I had a visceral reaction to having my freedom taken away. So I'm going to ask you guys throughout the video, what are we doing here? This is crazy. So now in Western governments, we're allowed to criticize Western governments. We're allowed to criticize our own government. We're allowed to criticize anything we like, except the government of Israel. If you don't think that's insane, there's something wrong with you. You're not getting it. Like, do people in mainstream media think that's normal?
An attack on free speech, the most basic of our freedoms, in order to appease the Israel lobby. All right, more. Here is Hasan Piker broke his silence and he reacted. Let's listen.
I can't believe that 5 years ago I was watching you play GTRP and now the UK government is banning you from travel. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that, brother. It'd be like that. It's called motion, twin. Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's... Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union, and now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland? Okay, guys, it's not about being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to douche in the UK. Yeah. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. But yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there all the time for press stuff. Dude, what are you talking about? I had like actual things. I can't believe that they posted this of me always duking it out with some fucking dumbass in the chat, bro. Always having to duke it out with some fucking dumbass in the chat who's like, listen, I have a good opinion on this. I know what you must do. Let me fucking backseat your travels. Let me backseat your stream. And now let me backseat the international incident that you have caused. to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal, take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk getting deported and not entry into the country for 10 years. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Dear Hasan Piker, your UK ETA has been canceled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good.
Oh my word. Not conducive to the public good. Oh my days. Come on, man. And you know what's so crazy? I mentioned this the other day, but you have Smotrich, one of the Israeli government criminals who was, actively facilitating a genocide. He just marched in the Israel Day parade in New York City, right? Now, the Israeli government was smart sending him because he's one that doesn't actually have an ICC arrest warrant for him yet, whereas Zoran said, if Netanyahu steps foot in New York, I'm going to arrest him, right?
I don't think he's going to be able to.
Smotrich doesn't have that warrant yet, and so
I have no confidence in Zoran being able to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. I'll be honest with you.
There's nothing that he could have done. But think about the world that we live in, where, by the way, the same day this is happening, I don't know if you saw this, but Ben Gvir was out there saying, we're going to flatten Beirut. We're going to flatten Beirut, as 700,000 people are currently panicked and evacuating from Beirut because Israel says, yeah, we're going to carpet bomb it, we're going to flatten the whole fucking thing and make it like Gaza, right? At the same time that's going on, Hassan's getting banned for calling that out, for saying, hey, that's bad. When you carpet bomb civilians, that's bad. When you destroy the lives of innocent people, that's bad.
Being a bit anti-Semitic with this.
When you blow up babies, that's bad. When you tell people, hey, you got to evacuate and go to this safe zone, and then you blow up the safe zone, that's bad. For calling out the most basic shit, he's the bad guy. It's not conducive to the public good to have a guy who's anti-genocide there. I mean, that's like, he should wear this as a badge of honor. And this is also the UK just coming out as like, yes, we are evil villains. That's what we're doing. We are evil villains and we like being evil.
Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled does not mean you will be refused a visa. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. Yeah, it's sad, man. What are you going to do?
By the way, all the right-wing free speech warriors from 5 years ago, motherfucking crickets coming from that corner of the internet. In fact, Michael Knowles was out there and he was like, doing a victory lap over the fact that Cenk and Hassan got banned. And he was like, oh, great, I'll have a great time debating now that they're not there. Are you basically admitting that they would have bodied you in a debate? Because they would have, by the way. Michael Knowles would lose to an empty chair the same way his smug ass lost to me on Piers Morgan when I beat his ass into the ground for being a little cuck boy to Donald Trump and supporting the illegal war against Venezuela. And so now he's like, oh, great. It's great that they got banned. Are you fucking kidding me? All these right-wingers who pretended like all they cared about was the First Amendment of free speech, none of them ever gave a fuck about any of that. And you need to remember that. They have no principles. They don't care about anything at all, as long as they want horrible things for the people they disagree with. Period. Full stop. That's it.
The other day, someone said, watch Labor Party do this a couple days before your trip, and it happened. Yeah. I genuinely, listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham. And
Facts.
all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline.
100%.
Dude, I can't believe it. I cannot believe how much motion Israel has over other countries. Like, what?
On his point, you know what popped up on my feed the exact same time about learning all this? Ready? Korean woman at the same humiliation ritual in Israel. Father, forgive the nation of Korea who has spoken the word against Israel. This is real. This is real. This is a bunch of Christians went to Israel to grovel and cry and try to apologize for not being strong enough friends of Israel. Watch this.
Father, forgive.
What's kind of sad is that I feel like under different circumstances, if it wasn't me, like, this is a moist critical video. You know what I mean? This is not just like a Philip DeFranco video. This is the type of shit that if it wasn't about Israel and if so many content creators weren't like unbelievably terrified of speaking out against Israel, regardless of their own personal opinions on the matter, they would all be up in arms. This is one of those things that I'm talking about when I say like there's not really a lot of fucking solidarity and there's not really a lot of defense from my peers. And they all turn a blind eye to this stuff. They all, are terrified of saying anything about it. So the only the only statements that you hear, because this is a Moist Critical video through and through, but because for years and years, like the fuck Hassan brigades have actually fomented so much hatred towards me in general that Moist Critical's not going to do a video defending me. You know what I mean? He's not, even though this is like way in his fucking wheelhouse. There's not going to be any, like, the only coverage that you'll hear from this about this issue from other content creators in this space will be from Asmongold, XQC, Sexpestiny, and, you know, maybe some of the remaining drama farmers who will say that this is a good thing and will justify it, and more of it should happen, you know? And it kind of sucks. And that absolutely creates this weird dynamic amongst a lot of normies, a lot of young normies that get their notes from the commentary sphere and slop tubers in general. They're like, the people that get this kind of information, the people that get information from those guys, they only hear like a very reactionary framework, you know? Hamza is going hard for you, not just Ben giving us emotions. Don't forget, what? Former First Minister of Scotland. Like, yeah, imagine if it happened to like Markiplier on the same denial of visa grounds. Everyone would go out and freak the fuck out. They'd be like, what are you doing? Admittedly, this is anecdotal, but my friends who were hardcore haters of yours saw a YouTube video, have started to think maybe this Hasan guy's onto something now that the powers that be are more publicly messing with you. Yeah. Imagine Sexpestiny will defend you on this? Fuck no. He literally wrote this entire rant. This incredibly pedantic rant claiming that it's just it's a revocation of an ETA, which is not a real visa, and I still actually could go to London if I wanted to. Yeah, dude, they revoked it right before I fucking traveled. Like, the British government did that very publicly. The Home Office did that very publicly. It's a de facto travel ban. That's why they did it. Yeah, he justified it within the hour as soon as the news came out, because he doesn't have any consistent principles beyond fuck Hasan. Yeah. He's a moron. They revoked your ETA the day before an event. If you formally applied, the wait would be 3 weeks. Yeah. There's no expedited process. Plus, there's no guarantee that they would give me a visa to begin with. They revoked it because they said I was a dangerous person. Yeah. He speaks with tremendous confidence, and a lot of stupid guys think he's brilliant for that reason. Why do people hate you? I don't know. What do you think? I hold a lot of positions, sincerely, that many people are not used to hearing, and it's these are positions that are, you know, somewhat more popular now. Like the Israel one is like obviously popular now, but it wasn't when I was fucking an avowed anti-Zionist from the start. And there are many positions like that Americans especially hear and get very upset about. Like I disavow and am very critical of American imperialism, American exceptionalism. These are profoundly important concepts for, you know, Americans. When they hear someone who is maybe not a true American, Muslim, came here when he was 18. Your previous YouTube podcast co-host said you deserve the UK ban in general. That's why a lot of these YouTubers don't speak out for you. No, he doesn't have that kind of motion. They just don't want to draw his ire. Nobody gives a fuck about what Ethan Klein has to say, dude. Are you kidding me? Yes, I have seen this video. Yes, this dude is viral now.
Yeah, that bit tough. That big guy.
Oh yeah.
That big guy.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
One jar can change your life. That be tough. That big guy. That big guy. Oh. Professor Chong mentioned you and Jank on Glenn Deason. Wait, what? Why is he eating Sid Rosenberg from that jar? Oh no. Oh no, don't do it. Don't eat Sid Rosenberg. That's famous Israel defending radio host Sid Rosenberg. That be a guy. Yeah, the Paul Mason shit is so fucking whack. I can't believe he said, nope, we're becoming a militant democracy. I said, suck my dick, Paul Mason. Nope, we're becoming a militant democracy. No reason to let foreign cognitive warfare effects take place here free of charge. Expressing support for designated terrorist groups is not on it, is it, Jeremy? Yeah, and then he replied with his fucking dumbass book, Reds, A Global History of Communism. I don't know what the fuck happened to this dipshit. Maybe he was always this way. I'm not very familiar with his background, but I've only known Paul Mason, the fucking, I feel like Russia's invasion of Ukraine broke him, maybe. And then what further broke him is Israel. I don't know. Yo, you should spam this clip more times, dude. Take a day off. He was a plan inside labor and has documented ties to British intelligence. Oh, makes sense.
What the? Women! Women!
Yeah, he was in New Jersey scouting out the... He was in New Jersey scouting out the area beforehand. Scouting out the region beforehand, before he came to dominate. You see more Sid Rosenberg? Oh, dude.
My advice
Yes.
is to...
Yes, I have seen Sid Rosenberg. But fuck it. Let's watch him again.
I don't like it when I see Jewish people, moms and dads, they tell their kids, you can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk in the streets, take your yarmulke off. I can't stand that. Or hide your Mogen David. You do that, they win.
Oh, they've invented a new color, dude, that human beings could possibly be. It's crazy. New Michigan Senate poll by GOP pollster. Yeah, I saw this. Haley Stevens at 35, Abdul Sayed at 31, Mallory McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow at 13%. Net favorabilities at Stevens at 46, El Sayed at 42, McMorrow at 31. This is obviously a fucking right-wing pollster. And they're basically, you know, they want McMorrow. I mean, not McMorrow, sorry. They want Haley Stevens. Yeah. Yellow Parenti son or purple Rosenberg daughter? Please, I need to know. What is this? Have you seen this Gad twin? Yes, I did. Everyone gets mad at me and they say it's fucking AI when I play it. So I'm not even going to play it. A Trump group commissioned it? No, I know. This poll is crazy for the general. All Democrats win against Rogers. Stevens +7. McMorrow +3. El Sayed +1. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. The Republican pollsters saying Stevens would have the best shot. Stevens is the most popular in the Democratic primary, and lo and behold, would definitely have the best shot against our guy. And Abdul Al-Sayed would have the worst shot. You shouldn't elect him. Anyway, I just learned Sid Rosenberg did podcasts for the Advanced Urology Center of New York City. Wait, what? I did not. Yeah, I don't trust any poll. I'll be honest. I already know. Abdul and 7, okay? Abdul and 7, baby. Abdul and 4. Abdul sweep. Why is he purple? I actually don't know why. But I assume it's for a very good reason. He's purple for a great reason.
They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the street of Tel Aviv. Trust me, okay?
He said this. Oh, here's better lighting. I hope they zoom in.
There's a moral to the story. If you're a reporter...
You can tell how fucking purple he is, even from this camera. Even from afar, he is like noticeably a different color than every other human on that stage.
New York City, and you think you're tough, and you got a story you want to go out, and you come at me with an attitude at the Israel Day Parade, you're going to walk out crying. So Melissa Russo of NBC yesterday, I was at a...
God, he's fucking incredible.
Big event on Wednesday night in the city, MJE, with a bunch of people you may know. Bruce Pearl, great college basketball coach, and Erin Molan from Australia, and James Maslow, a bunch of us. And I said at this event, I said, Mamdani wants us dead. Oh, wow. You can't say that. Okay, I'll say it again. Mamdani wants us dead. He wants every one of you dead. That's what he wants. You can't say that. Anyway, they made a big deal about the whole thing. So Russo comes up to me at the parade. She goes, did you really say that he wants us dead? I said, yeah. Can you prove he doesn't? She said, wow, that's a tough thing to say. I said, okay. Have you heard him lately? I'll leave it with this. All he's got to do is come out once and say, I'm not about globalizing the Intifada. Just say it once. Tell us one time that Israel exists because of the Jewish people. Right? Stop celebrating bullshit Nakba Day. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't understand why he keeps getting more and more red. Like, did he do this on purpose? Like, other camera angles show he looks so insane. Why does he look like he's been choked? His entire body. The amazing reason. Yeah, he looks that way. This is truly remarkable because I mean it when I say this. Like, oh, people were saying like, is this blackface? Like, it's not. Because I don't think I've ever seen a person this color before. Because, like, you got colloidal silver poisoning, right? I think that makes you blue. But I've never seen someone get this color. How did that happen? Is it a filter or bad lighting? I mean, she's right there. It's cool because, like, he's sitting next to other human beings. So you can see their normal skin color. So it leaves no room for suspicion about bad lighting. It like destroys the argument that it's bad lighting. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know why he's burgundy. It's very strange. His blood is not flowing. Yeah. Anyway.
Forgiven nation of Korea.
Okay, let's skip this. All
Yeah,
right,
this
let's talk about tomorrow. Big day tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. California, New Jersey, numerous states are voting in their primaries. The midterm season is upon us and the primaries are happening. Big day. Oh boy, big news. Okay. I already told you, go with the DSA. Go with the DSA, whatever your local DSA is, and what they're saying. Okay. There is a California DSA slate. I wouldn't say they're as like bold or as the New York City DSA slate, but the California DSA slate's pretty solid. DSA LA slate is pretty solid, especially for the council members in the different districts, because they are very powerful, much more powerful than the mayor, especially if we can put more numbers on the board. If you haven't canvassed yet, if you're in San Francisco, look at Megaphonics. He's waking up at 5:30 to canvass for Shoykat Chakrabarty. Respect. Do not vote for Javier Becerra. If you want two Democrats at the top, you can vote for Tom Steyer. Just saying. Definitely the most left candidate that has viability. I feel like this is one of the more rare moments where my community is more on board with, outwardly promoting Tom Steyer than I am. But is that you in the TV in the back? Maybe. This? No, that's not me.
This has really come down to three candidates who are now neck and neck. Take a look at this latest polling from Berkeley.
Oliver Mile for lieutenant governor. You already know. What's the difference between viability and electability? Electability is an argument that people present to say, like, you should vote for this candidate. He's the most electable. Like, as opposed to other candidates. Viability is who actually is, like, at the top. If there's like 5 candidates, the electability argument is like for the general. The viability argument is for that race. I don't usually make electability arguments. I just talk about who has the capacity to advance. Obviously, there are candidates in the governor's race that are closer to my worldview, like Ramsey Robinson. People always bring up Butch Ware, but he's not even on the fucking ballot. So no disrespect. Electability is theoretical. Viability is statistical. And the only the only 2 Democrats at the top are Javier Becerra, the corrupt henchman of corporations and billionaires, and Tom Steyer, the billionaire who is drawn a lot of ire from other billionaires. And then you have the Republicans, but nobody gives a fuck about them, obviously. You got Chad Bianco. And you got gay cop, Proud Boy, and British guy. Okay, British Fox News guy. So, Antonio Villaraigosa. Okay, stop. We're having a serious conversation. Okay. Anyway, in the LA, Hasan, do not let chat vote Ramsey, man. Wait, I'm already telling you. I'm telling you what's what. Katie Porter is a meme. There's also a very good candidate, a Justice Democrat candidate that's up right now. Okay. Democrat Doris Matsui is being potentially ousted, or at least in the top two with Democrat May Vang. And May Vang is a really interesting candidate because she's dope. She's left. She's awesome. And what Doris Matsui, the incumbent that's like 854 years old, has decided to put a red box out. This is a way where politicians signal to PACs without directly communicating with them on where they should spend their money. And Doris Matsui, recognizing that May Vang is probably going to unseat her in the general, as the 855-year-old incumbent, has decided to put fucking red boxes out to demand that her PACs, instead of spending money on her, should spend money on the Republican Zachariah Wooden. So it's a Republican versus Democrat matchup instead of a Democrat versus Democrat matchup, because if there's a two-Dem matchup in the general, she loses. She knows she loses. Yeah, here's how red boxing works.
Coordinate with sewer PACs, but did you know that they still do? They do it by utilizing something called a red box. Let me explain. When a candidate knows that a sewer PAC is about to back them, they'll put a literal red box on their website, usually on the media tab, with messages and attacks that they want that super PAC to use. For example, here's Connie Chan's red box, and you can see some of the lies that she's posted about me. She's saying that I have millions invested in Blackstone, which I don't, and that's public information. Or she's saying that I live in Maryland, which I don't, and I never have. I just bought my parents a home there. You see, candidates don't want to run these ads themselves because it makes them look bad. So they put it in the red box so that the super PACs will do their dirty work for them. Our website doesn't have any red box, but we do have a tab for you to volunteer. So sign up. We need to get the vote out on June 2nd.
Yeah. You think Cy Goat is going to win? I mean, we're trying to get him into the top two. Connie Chen got a lot of boosts, both from AIPAC, as we found out in the last second, and also from Nancy Pelosi, because Nancy probably wanted to hold out until basically hold out until the general to cook Scott Wiener. But she recognized that Connie wasn't making it to the general. So she chose to put her weight behind Connie in the primaries. And obviously, a lot of the San Francisco left are very frustrated with me. I still think Shoykot is not just a fantastic candidate for San Francisco, but I think Shoykot would be one of the better candidates across the board. I put my weight behind him early, but unfortunately, the normal people that I could activate locally, DSA usually, are not invested in him at all. And usually when there's a disagreement between, or usually if the DSA is not on board with the candidate that I'm on board with, their candidate doesn't win, my candidate doesn't win. It sucks. But a lot of powerful institutions are spending against Shoykot in the same way that they're spending against Tom Steyer, and fairly aggressively. I like Shoykot. I think he has the capacity to defeat Scott Wiener. I do not like Scott Wiener. I think if Connie is the one who makes it into the general, not only am I not as excited about her, but I don't think she's going to make it. She has $72,000 cash on hand. She hasn't been able to fundraise that well. Why won't the DSA back him? DSA doesn't back non-socialists, and Shoykot doesn't say he's a socialist, even though his policies are straight up socialist. So yeah. Scott Wiener obviously is horrible. One of the most pro-Israel people out there. He now openly lies and says like, oh, I believe Israel's doing a genocide and stuff, because he knows he has to say that to win elections, and people are dumb as fuck. DSA-SF hasn't even put out a voter guide for anything. Jesus Christ. Shoykot told the DSA-SF he doesn't want their endorsement. Yeah. DSA-SF would not have given him an endorsement regardless, because he's not a socialist. And that's DSA-SF policy. So yeah, I really like Shoykot. I hope he wins tomorrow. I'm very excited. I hope he makes it to the top 2. I don't have any like I don't hate Connie Chen, for the record, even though she's like said fucked up things about me. Literally, I think she's a cookie cutter, moderate. So then why did you put all the blame on the DSA? Wait, what? Dude, because I think he's the most radical candidate. That's it. And it doesn't even matter. It's just like the DSA doesn't matter in the circumstance. It just DSA is not endorsing Connie. DSA is not endorsing Shoykot. I don't have much else to say. I just was giving you an explainer on why the DSA San Francisco won't endorse either Connie nor Shoykot. Inside Bay Area baseball, SFDSA is very moderate compared to East Bay DSA, so it kind of makes sense. They're going all in on for Connie. Yeah, I mean, Connie literally fucking would not subscribe to cutting defensive weapons to Israel until like recently. So that's it. And that's the reason why AIPAC is spending against them pretty aggressively. And that's the reason why AIPAC is like fine with putting Connie up there in front of Scott Wiener instead of Shoykot, because everybody understands that if there's anyone who can unseat Scott Wiener, it's going to be Shoykot Chakrabarti. And not only that, but he also has great fucking policies in general. He's on board with literally everything plus. Like, he's not just a Bernie-crat. He's one of the more aggressive ones. And he spent the last decade propping up fucking left flank candidates with Justice Democrats. I think he's done a lot. Don't put up a candidate, but call us on a carpetbagger when it comes to boost the only candidate left and the only left candidate in the race. Yes. Yes, I'm a fucking carpetbagger, according to a lot of the leftists in San Francisco. I know. Sorry for fucking caring about the rest of this country, including San Francisco. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're not going to get a lot of fucking candidates that say that they're openly in favor of central planning. You know? When have you ever fucking heard that? I talked to some of the DSA people that were at your Stanford event because I was thinking of joining after New York City DSA because I moved back to the Bay, and most of the members are straight up said they had very little interest in boosting political candidates, which was interesting. Yeah. Yeah. He spent a lot of time at the ground floor of the modern progressive socialist movement, regardless of not calling himself a socialist. He's done a lot in the background to try to change the makeup of Congress. We align super hard on this, and I think he would be great. And I don't even think he'll stop doing this, even if he doesn't win. He's going to continue doing this shit. I just think he would be even better on the inside as well. Like, there's never been a moment where he stopped promoting other Justice Democrats and other candidates in general that are bold, that are radical, that are fucking insurgencies. So it's not like he's going to stop doing that shit, but I do think he would be great in Congress on top of everything else. And yes, he is exactly the type of candidate we need right now. But sometimes you have a great candidate and they can't make the necessary waves. So, his agenda is literally an American version of the Soviet NEP. Yeah. Matsui and her husband have represented the district from 1979. Me and my neighborhood were going to vote Vang, but we were drawn out of the district. Yeah. There is literally by the way, there's already additional reporting on this, but like there were Democratic Party insiders that talked about how they fucking despise the dude, okay? And they straight up said AOC became much more Like, AOC became much easier to deal with once Shoykot was ousted. That's what they said. That's their assessment. It was a Hakeem Jeffries staffer, I think, who said that. Yeah, bro, they literally prefer Nancy Pelosi over actual progressives and claim to be leftists. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to talk about that. Okay, whatever. I think Shoykot is the best in that race in San Francisco. Oh my God. Yes, dude. Spencer Pratt is talking about me. Okay. Yes, he's doing campaign ads talking about me. The most artificially base boosted candidate of all time. 800 replies, 51,000 likes, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't wait for this motherfucker to lose. Okay. I cannot wait for this. I hate this motherfucker so much. Anyway, yeah, Oliver Ma for lieutenant governor, and then go with your heart on L.A. mayor. I think Karen Bass sucks. I think Spencer Pratt is a demon, a demonic entity straight out of the fucking deepest layer of hell, and must be purged. If you want, sorry. People are still spamming vote for Ray in the chat. She's literally at like 4%, guys. Good luck. It's unbelievable. It's so discouraging. It makes me want to fucking DSA. Some of the DSA candidates endorse Bass. I don't want to even talk about the LA mayoral race, man. It's fucking crazy.
In the LA Times, they asked around 2,000 voters here, and as you can see, Mayor Karen Bass came in with 26%, Councilmember Nithya Raman with 25%, and reality star Spencer Pratt at 22%. And still many voters, you can see there, still undecided. Well, this hour, we're discussing Hollywood weighing in on this race. The mayor of LA plays a crucial role in shaping the entertainment industry, with some productions coming back to the area thanks to tax credit, including shows like Netflix's Nemesis and Fox's revival of Baywatch. Actors Jane Fonda and Samuel L. Jackson coming out in support of Mayor Karen Bass, while Chelsea Handler and Mindy Kaling are supporting Councilwoman Nithya Raman.
These are the times we need someone who understands government.
Did you say DSA people endorse Bass? Buddy, DSA slate council members who are running for office all endorse Karen Bass. I don't want to talk about DSA Los Angeles. Can you explain Karen Bass's connection to Cuba? Yeah, she used to be fucking radical back in the day. She's not anymore. She sucks now.
Who also understands the needs of the people. Someone who will go in the streets and gather the people together. Not someone who will divide them. Karen Bass.
I mean, speaking of another guy who used to be radical. This man literally kidnapped the dean at Howard at gunpoint. And the dean was Martin Luther King Jr.'s father. He kidnapped Martin Luther King Sr. at gunpoint in an act of protest. Beast mode. Or not at Howard, at Morehouse. Apologies.
Is that person.
I'm supporting Nithya Raman in this race. She's an urban planner, she's an immigrant, a working mother, and a city council member who has spent her career actually solving the problems that Karen Bass has been scheduling press conferences about.
Now, when it comes to Spencer Pratt, podcaster Joe Rogan has endorsed him, along with Doug Ellen, who is the creator of the HBO show Entourage, a comedy drama series airing from 2004 to 2011.
I'm one of the people who made this city look great. I did it for years. I glorified it. I meet people all the time that moved here because the show that I created, and they hate it here now. Hate. And this city has collapsed in the last 5 years. There is
If you're gonna vote for someone to lock out Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass has already got it on the top billing. You can vote for Nithya Raman for that reason. If you don't want to vote for her unconditionally, you can engage in defensive voting to lock out fucking Spencer Pratt. We cannot, dude. Spencer Pratt cannot be my mayor. I cannot live in that fucking reality. Okay, he is a crackhead, bro. He is literally so fucking cooked. And honestly, there are a lot of fucking crackheads in this goddamn city. Okay, straight up, there are a lot of fucking crackheads in this motherfucking city. Luckily, most of them live in fucking Malibu, so they're going to find out tomorrow that they can't even vote for Spencer Pratt. But like in Burbank and Orange County, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Where's my mayor? I want to vote for Mayor Spencer Pratt. What the fuck is this? But I'm telling you right now, there's even enough crackheads in Los Angeles, bro. It's Spencer Pratt's platform is literally murdering the homeless, okay? There's a lot of motherfuckers in Calabasas who are like, hell yeah, let's do that. Let's murder the homeless, please. Don't give in to the fear mongering. You're smarter than that. Ray for LA, don't give in to the fear mongering, chat. That is not going to happen. He has no shot. Chatters, I love you, but you are also one of those crackheads, but in a different way. That is absolutely going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, okay? Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass, go to the fucking top. And no disrespect to Ray. I really like her policies, but she's barely going to crack 5%. Okay? And the 5% is entirely going to come from this community. And then people are going to come in and be like, whoa, what happened? Well, here's what happened. Everyone is at fault. Except for me, okay? I need you to understand. It's not my fault. I tried with Ray. Nithya came in and was like, nope, it's my race. Immediately sucked up all the fucking, all the momentum. And then this was after she had already endorsed Karen Bass personally, which was ridiculous. Bro, deadass are going to come back in here and blame you for not doing another stream with Ray. They've been doing this the entire time. I know. Well, you know. I'm one person. Nithya fucked LA? No. I have some issues with Nithya, but if people voting Ray instead of her puts Pratt in the runoff, I'm going to shit myself. I know. I can't. I don't even want to think about that. Okay? Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God, dude. That's what's going to happen. Well, probably not. It's still probably Nithya's fault if she doesn't make it to the fucking runoff. But I'll be honest, I really hope she does, okay? Not my favorite candidate at all by a long shot, but certainly better than fucking Spencer Pratt, okay? Oh, I don't even want to fucking think about that.
no denying it unless you have an agenda. And I
hate his fucking fans too. Like they all have the same nervous energy.
what that is. But you say, oh, Spencer Pratt has no experience, so how can we possibly think about this? What experience did Karen Bass have?
They all have this like plastic veneer too. They all like have this fake, phony, has-been Hollywood old producer back from like, or director back from showrunner, back from like when they could make $25 fucking million easy on a season. And they're just still, they took all those assets, they fucking parked all those assets into expensive Brentwood, which is definitely where this motherfucker lives. I could tell from the house behind him. And they just fucking sit there and they're like, why are there fucking poors in my beautiful Hollywood? It's like, motherfucker, it's because there's no housing. That's why there's homeless people, because there's no fucking housing. God damn it, I hate these motherfuckers so much. And I live around them, of course.
And over the weekend, the candidates spent their time crisscrossing the city campaigning. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is seeking a second term up against City Council member Nithya Raman and former reality
Why is
star
Nithya Raman not good? I mean, she's just kind of weak. Like, that's it. I mean, better than fucking Spencer Pratt, and probably better. I mean, definitely better than Karen Bass, too. She's done a lot of good work in homelessness, but she's done some stuff where she's been inconsistent on policing. She's been inconsistent on Israel. I mean, I addressed all of that when I had a conversation with her. She's still better than Karen Bass. She's still better than Spencer Pratt. Do with that information what you will. I wish she was a stronger candidate, and I wish she had more, stronger stances in general. But you have to literally fucking not let. Like, I know Cinemarxism is in here saying she's pro-LAPD, pro-Israel. She's not, in comparison to Spencer Pratt or Karen Bass, she's not. This race has radicalized me in ways I thought were not possible. If Nithya versus Bass runoff, LA Times had more people not voting and undecided. I mean, that doesn't matter. Bass doesn't want Nithya because Nithya will unseat Bass. That's 100%. Nithya Raman, for all of her, weaknesses or inconsistencies, would most likely be able to cook Bass. Because Bass is so fucking weak, dude. Karen Bass is also unbelievably weak. She's the incumbent. And she's polling at like 20. What are we talking about? She's the fucking incumbent currently.
A reality TV villain? Really? How did that work for us on a national level? That's one choice. The other choice is a city council person who's been in City Hall twice as long as I have, and who thinks it's okay for parents and kids to have to navigate their way through tents. She doesn't think it's that serious.
Meanwhile, Spencer Pratt spending some time yesterday talking about potholes, saying reporting that issue to 311 is like reporting the issue to a, quote, black hole, suggesting a new idea of citizen reporting that could be done right through the Citizen app itself.
The Citizen app sends an email. It sends an email saying, we have a pothole. This is the geo.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's going to reroute all the tax dollars that you would spend on fucking fixing the potholes directly to the Citizen app. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Instead of funding 311, he's like, oh, let's just do it through the Citizen app. Oh my God. The Citizen app is the fucking most reactionary app of all time. Is the reason why so many people think that there's bedlam in California all the fucking time. Anytime someone is like, anytime fireworks pop off in the neighborhood, the Citizen app is like, it's bedlam. Crackheads have actually taken over the neighborhood with AR-15s.
Add location. This is the date, and it holds a record. So if 1,000 concerned citizens have sent that email, it's tracked.
Yeah, LA's about to get reverse Zoran, dude. Anyway.
So have you cast your ballot, or is it
privatizing public service of the fucking panopticon? Yeah. We're going to put flock cameras to good use. Anytime flock cameras see anyone that looks like a homeless person, We're going to send in drones. Shahed drones that I purchased from the IRGC will explode the homeless people that we see on the fucking streets. Pratt will never win, bro. Never say never. Karen Bass is uniquely disliked.
Still sitting on the kitchen counter. Time is running out. California's primary election is Tuesday, and a new poll shows for the first time 2 Democrats are leading a close race. The findings released by Emerson College show Javier Becerra in the lead with 28% of support from likely voters. Same poll shows Tom Steyer in second with 22%, Republican Steve Hilton in third with 21%. This is slightly different than the Berkeley IGS poll released yesterday. The nonpartisan survey also shows Becerra in the lead, this time with 25%, but Hilton in this poll is second with 21%, Steyer in third at 19%. And with just
I think Steyer and Shoykot have similar issues, except with Shoykot, the makeup of his voter base is different than Steyer. Steyer has the opportunity to once again, the reason why people in California don't trust Shoykot and don't trust Steyer is because they're rich. They're filthy fucking rich, okay? And also because California sucks. I'll say it. I love this state. I love my city. I live in Los Angeles. I live in West Hollywood. I fucking love living here. But I'm sorry, we suck. We suck dick and balls. And I don't mean in a cool gay way. I mean like as a pejorative, okay? Because there's a lot of dick and ball sucking here, but in a cool gay way, in a nice way. Shouts out to Pride Month. Shoykot is infinitely better than Tom, yes. But from the perspective of Democratic Party voters that are about to vote in the fucking primaries, they don't trust either of them because they're both rich. They're seen as outsiders. They're seen as rich guys. They're seen as like, running for vanity. Okay? Tom Steyer is unbelievably progressive. I mean, he is like everything with the one exception where he is, again, the most critical on Israel out of all the other candidates, but like won't commit to being an anti-Zionist. And Shoykot obviously is an anti-Zionist. He wants to do an arms embargo on Israel. Yeah, Tom Steyer is the only candidate that has said he would protect trans youth in the state. He speaks fluent woke. Okay, he speaks fluent woke, but people don't trust him. Javier Becerra, on the other hand, is dog shit. Okay? Javier Becerra is a representation of all of the billionaires, not in California, but across the fucking nation and all the mega corporations. I met Tom Steyer at his rally in San Francisco. It was a quick interaction. I could tell he truly seemed genuine and authentic. He stuck around and talked to everyone. No secrecy or team rushing him along. That feels significant to me for a governor's race. Yeah. Tom also has a certain presence compared to the other candidates. Yeah, Tom Steyer is in favor of abolishing ICE, holding ICE accountable, all this stuff. Why not Ramsey Robinson? Because Ramsey Robinson is a 1%. Fuck! Because PG&E is not spending $10 million unseating Ramsey Robinson. They're spending it against Tom Steyer, okay? And they're spending it for Javier Becerra. And those are the top 2 motherfuckers right now on the Democrat side. California has an open primary system, has a jungle primary. So 2 Republicans can be at the top. Or 2 Democrats can be at the top of the ticket and get to the goddamn general election in the runoffs. Okay? So if you want to block out the Republican, the Trump-endorsed Republican in this race, and have tremendous down-ballot consequences for the general in a positive way, again, vote for Tom Steyer. Same with Nithya Raman. If you want to block out Spencer Pratt, vote for Nithya Raman. If you want to block out the British dipshit or the gay Proud Boy cop, gay cop Proud Boy, it's the British dipshit is the one who's going to be fucking probably the Republican one. You said you didn't want to talk about this, bud. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to talk about it, because it sucks. Chud Bianca. Starr is his own man. Becerra owes his candidacy to oil and gas and tech bros. Becerra is beholden to his donors and Starr is beholden to the people of California. Yeah. The other thing is, there's been a lot of fucking people that have, like, they've been dumping a lot of money. Tom Starr's been dumping a lot of money on influencers and shit. And Javier Becerra, on the other hand, has done something insane. There's a mysterious agency that, as soon as Eric Swalwell was found to be a mass rapist, allegedly, and had to drop out of the race, some mysterious agency out of nowhere started posting millions of times about Javier Becerra. The agency report found about 3,000 fake accounts that amplified Becerra across social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, while also criticizing Steyer, according to Steyer's team. In all, the fake accounts generated 1.3 million views and 42,000 engagements, the report started. They deployed the fucking Hasbara bots for this man. Again, despicable. Why not try to boost someone like Ramsey? I get it's probably too late in the race now. I mean, you have a great platform to boost someone like Ramsey. Brother, there was never a point where Ramsey Robinson had any viability at all, okay? If he was in like the top 5 at any point, I would have done that. I'm not a goddamn miracle worker. There's nothing I can do. How is it so difficult to comprehend? I don't know why you guys think I'm a fucking magician, dude. Also, the election is tomorrow regardless, but I think you're asking me that question sincerely, like, why didn't you do this months ago? Because there's nothing I can do. Look, I did it for Ray. It didn't work. Okay? I did it for Ray. It didn't work. It's 100% a disinfo campaign. Tom Steyer. All the bots. If Tom Steyer wanted to do something good for humanity world, no need to be governor, but he doesn't. But Steyer is a billionaire. I don't trust billionaires. No to Steyer. Can't be progressive billionaire. Feels weird voting for a billionaire, but couldn't agree more. Ramsey Robinson is literally the best option. I don't care what Hasan says. Unfortunately, I think he's right. I was looking forward to voting for Ramsey Robinson, but I think Steyer is a better candidate than Becerra. We need ranked choice voting. Not voting for a billionaire. No ethical billionaires exist. I was going to vote for Becerra. I think some of them are real. Some of the people are genuinely like, I'm not going to fucking vote for a billionaire. I can't even fault them. That's why I said he had to be even more bold. He chose to be bold on the trans stuff, which was good. But if he was bold on the most popular issue, an issue that no other candidate in the gubernatorial race would come anywhere close, even though he is the most Israel critical candidate, if he had done that, he would have garnered unlimited legitimacy from the people that would normally have some kind of issue with voting for a billionaire. I feel for Ray a lot. She acquitted herself well. I hope she decides to run for another office next year. I think she should be an outstanding legislator. I agree. I may be completely off base, but did Nithya not fuck Ray's campaign? Yes, but it doesn't matter at that point, because as a person that was already in the like California politics machine, the Los Angeles politics machine, she came in hot with 24%, and it destroyed Ray's chances. But it doesn't even matter, because Ray had time to potentially make up for it, and in all that time, it didn't happen. It just didn't work. She never got the matching funds. There's some controversy there. I'm not entirely familiar with what's going on there. I think she like loaned herself a lot of money too. Anyway, the election is tomorrow. Steyer has literally given hundreds of millions to political and climate organizing for well over a decade and a half, 270 million at college campus climate activism. He's literally doing the thing that your haters ask you to do with your money. Yeah, none of that matters. I mean, Shoykot literally also dumped $500,000 against Sergey Brin's initiative, the anti-billionaire tax initiative. He dumped $500,000 to defend the billionaire's tax. Yeah, $500K for yes on Prop D. Shoykot's great too, but again, people cannot overcome that hang up, and I can't fault them. People hate me because they think I'm a fucking super wealthy guy, okay? These guys are actually super wealthy. One's a billionaire, the other one's a centimillionaire. What do you want me to do? Like, I can't. If Shoykot can't garner that level of support, partially because of San Francisco local politics, Steyer has to do that with something really bold. I'm just saying, going forward, you can offer a platform to someone like Ramsey while offer. Oh my God. Okay, chatter. Sure. If Sarah wins, we will have to each buy a gallon of Chevron once a month, or our PG&E bill goes up 10% and Uber tows your car. Yes. Yeah, in 2020, Tom Steyer was the only presidential candidate out of like 20 that said he would pack the Supreme Court. That's true. He went beast mode on that one too. He's a weird guy, in a good way, in a positive way. So, do I trust that Tom Steyer is genuine about the things that he's advocating for? Yes, I do. I don't think he's like faking it. Especially because if he was phony, he would have known when he was coming on my stream what to say about Israel, and he just couldn't get himself to say it. Have any candidates criticized Hassan for not being accessible to them? Chatters are asking why Hassan hasn't talked to more people, but are those people themselves expressed they want to interview and couldn't get it? I'm sure they wanted to interview. I never saw it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. All the Becerra voter reactions to misinformation boss story from what I've seen has been, I don't care, my Tio Xavier needs all the help he can get against the billionaire. Also, as a Mexican born and raised in California, this whole Tio Xavier thing, Javier thing is so fucking stupid. That's not a thing Mexicans give a fuck about. It's the whitest shit ever. Yeah, La Raza doesn't give a fuck about demographic representation from my experience. Tio Bernie was real. You know what I mean? That was actually real. The Tio Javier is a little bit fake. Latino voters only give a fuck about progress and expansion of social safety nets. They're the most like policy-driven demographic of voters in the country. I haven't seen a single account on X supporting Becerra that acts and looks like a bot, except for this one, this account. You are the account. That's why you haven't seen it. I saw this BS posted by LA Taco. The two women investigating the Steyer stuff are members of something called Baddies for Becerra. It took me 5 minutes to find out these are cynical operatives. Pretty disappointed in LA Taco. LA Taco is on Team Becerra? That's actually shocking. I love LA Taco. Wait, what? Anyway, and then also down the street, one last candidate I was going to talk about is what's her name? is not far off from where I live. Angela. Mai Wong, I already talked about. Angela Gonzalez Torres. That's the other candidate. Yeah. So, like I said,
Democrat
vote,
Katie Porter, also
DSALA
in Southern
voter guide. DSALA voter guide. DSALA
California
voter
today,
guide.
she spent the day in Orange County meeting with members of a public employees union.
Yes, Angela's dope. She's dope. That'll be all for tonight. Tomorrow is election day, and I will be doing my election day coverage and election night coverage, and I will not be flying to motherfucking the UK as I was supposed to be flying to the UK tomorrow. Okay? Because I was banned. Half day Hossy is over. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Tomorrow will be a full day Hossy. Yeah, Adam Hamawi in New Jersey, apparently his team actually reached out and said hella people actually signed on to door knock for him after they saw the stream.
Just you wait. Just you wait.